हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी। मैं क्या स्ट्रीम भी की आपको शेयर कर दिया, एक बच्चा कर लो।
हाँ तो कल वाली तो है।
कल वाली है ना?
हाँ
ठीक है, हो गया हो गया हो गया। ठीक है। स्टार्टिंग सुनी है ना अभी?
हो गया।
चलो ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है। चलो ठीक है। बाकी मैं इन गेम में हम सब कुछ चेंज कर लेंगे, ठीक है। थैंक यू
वो भी
थैंक यू
मैंने कर दिया।
थैंक यू, कर दिए।
संजय ने मैंने बोल दिया।
थैंक यू।
You'll see. I am excited. All right. Mr. Leader, you have said in the past that you hate getting second place, very painful, and you have also said that this tournament, this growth is all about personal dedication. It's all about the team sticking together. Will we see that dedication get us to at least a game 5?
We're ready.
All right, fantastic. And last but not least, I have to say, we haven't talked to you this entire event. I'm skipping it. Could just say one word.
We destroy Pvision.
Okay, well, that was more violent than I thought. Thank you. Fantastic. Any words out there to the fans? This will be the last time you get to talk to them before you win the grand finals.
Let's play some Dota and watch it.
Let's play some Dota! My friend Slacks, that is a tough squad you're offering up on the other side, but I'm here to tell you all about their opponents. My friends, let's walk over to our totem stage and show them right here, right now. In this grand final, it's none other than Pvision! They are no strangers to grand finals and the pressure that comes with them. Last year in Riyadh, you saw them bow out in the tournament in the semifinals to the eventual champions, Team Spirit. Guess where they are? Not here, baby. That's Pvision in here. That loss spurred them on to only get stronger and stronger. TI-25, third place. Scene-shattering shakeups came after that. The legendary Puppy came in as coach, redefined Pvision's playstyle and meta picks. The new reliable, the rock-solid Notice, cementing his spot on the team. And within a short amount of time, has proven essential to their success. Trust is a cornerstone of the squad, but tell me, how could you not fully trust your teammates when what you have is no one? Satanic, Nine Class, and Ducalis, legends of West EU Dota. This team is here to bring it. 12 days, 15 games, and they are here to make history in Paris. Over $1.1 million rest on this matchup. And I'm telling you now, I'm going to keep it short, Slacks, because I think our audience is ready for this one. Any final words for your opponents, Ducalis?
Who cares? Smash.
Who cares? Smash! That's Pvision, that's BB Team, and that is our two final teams, our grand finalists at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Slacks, yo, I'm sweating in my slacks for this one because I cannot wait to get it started. Absolutely. All right, take a look. One of these two teams will be going home second place, and one will be the greatest team in Dota history. Paris, one more time. What do you got for them? Please get your keys to your stadiums. Get me that handshake, and let's start some Dota carnage. Oh, crowd, if you could please help me. Oh, hey! All right, thank you so much, Milos. Thank you to the crowd, and thank you all as we begin our grand finals match. Let's head over to the panel, get this party started.
Of course, it feels amazingly great, like to get to grand finals of EWC.
We want to prove for ourselves and for the organization that we can reach the good places on this tournament.
I would say that we are confident to come and just show really good Dota.
The job is not done yet. This grand final will be really good. We're gonna show our best game.
Yeah, we know how they play, they know how we play. You need to play like beasts.
to still have damage. Malik, oh, down to the telekinesis. Not what you wanted, not what you wanted at all, Eki. You gave it to him. Troubles with the winner's curse interaction.
You know Pvision gonna do on the map?
Respect BB, and I think they're a really strong team.
Inside, just take it anyway. Big Galaxy trying to play into their triangle. Arrow does land on the sharpshooting up. Hoodwink. Oh, what a call from Miro.
The job is not done yet. We are so ready for this grand finals to come your way. BB Team and Pvision have taken the stage and they are ready to kick it off. They're ready to kick the draft off. Before we get into the action, let's talk strategy. As we know, Seb, that both of these teams have talked strategy since they locked in their grand final spot.
I can't focus, I'm too hyped. I'm too hyped for this. I can't talk strategy, Shiva, right now. I can only talk about emotions and chills and whatnot. Puppy just entered the stage, the crowd is roaring. I mean, you know, you can feel it. You can feel it in the air, basically. It's building up. Strategy, obviously, it's going to be like absolutely crucial. You know, we heard it from the man Noah himself. It's like they know each other's really well.
Yeah.
And it's gonna come down to who can, like, essentially overperform, who can play even better than usual.
Yeah, I mean, for these two teams, I do think it's going to be very draft dependent, but I do want to talk about their history playing each other a little bit because Pvision seem to have always had BB Team's number. In 2025, they've taken most of the series they've played against them, and in 2026, I think BB Team took one series off of them during one Dream League, but it's been very Pvision favored. So I do think they have a very strong understanding in Pvision on how to tackle BB Team and the way they play Dota.
To me, it's like I'm always so biased towards grand finals because I feel like it's a full reset in a sense. I feel like we've seen it so many times. I guess I've seen too much Dota at this point. It's like I've seen it happen so many times where like you think it applies and then it's a grand finals and then it's its own meta, basically its own season essentially. The season is starting now and it's gonna end in a few hours, you know, whether it's in 3 maps, 4 or 5, we'll have to see. But I wouldn't take anything like for granted. I think, you know, everything is gonna have to be earned. Like it will really come down to what happens within this series. The draft will also be very telling. We might see adjustments like from the very get-go where it's also best of 5. It allows for a little bit more freedom in what you want to do. If there's something you thought you could beat, but in a single elim bracket you didn't dare to, now is the time. And you know, people like Poppy, exactly like the man on the screen here, is like, we've had that conversation with him actually earlier for a content piece, and he's like, throughout my career, one of the biggest trap I fell into was beat it. You know, you're telling me that I can't beat Londred? I'm pretty sure I can. I have a pretty precise idea on how to beat Londred, or you name it, you know, Treant, any hero we might see today. And he's like, yeah, I became wise, you know, I've learned to ban it, but it's a best of 5. I'm sure his demons are gonna appear again, and he's gonna be like, you know what, we're gonna beat it today.
Yeah, it's no time to save strats for anything. This is the time where it all comes out. And important to note also of both of these teams, yes, they did take a title each this year, but neither was involving a crowd. And I think, I mean, we can feel it. We get goosebumps, and we're not the focus of all this energy. All this energy is focused, Effie, on the stage, so they will feel it even more so.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be an electrifying feeling for the players. No one
Welcome to the final of Dota 2 EWC, and it's between BB and Pvision. दोनों बहुत ही अच्छी टीम है. मतलब अभी Dota Pro scene में शायद ये दो बेस्ट टीम होगी. And वही ड्राफ्ट फेज स्टार्ट हो गया है. शायद बेन, डीना, नेक्रो बैन किया है, और SF और लून ड्रूइड और ड्रो टिपिकल मेटा बैन्स दिख रहे हैं. NP भी बैन किया है. सैटानिक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है NP में, तो रिस्पेक्ट बैन दिया है, I guess.
That's even tougher.
We are in the draft for game 1 of this best of 5. We got BB Team on the Radiant side, Dire side for Pvision, and a couple of bans already in. And a couple usual suspects already out as well. A hero that I'm going to keep my eyes on. I'm sure 9class would like to play Keeper of the Light on his birthday. It's the hero that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on.
These are big heroes to go to get through the first ban phase. Like you named Keeper of the Light. There's also Treant that hasn't been banned yet. There's a suspicious Necrophos ban, so Puppy's cooking something there, because we haven't seen Necro being first phase banned usually. So this is something that you know, they're setting something up for, you know, I don't think it was related to Wyvern, so it's like a plan they have for the second phase, and he's kind of getting rid of this already. It's pretty common to do this nowadays because there's only so many bans you have in the second phase of the ban, and usually these like second stage bans, they have to address what has been first picked by the opposing team. So you could, if you plan the draft ahead, which both teams did, by the way, they spent hours preparing for this and these openers, they might have realized, okay, if we want to pick that hero later down the road, Necro is a problem. I'm just gonna get rid of it now.
Yeah, which is a cool thing because you say they spent hours, and I don't doubt that. But we are going into bonus time for BB team for their first pick, and that means that in their prep, Effie, this was not a scenario that they prepped for.
Yeah, I think they were just deciding from the picks left in the pool whether they were going to take Treant or Darkseer potentially. And I bring up Darkseer because I think it's a very key hero for Pvision in enabling their Earth Spirit. Their Earth Spirit is a very important hero for them because they played from no one on that mid and from 9 class on that position 4, but he's half of the equation. Without the Darkseer, they rarely go for the Earth Spirit.
We see the Treant Protector, I guess one of the best heroes this tournament. I mean, we kind of knew going into it that it would be highly contested. It was. It also was very successful, you know, considering the fact that this hero is either first pick or first ban. So I think when a hero stands above 50% win rate, even though it's being first pick and therefore counter-picked throughout the entire draft, it means it's very good.
Yeah, it says a lot about the hero because a lot of the popular heroes that have been overly contested, including the Drow Ranger that we see in the first phase of bans, is sitting at a 44% win rate. So it's important to not overreact just based on what's popular, and it seems like both of these two teams will not be doing that. When I see Train Protector, I think about Dispels. Like, they're probably looking towards Largo or Enchantress or something along those lines.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Largo versus Treant. It looked very good. It looked very successful. So we'll have to see if this is something they want to set up. I'm still looking for the plan to kind of be revealed by Pvision, like what was the Necrophos ban about, is there something they're eyeing towards that, you know, they're yet to show. The Wind Ranger, that's a pretty classic ban, I think, against BV at this point. It's been used many times by Kiritech with a lot of success. Great pairing with the Treant, obviously a very toxic lane to go to. I don't think many laners can actually enter that lane. Yeah, and we're pretty standard for now. Both teams are going to have to start revealing their cards, basically with the following picks.
To theory craft on that Necrophos ban you're talking about, no one has been playing a lot of early picks within the draft on heroes like Ember Spirit and Earth Spirit. And while BB team have not played Necrophos yet, it could be something that they talked about, that we don't care if we get Huskard, we don't care if we get Snipered, but we do have an issue dealing with Necrophos in particular.
That could very well be the answer. I think like some teams have shown that one of the answers to these popular spirits, like you named them, like Earth Spirit, Ember, probably the best two, and they've been super dominant this tournament, was Necro. So that clears the path for no one. Obviously, he has a very important role in that team, not only, you know, psychologically, I guess, as a mentor, but in game, he makes a lot of stuff happens around the map, and I think the more favorable of a matchup they can give him on his heroes, the better it will be for their tempo.
I see a scary combo in the pool for
yes.
I see Beastmaster is available and they have the Keeper of the Light.
And BB is the cuddle Beast team. They were the one introducing back, I guess, the combo to the tournament with great success, and they've also been blind picking it. It's like they're so confident in their ability to execute this lane that they don't really care what they lane against. So it would be a great pick. It would be a great pick for them. A little bit of insider information. I mean, they can't hear me, so I can just go ahead and reveal it. You know, had the chance to play a couple pubs this morning, run into GPK a couple times, and I had he was playing Call mid, and he was just destroying game after game with it. It could be, I'm just thinking maybe it's open, like they knew the hero's going to be contested by both teams, and it is a menace sometimes. Like there are games where you forget that this hero can be core, and it can be really hard to stop. They decide to steal the beast. That is pretty cool. It's a very good lane with Dark Willow. I think it's one of the better heroes against Treant on the lane, at least.
Into Dark Willow, into Beastmaster. I think they have a lot of lockdown.
In the mid game. But
नॉकडाउन
what
बहुत
I've
है,
noticed,
ब्रैम्बल्स के
specialty,
साथ
so I'm
खेल
sure he's
सकते हैं,
comfortable no matter what.
Yeah, it's quite a good
ब्रैम्बल्स के
steal.
साथ
What I like
टेरराइज
about
भी
this
है,
steal is
फिर
that it
विंटर
makes
वाइवन
sense
का
within the context of their draft as
आई
well,
मीन अल्टी
because
आती है
it
तो
will
बहुत
play against
स्ट्रॉन्ग
this
है,
trade protector, cut
बिल्कुल
all of the trees on the lane, and just
फाइट ब्रेक
simplify
भी कर
that
सकते
stage
हैं
of the
और
game.
फाइट एंगेज भी
Instead
कर
of just
सकते
like,
हैं,
oh, let's take this away, we don't want to
बिल्कुल
deal with
ऑफेंस
it.
पे भी
And
अच्छे हैं
and
और
it's just
डिफेंस पे भी
a
काफ़ी
good pick,
अच्छे हैं.
right? Like it synergizes really well with their heroes. It's a
भाई
hero they're
क्लिंक्स
very
लिया है
comfortable playing anyway, so
और
it's
क्लिंक्स
not
काफ़ी
gonna
मेटा
hurt
पे
them.
चल रहा है,
Sometimes you
बैरक्स बहुत
see
जल्दी
like steal
उड़ाते हैं,
picks.
टावर
It
ऑब्जेक्टिव्स
makes
के
sense, but
अराउंड
you're like,
खेलना
but is this really what you would
बहुत
have
स्ट्रॉन्ग
went
ऑब्जेक्टिव्स
for
के अराउंड बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग
if
हीरो
it
है
wasn't for that? If the
क्लिंक्स,
answer is no to that question, you probably should
और
not go ahead
डैमेज
and
भी
do it. But
लेट गेम डैमेज तो
Klinks, that's a classic
बहुत ज़्यादा
answer to the
देते हैं.
Beastmaster. Like extremely good lane for Klinks because Beast can basically not play with summons. Like Klinks would just dark pack them and they just give too much XP at this point. This is something the Beast cannot afford. So BB team, they already secured themselves like a very favorable safe lane. But with that being said, we've seen Beastmasters like focus on stacking and clearing that. So no team is really in trouble. Very solid drafts on both ends so far.
Yeah, and the Slardar comes out, so we get that flex potential still open. It's overall last pick for BB, so they have the chance to change it up.
It's a great pick for them because it's an anti-melee hero in the sense that we were talking about no one's hero pool, right? With a lot of these Embers and Pangos and Earth Spirits coming out, Slardar is a hero you can comfortably park against those situations. And if you get counterpicked, you just give it to Miro, and it's going to be a hero that heavily enables their Clink's pick.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Like it makes it much worse. It feels bad right now to pick Ember or Earth Spirit for no one, and he was definitely looking at these heroes because if you look at the supposedly the support duo on Bedboom on like this Cuddle, they don't have any disables, right? They don't have stuns, they can't really cross the gap, so all these spirits would thrive in this game. So now you have to ask yourself, do you still want to play Ember? It's a free Ember game, but you might run into a Slardar and the lane is going to be tough, or do you just go away from it? So very smart Slardar pick. I feel like, yeah, he proceeded with it anyway, and he will just tank the matchup. It's his call. At the end of the day, it's like, how confident are you in your ability to play from behind for the first 5 minutes of the game? And the answer for no one is very confident. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this just brings to mind the game that Pvision had yesterday versus Yandex, where they picked no one's Ember and they got Slardar, and he still cooked. Honestly, he cooked very hard, and he's one of those players that can withstand difficult matchups and make it look winning. Like, to me, the Slardar looked kind of underwhelming, but it could have been just specific to that game, because I do think he's a good solution.
It looks like a good Ember game to me. It's like, I feel like, I mean, we'll see what the last pick is, but if this Slardar fails to shut down the Ember 1 versus 1, if it is the mid matchup, it is quite worrisome if you ask me, because like this Ember is gonna reign supreme. Like the tempo that can be brought from Pvision, it is intense. Like you think of an Ember running around with this Winter Wyvern, like even if they get a good angle on him and they start stunning him, he will get saved by Wyvern. This Beast with the Dom too, they can, you know, accelerate the game and they can play 4+1 essentially, which is something that this team enjoys doing. You know, leave Satanic on his island, let him farm up and connect when he feels ready to basically go for objectives or just win the game.
Yeah. Just looking at this Ember, there is nothing for this Flame Guard as well. Like, Slardar cannot remove it. If Ember were to roam on one of the side lanes, Keeper early game will not be able to remove it, and neither will the Treant Protector. So it just feels like these rotations are gonna hit.
There's a lot of weight on the last pick on BB team, the way I see it. Like, luckily for them, they have the ultimate last pick, so they'll be able to see 5 heroes, and I'm sure they're gonna make, you know, nice use of it. But I would agree that there are angles in the draft that aren't covered, and they really need to tackle that.
For the carry pick for Pvision, some kind of gap close would be nice, because you do have a ranged carry and ranged support in Winter Wyvern. This is when you can start looking at things like Kez and Tiny that are banned out, and they do go for the PL. When you play against Clinks, you have to make sure you can get on top of him, and with this Phantom Rush build, it'll be perfect.
I mean, Necro is out. It's one of the best answers to PL in this patch. Like, a lot of anti-PL heroes are out. I'm thinking there's still Darks here, which has been, you know, a very important pick for everyone, really. All the successful teams, I guess, in this tournament. Pretty good versus Wyvern, pretty good versus PL, very good with Slardar. It might give them a little bit of the, you know, the magic damage that they missed. They go for the Timber. That's also a pretty good pick, actually, in this game. Very interesting pick. The lane is very good, I believe, versus PL. It should be. And Timber Coddle, like, Coddle is a great enabler of Timber. Obviously, the cooldown reduction on the spells, the ability to stack and to clear stacks really early on. Miero has to carry the game with this Timber, I have to say. Like, this has to be like a position 1 Timber kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Timber can do a lot, but if he doesn't snowball, I can see the game getting out of hand very quickly. What Timber does add to this draft as well is magic damage, because between this Slardar plus Clinks, they're heavily physical, and that's easy to play when there's an Ember, you know, like he's just gonna flame guard and cook. But with the Timber Saw, suddenly he's threatened a little bit more.
Yes.
But I do worry about later on in the game, because you kind of have a means to kill this Timber anyway with the Dark Willow Bedlam plus any kind of disable from either Ember or Beast. Like, it's not a free Timber game by any means.
No, it isn't. This Timber needs to have a very good laning phase and to get ahead and to stay ahead. And then, but Timber has the ability to carry this game, I would say. Like, if this Timber gets out of control, he will take over the game. So I think they really utilized well the last pick, because again,
काफी अच्छे
there
picks
were
दिख रहे हैं
holes in
अभी
the
तक
draft that I think are covered now. Now it comes down to
मतलब
how well
both
can you
side
execute.
कह सकते हैं सटाने
Are there any holes from the other
Yeah.
side? Are there any problems that BV is throwing Pvision's way that Pvision hasn't properly solved yet themselves?
I mean, I think the Train Protector is always going to be an X factor, because with that living armor and no dispel against it in the early game, it can clutch some engagements, clutch some trades. We talked about Slardar versus Ember being important. Put the armor on that Slardar and suddenly that lane becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, if you think, I mean, if you put some distance now with our train of thoughts and we look at just the lanes, I feel like BB team, they have secured themselves what they really enjoy the most, which is having dominant lanes. Like, they're running Treant Clinks versus a Beast lane. That's super favorable for them. They're running a Slaughter versus Ember mid, which again should go in Slaughter's favor. Obviously, it is no one playing Ember, but still it is GPK playing Slaughter. And I feel like a Timber Call lane cannot go wrong. It's like you're just gonna, either you're winning the lane or you're just damage controlling by clicking your spells off cooldown and playing for stack. So they could just run away with that good of an early game that, you know, they're just unstoppable.
So for Pvision, it is very important to make sure they don't bleed too much in those first like 10-ish minutes.
Every wave is going to matter, because we've seen what BB team can do with an early lane advantage.
We have seen that. It is not pretty for the receiving team, that is for sure.
ये मैच में बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट होगा कि टिम्बर अगर कंट्रोल हो पाए तो आई गेस Pvision का अच्छा चांस है जीतने के लिए, वरना लेट गेम दोनों टीम का काफ़ी स्ट्रांग है. टिम्बर इजीली मरता नहीं है लेट गेम, और स्लाटर भी बहुत अनाय करता है. क्रश वगैरह सपोर्ट्स वगैरह पे बिल्कुल चढ़ने के लिए आइडियल होता है.
And we're here with BB Team versus Pvision. We've already
I
got
guess
some early
mid-game
scouting
timings
from
भी
Katomi,
काफ़ी
as he's
डिपेंड
going to be
करेगा
playing the
कि
Train
मिड
Protector,
किसका
getting
अच्छा
some
जाता है.
early information against Pvision.
Ember
and
is
who
always
is
good
going to get
as a
that
better
first blood,
rotation.
Avery?
A lot on the line in this game one.
I
We've
think
seen how
Slaughter
much
कभी
pressure can
काफ़ी अच्छा
exist
रोटेशन देता
as
है.
these series go later and later. You
And
want to get off
then
to a good start here. You want to start the game
it all
momentum,
depends
and
on the
particularly
skills.
between these two
इन
teams in
दोनों
terms
के
of the
picks
strategy
अच्छे लग
to
रहे हैं अभी तक.
drafting. That's where this game one
Equal
matters
सा
a
game
lot.
लग रहा है बहुत.
You're trying to force some of your
दोनों
strong
का लेट
heroes early on in this series, and if they falter, then you start to question them. Maybe they're not as strong as we thought. Maybe they're not going to propel us to this series win. This is where you can strike first, gain that edge, and say, hey, like, our idea of the meta right now is just flat out better. What are you going to do about it? So I always think this game one in the series defines a lot in terms of what we're going to see over the long run. And I like what Seb talked about. He said, you know, grand finals always have a meta of their own. And you have to respect that. You can't lean too much into your knowledge of the tournament as a whole. You have to kind of feel the flow of the series. What's actually working, what's not. What is particular about the matchup between these two teams and how you feel in the game, and that's where these two coaches
ये
have to
कुछ
listen to
नई
their
चीज़
players,
देखने को मिल रही है.
respect
पहली रेंज
what they're
फ्लिप मार
viewing
दिया,
from an
सिक्योर
outside
कर दिया.
perspective and make it all come together as you progress through
मतलब सही भी है. आई
potentially
थिंक
5 games here.
लेन पुश
And I feel
करके
like,
अपने
I
टावर
mean,
पे
is there a player matchup
लेना
that you feel
लेना
like is
चाहेंगे.
really emblematic of these two teams matching against
अच्छी
each other?
स्ट्रैटेजी लगी.
I view the mid
मैं
lane.
अपने
If
गार्डियन
you look at no one, this guy, he is
गेम
the
में यूज़ कर सकता हूँ
consistency
इतनी
god. He
स्ट्रैटेजी.
is probably the most consistent mid laner that we've ever had in Dota 2 over such a long time
छाड़
period.
देना है
And once more, he
अंदर
will
का
rise to the
टावर
grandest
पे
of
के अंदर
stages
घुस
where the
के.
lights are brightest to try and claim his first world championship that he's never been able to get. And on the flip side, you have GPK.
फ्लेम गार्ड लिया है
This
पहले
is a
लेवल
modern
1
mid.
में.
All right, this is not your
I
old
think
school
sustain
archetype.
करना
This is a
चाहते
guy
हैं.
who's redefining what the mid lane looks like in the last 5 years in particular, and he has had one of the biggest
सारा देना है.
prime performances,
और
especially
Treant
in that last TI, in
बहुत
terms
स्ट्रांग
of
होते हैं
what does the
गेम में.
mechanical
आई थिंक
mid
डेड
look
है.
like. Kataomi, he will snatch the first blood here. The Treant might be slow, but he's off to a fast start here.
And a late Shadow Realm from 9 class, a rare mistake there from the young 4 position of Pvision. So a good start for BB Team. I like that you pointed out the mid laners. I mean,
लेकिन
especially
ये
since
लेन काफ़ी
BB Team have always been a squad that
थोड़ा
I
एक दो
feel
लेवल
like
के बाद
is made up
टिम्बर
more of
ज़्यादा चढ़ेंगे
individual
इस लेन
skill
पे.
than a full team. They're
All right, everybody
PL
points this
ज़्यादा कुछ
roster.
करता
Oh
नहीं
man,
है
they've got some of the best
टिम्बर
players in every single one of their positions, and I think that's continued
आई
every
थिंक
single
इवन ही
one of
लेन
their
जाएगी
rosters this year.
ज़्यादा
It's
कुछ देखने को
continued
मिलेगा
to
नहीं
do so
टॉप लेन में
despite the change up of
बॉटम में ही
carries,
होगा
right, to
जो
pick up
फाइट
a
होगी
heritage. I think was the biggest question mark, and he has certainly
और
proven
मेन ये
that
है
he
कि
deserves
मिड
to be
लेन
on
कौन
this grand
जीतेगा
final stage.
I think he's really brought this team
तो ये
together. Like they have a lot
बहुत
more
ही
identity as a
फैक्टर करेगा
five-man unit. It's not all
ये
about
मिड
the
लेन में
individual
बेटर
plays.
कौन
That, of course,
प्लेस
is still there. You
आज
still have
निकाल
GPK
जाए
as the KDA leader for this event, and Save is number 3. So, like, these two guys are the standout
और
players for me in the squad. They
दाखिलो
always will be.
फुल करती
If
हुई
they're
थी
feeling
आज
their
लग रहा है
gear,
अलग ही
popping off in
स्ट्रैटेजी
a
लेके
series,
आए
you
हैं
always have a chance to win, but it
बिल्कुल
has to be the
क्रीप्स
team
लेने
coming
नहीं
together
देंगे
because Pvision, they're the highest KDA team of the event. Like, these guys are crushing it as a five-man squad. Their strategies are on point. They understand their win conditions, and that is what strikes me the most. Can you stop Pvision getting to that 30-35-minute high ground where the game just ends?
Yeah, they just rolled over so many teams
Exactly.
in that area. It feels like the game is like maybe slightly favored their way, and then they just blow the whole thing wide open.
Can't afford to give up some of those big core kills around that 25-30-minute Roshan where Pvision just run away with it. I think one thing for BB is they are a very strong laning team. And that is something that Pvision have exploited against some of their, not necessarily weaker opponents, but weaker laning opponents.
Yeah.
When you gain that early edge, it's a lot easier to find those mid-game Roshans and just go high ground early. You're not going to find that edge against BB. Like, we just do not see this team lose lanes. You can draw. You can go even. You can eke out some minor victories, but you're not going to beat GPK mid in almost any matchup. You're not going to crush Kiritich on this safe lane. And as we're seeing here, you gave Miro last pick, so he's pretty cruising up here in a very good Timber game with Chalker Magic to back him up. You can potentially get stacks. You can potentially play more aggressive with the infinite mana pool. This is a hard laning setup for Pvision to gain any advantage in a game one.
Hey, do you feel like this is a lane that they should win pretty heavily? Is this a matchup that you're looking at? Is Timbersaw is going to win this lane, maybe even kill the Phantom Lancer early on?
Over the long run, for sure.
Okay.
There's just not a lot of room for any sort of pushback. Like, Wyvern is terrible against Timber too. This is one of Wyvern's worst matchups in Dota. Your Embrace is useless. Your ult is useless. You do slow burn damage that Timber doesn't really care about. He buys Lotuses. He can buy Dispels. Like, it's a miserable matchup here for the Wyvern, so we have to look for Ducalis to find impact elsewhere in this game. He does have the advantage of playing against two physical heroes in the Slaughter and the Clinks. So if he can find a way to use Embrace against those two, get some nice calls like we've seen him early in this tournament, I have some faith that this first pick Wyvern will have impact in this game, but the last pick Timber is not the point of attack for him. And that's another reason this lane should go well for Miro. Just not a lot you can do to kick the Timber out of here.
And in which case, we already have the Sardar mid matchup against an Ember Spirit, where he is favored. GPK may be favored as a laner against no one as well. So that's going to go the way
काफी
of
own
BB
कर
team.
रहे हैं
And then
GPK
you've got
मिड
the
पे
Clinks versus
पिछला ये
Beastmaster,
लास्ट टाइम
which
ये
is a
मैचअप
favorite
देखा था
matchup
तो इतना
for
ओन
BB
नहीं
team
हुए
as
थे
well. So it feels like this is going to be a
तो इस
game
बार
one
कुछ ज़्यादा ही
where
ओन कर
BB
रहा है
team walk away with
GPK ने बिल्कुल ही
potentially a
28 लास्ट हिट 15 देना है
PL's doing the
इतने
best of
लास्ट हिट
everybody
नहीं है
here,
एम्बर के
which
बताओ
is a good sign for them
इतने
to
डिनाई
deal
कर
with
रहे
this
थे
hero to get to his timings as
बिल्कुल
quickly
ही
as possible.
absolute
But you're right, it's going to
harassment
be a BB team lane victory in this game one, and I think that could be a trend for the series. However, I don't know if Pvision mind. Again, I think they're playing for the mid game. They're
I
playing for
guess
when this five-man lineup comes
Timber
together,
अब
and the
काफी
team
स्ट्रांग है
fighting
इस लेन पे
is the scariest thing about this squad.
देखो चेन भी नहीं
As long
ली
as
है उन्हें
someone
पता
has
है
a
कि
good
भाई
start,
क्या
you
ही
can
कर
always play
लेंगे
around that hero.
बचने के लिए कुछ ज़रूरत भी नहीं
Just
है
has to be one of the two or the three here. Make space for the Phantom Lancer. You're going to be cruising.
BB team just cannot seem to get this top lane pulled back in any fashion. Ducalis has easy camp open. He's blocking away the hard camp, though. They do manage to get this pull now.
They have a couple stacks brewing, too. So they haven't been able to get the pull, but you're getting stacks on that triangle. Neither of those camps got blocked out early. You're looking at the early invasion from Pvision. If the Ember were having an absolutely free Ember game, that's where it would come from. But no one, he's getting pushed off mid. GPK is doing his job in this matchup. Took a commanding lead. No one just forced to jungle
पहला
very
मैच
early
तो
here.
काफी heavily favored है BB team
Gonna have to play from behind.
This is something that we saw in the semifinals, but it didn't go as well. The Ember Spirit was still able to get through the laning phase pretty well against the Slardar, and then ultimately became the monster that we've seen the entire tournament along. I mean, you pointed to Ember Spirit as being the hero of the tournament, and well, we'll see if it's the hero of this grand finals or if this is where it's going to finally falter. Katomi sneaking around from behind. Bonk's 9 class. They have the crush to slow him down even further. And a bash is going to do a lot. Not quite enough, though. The cold embrace will bail out 9 class for now.
TP करेंगे काफी लोग एम्बर भी वापस आ चुका है लेकिन हाँ किल्स नहीं मिलेंगी 3 ओरो बहुत स्ट्रांग है स्लाटर पे जा नहीं सकते TNT बहुत फैट है सटाने की हालत खराब कर रखी है बिल्कुल
the pressure that
टिम्बर
Timber
ने
saw.
अकेला
So he
छोड़ोगे तो
might have gotten
बिल्कुल
the early laning phase. He's still walking away
हरस
with the
करेंगे।
best CS, but the pressure is mounting up from that Timber saw.
Beautiful execution of your lane advantage. You go to the highest pressure lane where the Ember's the most susceptible, still not level 6 for no one, not a hero that Pvision want to fight around, and you have two side laners that also have some good matchups here. So when you leave them in the vacuum, they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to kick the other two cores off the lane. You're putting a lot of pressure on the map, Katome. I don't know if you're winning this battle.
Nice try.
He'll look for it. He'll pay the price. Nice little pickup for Noticed as he pushes towards that helm. They're on the board.
किल मिलती थी नोटिस को, बहुत ही ज़रूरी किल थी। 29 लास्ट हिट और 50 लास्ट, बिल्कुल तीनों लेन बहुत ख़राब जाती थी अभी तक पाविजन की। पीएल का थोड़ा काम है, बट
Doppelgangers away. Miro starts taking the aggro, and this is a tower that's gonna, I mean, likely just die unless Pvision moves some supports over here.
No, you don't want to come up to this lane. Nobody wants to fight this Timber this early on. I think your best item is going to be the Vessel against him, but because the Ember's so far behind, that's going to be the most delayed here. His Timber Saw is going to be a problem in this game. He has Chakra Magic backup, he has Living Armor backup, he's not on his own. You can have the
यही प्रॉब्लम होती है यार, एम्बर का अच्छा गेम नहीं जाए मिड पे तो, और रोटेशन से भी नहीं निकाल पाए किल्स, तो स्केलिंग में दिक्कत करता है बहुत। बिल्कुल इतना फास्ट फार्मर नहीं है, तो रोटेशन पे बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंड करता है और लेवल्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंड करता है। और जितने मिड पे एक्सपी खा जा रहे हैं ये सब,
Ember Slaughter matchup in some of the other series, and it did not go this poorly. So little lane execution making a big difference.
Take the stack and reblock it. The BB team are going to take their own
आई
stacks and
थिंक
their own
अभी जब
triangle
ड्राफ्ट कर
right
रहे
now.
थे लेन के बारे में इतना
Which
नहीं
is
सोचा,
what no one was hoping to
जितना उन्होंने
interrupt the
गेम
Ember Spirit.
ड्राफ्ट
We've seen these
करने के
Ember
बारे में
Spirits just
सोचा
be
है।
able to play in enemy triangles and interrupt stacks so many times. And
Steal 3 small gold.
all right, he got 29 gold away from them.
Hey, everything counts then.
And similar game plans apparently from the 5 positions. Ducalis comes over and blocks that medium camp.
This is the real damage. Like this, it's not just you're getting so many stacks here, it's the efficiency about it, right? It happens very quickly. It doesn't cost you anything because you have Chakra Magic. Just such a nice injection. And what's happening besides that? You're still just getting beat off of the mid lane.
GPK hits the bash right as he comes out of the cold embrace there. Does a little extra damage.
Very strong start. You're going to smoke GPK at the end of this. That's that same smoke that was used for the Ancients, by the way.
काफी नेटवर्क लीड है मतलब टिम्बर पे, इतना अर्ली गेम, बहुत जल्दी ब्लिंक बना के आएंगे।
He's going to be stuck in the cold embrace. We'll just delay his death a few seconds.
Maybe they get the tree at mid. This would be a little something for no one. Has a blood grenade.
In GPK, he's going to hit the crush on no one. No one tries to finish him off with the slight. The blood grenade did miss.
Yeah, that's some extra gold thrown away.
Patomi lives.
I feel like that TP from GPK was just saying, like, no, I'm not going to give you anything in this game.
Yeah.
I don't care if that TP is good for me, but I know it's bad for you.
Look at this rotation. Notice. And Kiritich both pushing in for the 10-minute power rune here. Save is kind of stuck in the river, but with GPK pushing these heroes back through the mid lane, now they're going to turn around, roar on him. Here comes a blast, though, to try and heal up GPK with the crush landing on a lot of heroes. It's just all not enough. Timber with a big hit. The Timber chain and the whirling death doing some big
टिम्बर आ गया तो गेम ही
damage.
खत्म है भाई, बहुत स्ट्रांग है अभी अर्ली गेम पे।
Fighting alongside this Miro. Yeah, they're going to keep it going. He started backing away, but I think Kiritich is making the call. Bro, where are you going? We can win this fight.
I love 10 heroes in the mid lane at 10
Already
minutes. This is
9 minutes
your
तक आया।
average European pub right here.
That's right.
सीधा लोटस जाने की ट्राई कर रहे हैं इसके बाद।
Nobody wants to give that power. That is the importance of these runes in this game.
काफी अच्छा है
The
वैसे।
importance of winning that clash. It's just an
PL का
escalation,
first
right?
kill,
If you're going to bring some heroes, we
embrace
have to
को
bring one
counter
more. And
करता है।
if we bring one more, then we have to bring our carry into the fight. It's only the PL that doesn't want to join that exchange, which very
Gambles
reasonable.
को भी
I think if
dispel
PL
कर
joined
सकते
that, everybody would have been confused.
Bring a knife. I bring a gun. Both teams ended up bringing a bazooka to the mid lane. And the clash does result in BB team having a decent lead off this laning phase, 3,000. Yeah, a lot of bounties. Ooh.
You really have to be careful of how much the Timber gets in some of these cleanup situations, because he is the raid boss here. At least until the PL is ready to join and have his own presence.
And what is BB team's plan here for this Phantom Lancer? Is this a game? Is this the kind of hero in their lineup? Are they able to hunt down this Phantom Lancer, or are they just going to be playing to kind of win the 5 versus 4? Hope they keep the rest of Pvision down enough.
टिम्बर पे माना नहीं है तो चढ़े हैं दोनों पे शायद। सोल रेंज से बचेंगे, लेकिन मर सकते हैं। I think और चेज नहीं करेंगे, टिम्बर चेन।
It does say something that the Timbersaw gets pushed out of lane like that.
Oh, for sure. Space for this Phantom Lancer to gain some map control, force the Timber back into the fountain. Map presence will pick up from Kiritich the second that Deso's online. He's not a player who is likely to AFK when you have this sort of lead early on. You can join any of the fights, collect some of those Deso charges. You're going to feel great about it, especially with this tree scouting so much territory. Kataomi has just been an invading force in this early game.
We've seen his playstyle. He doesn't really care if he lives or dies as long as he's getting good information, breaking smokes. It's kind of one of those supports that is just always going to be on the enemy side of the map.
I like this lane pull. One, you're dodging that Slardar in the mid lane, but two, you're kind of soft scouting the stacks.
Sure.
Like, while you have this haste rune, while you have that get out of jail free card, there's no way no one dies on the map right now, so you may as well get as aggressive as possible with your farming pattern, give as much information to the team. This is a kind of a cheeky smoke to bypass that.
This is a tough kill to
Very
land.
tough kill.
They're going to lead off with the crush. Doppelganger's going to be the danger here. If he gets far enough away, they have him on the Chakram. They managed to get the real Solar Bind on the real Phantom Lancer, but he's already underneath the tier 2. It's not worth.
Way too hard to bring him down. Unless you have overgrowth on the follow-up, you just don't have the stuns for the Phantom Lancer this game.
Right.
I would almost like to see them have gone into triangle. Again, ignore PLs, shut down the other heroes, because I think you have more reliable ways to take them down.
So the first reveal of the Blink Dagger for GPK doesn't really amount to much here. No one's going to try and continue to draw attention around this mid lane. It is freeing up our side laners quite a bit. Overgrowth. And let's see if they chain all the stuns here well enough. Well, Bash and Crush is not good enough, and no one's now going to get away with the haste rune. So this is exactly what he wants. Drawing heroes to the mid lane, away from his Phantom Lancer, away from his Beastmaster.
Power the haste rune in that situation. He knows
स्पेस
his
बनाते
limits.
हैं अभी इन तक मेरे ख्याल
Very
से
few
ज़्यादा
early
इम्पैक्ट दे नहीं
stuns
पाएंगे
on
तो
this PB
स्पेस
squad.
बना
That's
रहे
something they're going to have to recognize. You can maybe end up in a situation where you get like a cheeky double crush with Chakra Magic going into GBK at the right time, but that's about it. Wonderful to see some sort of early disable come out. Like, sometimes you could go Atos on the Timber for an extra stun here. I don't think any of these heroes really want to buy an early Orchid. Otherwise, your options are pretty limited in this lineup. Maybe Save will buy something cheeky, sometimes we see a rush some crazy item on the Coddle to help with your lockdown situation, but otherwise you have to understand these smoke plays are not going to be that efficient. You're going to have to just look for extra farm, take areas away, and kind of put Pvision in a spot where they feel pressured to fight into you. There's a wisdom shrine taken away by the Wyvern.
Nicely done by Decalis.
Super big pickup for him. You need some extra levels on this hero.
I would say another option for Disable, right, would be Orchid Clinks. We've seen some of these Clinks build that item, but because he's matched up against Phantom Lancer, he kind of just needs the raw damage output. You have to go Deso, you have to go Shard, and then from there, it feels like you just always have to build more damage in order to threaten him in all his solutions.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Orchid on in this game. I think it's a way too risky of a pickup. Maybe you get 1 or 2 connections on the Ember, but how much does that change the game?
Yeah.
Like, it's not your job as Clinks to shut down this Ember right now. It's your job to kind of deal with some of the beast pressure and assassinate the back line. Maybe the Orchid give you some value against the supports. That could be in a consideration, but I doubt we'll see it here.
Agreed. Well, he's kept the Beastmaster from taking the tower. Another jump here from GPK. But again, a lack of disables. No one is pretty unconcerned about this whole thing.
This is more the Ember Slaughter matchup. Like, GPK did a really good job early, but I do feel this is pretty Ember favored as we go into the mid game. The chain's controlling you.
Trying to land the Bramble. Now threatening the Terrorize, trying to catch up to the Bedlam. Blinding Light pushes back 9 class, limiting the damage. And Save is going to live for now. With Miro showing up, everyone's going to back away. Miro's going to try and run him down. Kiritich joining in here.
Once a Deso hit.
Got to get those charges where you can. Night Class gets bursted down nice and quick. Kiritich is scouting out. They make a jump there from GPK. Satanic.
They're going to bite the bait.
This is going to bite. They're going to go for the illusion. He's now duking his way. He made his way out with the TP. He's good.
Nice jukes, nice space created.
Juke करते हुए भाई
push coming through from the Beastmaster, going to force a response out from BB.
Satanic Juke must
They're
है
going to bring
भाई.
the Timbersaw in to defend.
And it's classic Pvision. We're seeing them just kind of move you around the map. You unsuccessfully are chasing heroes. Towers are being hit on the other side of the map. As a result,
काफी hard kill है अंदर
But again, this
इस game
isn't
पे.
a threat. I don't think he dies here.
और रेमनेंट बिल्कुल छेड़ रहे हैं हमेशा, बिल्कुल कोई गलती नहीं।
Ready to go. Is it going to be enough? It's close, but he got off the sleight of fist and into the remnant again. BB team trying so hard to kill an Ember Spirit who just will not die.
You have to be able to find these pickoffs against Pvision, or they're going to
एल्म ऑफ
help Army
ओवरलॉर्ड
right
आ
now.
चुका है।
Lead has
ब्लिंक
not grown
आने के
since
बाद
that end of the
मेरे
early
ख्याल
game
से
in 10 minutes. In
Pvision
fact, it's gone Pvision's
फाइट
way.
बैक करना स्टार्ट करेगी।
It's PL sucking more
अभी
out of the map right now.
बस
The Beast is getting the lanes in
थोड़ा
without
फार्म
dying.
कर रही है, थोड़ा नेटवर्थ आई थिंक
And in some ways,
बराबर
that's
लाने
the
की
guy
ट्राई
you
कर
would
रही
have
है।
liked to have hunt the most here. Is the Beastmaster. Take him off the
और
map.
ये अच्छा नहीं चल रहा है
Triangle,
वैसे
take
देखा
away
जाए
the
तो बीबी
ancient
टीम के
space,
लिए।
play around the tree and scouting.
जैसा उनका गेम गया था अर्ली गेम,
Yeah, we
चाहते
never saw deep
उनके लिए होना चाहिए था कि ये
smoke plays into the right
थोड़ा फाइट
corner
जीते,
camps there. So
पिकअप्स
much they didn't
निकाले
play for the
इधर उधर।
14-minute wisdom shrine, for example.
I thought that was going to be
तो
the point of
स्मोक
attack because
गैंग्स
you had
भी
this
मेरे
Clinks
ख्याल
against
से
the
नहीं
Beast who
कर पा
took the
रहे,
early
नहीं
tier
कर
1
रहे हैं।
tower. You can kind of get in there. He can help you do it. You have
लेकिन
living armor
ये
to back you
गेम
up. It would have
लग
been a
रहा है
nice
कि
area
लेट
to get
जाएगा
into.
थोड़ा,
I
तो
just
जा
never saw
सकता है
it happen,
काफी।
which means you have to go back to some stacking, some efficiency of your own, and make sure this Timbersaw keeps getting fat alongside the Clinks here. That's going to be your real scaling power against the PL in
एक भी
particular.
चार्ज नहीं
It
है
is a good
Clinks
matchup
पे।
for the Timber. You're in the top 5 here statistically, so
और
it's
ये
got to count for
एम्बर
something.
दोबारा तंग
How
करने आ
good
गए,
do you think this Timbersaw
प्रेशर
is
करे आ रहे हैं,
now that
तंग
he no
करे आ
longer
रहे हैं।
has, the double chakram, his Ags? Is that a suitable replacement against Phantom Lancer? Is that actually any good for said hero?
You're a damage threat over the long run in a team fight, but you're not a hero that controls him. And I don't know, personally, I feel like whenever I play against PL, I at least want one hero that can lock him down and set up some of your other damage sources. Otherwise, it just feels like he's running through the fight. And yeah, the Timber's going to put some damage into him, but he's not killing him that fast. He's not controlling him. You're not a threat to the Timber. So in that sense, Miro has free reign in the fight as well, and you can kind of play around him on the front line.
So stuns are just always going to be a problem, it sounds like. It's a problem early, and it's going to be a problem for the rest of the game.
Might prompt early hexes here.
Yeah.
Maybe if they, like that 30-40 minute hex that can set a lot more up in the team fight, we could see that come out from the Timber.
Coddle is a great hero.
Yeah, Coddle as well.
Rush aside the Vice. Sentry is going to
That's who they want.
But they do manage to get the jump of the Beast.
और इस बार फाइनली एक गैंग सक्सेसफुल।
And some Deso charges.
That is how you want these smokes to land.
सारे पांचों के पांचों प्लेयर आए थे एक साथ।
Don't need as much control. And you can just translate that into a quick objective here. 30 seconds off the map for the Beast. That's enough to do Roshan with this heavy physical lineup.
And they can also
बिल्कुल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स खेल रहे हैं, जैसे कि क्लेम्स के साथ करना चाहिए। फाइट पिकअप्स निकालो, ऑब्जेक्टिव्स सुबह करो, रोशान लो अगर ले सकते हो तो।
He's going to be in your head.
कंटेस्ट भी नहीं कर रहे हैं एम्बर। I think थोड़ा लेट हो गया कंटेस्ट करने पे। Now they won't be able to fight.
But it's not the end all be all.
यहाँ पर थोड़ा तंग करेंगे मेरे ख्याल से एम्बर, मिड वेव कट करेंगे, थोड़ा कैंप्स लेने का ट्राई करेंगे, फिर भाग जाएंगे।
No one once again just right next to tier 2s, tier 3s, knowing that, I mean, even if they could kill him, probably not even worth making your way that far back on the map. And that has gotten an Ags Phantom Lancer. So PL is the first step to kind of being online. Manta is like a farming item, but Ags actually gives you something to work with.
Very nice item against the Clinks. A lot of extra damage in the fight. There's the Tormentor. Shard to the tree. Pretty nice here. Some extra map control with those eyes. And you're still defending
काफी
this tier
फार्म
1
है
mid.
पीएल पे, मतलब एक्स और मांटा ऑलरेडी बना चुके हैं।
So some decent map
लिंक्स पे
control
भी
and some
काफी
decent
फार्म
network
है,
advantage
जैसो
for BB to play with. Let's see what they can do with it during this Aegis period. Who
और
they
ड्रैगन
choose
लाइन्स
to
के
hunt,
साथ बैठे हैं।
who they can successfully hunt. Those are two very different things.
BB team has definitely done a better
मेरे
job
ख्याल
of
से
utilizing
क्रिस्टल्स
the
भी
Stream
ऑलमोस्ट
Protector
बनने
than
वाला
some of the
होगा
other
एट
teams we've
दिस
seen,
पॉइंट,
right? Keeping
या
their
बन
tier
चुका
1
होगा।
towers, every single one of them up over 20 minutes against a Beastmaster in particular.
Yeah, even going to defend this bottom tier 1 against the creeps. Take some more gold for themselves, plus 250. Kill that Cannibal, keeps all your tier 1s alive, and that's another reason no one's just doing this back lane cutting. Like, if you have these tier 1 towers up, you have to accumulate some map pressure somehow. This is pretty nice for the team, abusing his invincibility. Will you run out of damage, though? There's a nice timing for BB where they're going to have a lot of sustain. Living Armor, Coddle Blast, Timber Regen already has a Lotus online. The Clinks can be pretty tanky. That's a lot of
टिम्बर
HP
गया
to
है,
get
कोई
through.
फार्म नहीं मिला है, नीचे फाइट हो रही है, मास्टर दिखा दे भाई।
Come back again. What is the game plan here if you're Katomi? You're going to bonk him, overgrowth him, maybe a crush, then a bash, and then that's the last of your disables.
You can sap some XP.
That is true. Maybe they at least kick him
they're
out.
gonna try.
And move the overgrowth. Get the bash to chain it. Now the crush. That was really well played. GPK
बहुत
with
अच्छा था
holding on to the bash hit
टिम्बर
just for that
डैमेज
extra bit of
दिखाते
timer
हुए
to allow the Timbersaw to get there
मिड
in
गेम
time.
में
They
काफी
actually
स्ट्रांग
put it
होता है
together
टिम्बर
this time.
And you know what? He dies because he also didn't have fuels on the
लेट
courier.
गेम
The
भी
courier got
काफी
sniped by
अनॉय करता है
Heritage earlier, so he's missing a lot of extra net worth.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's bails him out
लेकिन
there,
मिड
but they
गेम
probably made
डैमेज
the
तो
play
बहुत
like
ही
he has
ज्यादा
no
होता है
dispel in this situation. The Treen can set up. He's
और
not just
ये
going to be able to
मिड
use
गेम
himself
की
out of it
टाइमिंग हिट कर
instantly.
रहे हैं लोटस सांजन
Very
का
nice read. Perfect
सांजन
execution.
याशा
No one was also part of the reason he was playing there. He had
I
illusion
mean,
in the
Sanjay
bottom,
Kaya
right, which is a free
बना के
dispel
बैठे हैं
against overgrowth, but it timed out right before Train Protector makes that play. Probably part of the reason Katomi made the call there.
Well, the illusions are still cutting the wave, so I guess he's alive even in death. Gets a flag bearer creep, and maybe one more here. Gold efficiency
एम्बर
right there.
शार्ड अगला ले रहे हैं फिर शिवास जा रहे हैं बेसिक बिल्ड
All right, start cutting into that dire
कभी कभी
side map.
बीकेबी भी जाते हैं शायद
You've got some nice defensive
बीकेबी
boards already
भी
laid
अच्छा
out here.
लग रहा है इस गेम
Though
में
one of these is going to
मे
expire
बी
soon, but
क्योंकि
they've got
बर्स्ट
another one to
पोटेंशियल बहुत
try
ज़्यादा
and
है
protect Satanic and the farming at the top part of the map.
Eyeing up no one again.
स्पेल डैमेज
Still
कम
doesn't
होता
have
है
that
तो
fuels off that courier.
इवन दो
Almost gets
टिम्बर का
crushed.
ट्रू डैमेज होता है फर्स्ट किल लेकिन इट काउंट्स एज अ स्पेल डैमेज तो स्पेल डैमेज रिड्यूस होता है बीकेबी में
It's going to be pretty brutal for Pvision to play against this early on.
स्टिल
They're doing
बीकेबी
a
इज अ
nice
गुड
job
आइटम
getting weight
अगेंस्ट
cut going though.
यू
Like even
नो
this
नेगेटिंग द
9-class move
डैमेज
up
ऑफ
here is
टिम्बर
really annoying. Even if you kill him off of this, you don't feel great doing it. It's just delaying your push top. This tier 2, it's going to get glyphed, in fact.
And he sees the chase coming his way. The TP gets out before GPK hits the crush.
Perfectly timed. That lets
बिल्कुल
the Ember go into
रैट
mid. It lets the
स्ट्रैटेजी
Beast
यूज
creeps
कर रहे
push
हैं
in
अभी
bottom. This forces
पार्टीजन वाले
TPs down to the bottom of the map out of BB. Not what they
प्रेशर
wanted
करना
for their
चाहते हैं
starter
बस
to have
अभी
to deal
बीस्ट
with
मास्टर
this.
के मिनियन से
And maybe you can look for a fight here. Your PL is still
और
really
पीएल
hard in
के
this game.
ताकि पीएल को स्पेस मिले
300 last
इजी
hits,
कैचअप नहीं
no
मिले
deaths.
तो प्रेशर कर रहे हैं लेन्स नो वन खुद जा रहे हैं टियर 2 टियर 3 के पीछे जाके लेन्स फेस कट कर रहे हैं ताकि प्रेशर बने टावर पे और दूसरी साइड से बीस्ट मास्टर अपने मिनियंस भेज के मतलब टावर पे प्रेशर कर रहे हैं
He's just kind of wandering around looking for heroes,
Now
kind
they
of
are
blind smoking
smoking,
into
but,
areas,
I don't
hoping
think
he
they
gets
have
something.
damage.
He actually might, not even off the smoke. Gets the stun onto no one.
एम्बर
First
पकड़ा
no
है
one
लेकिन
ready
भाग
to jump
जाएंगे
to his remnant,
obviously
but there is Fuel Scepter. They already had a sentry laid
Flames
out. Get
पकड़े
some extra
हैं
vision on
मर
Heritage
सकते
here.
हैं
Still is
But
Aegis.
it's an Aegis, so this is not really a Pvision
लेकिन
play
हाँ
whatsoever. Nightclass gets himself maybe killed
टीम
though.
की कमी है
Hero looks to run him down, got the invisibility, and now he's going to try and juke it, but there's Say blasts him down with a blinding light.
That does a lot more damage than it used to.
That is true, yeah.
और सेव आके दिल चुराते
BKB
हुए
arriving for GPK down on that bottom gives you the confidence to go in there. There's the
Kill
BKB
लेते
for
हुए
the Timber, so you're hitting a really nice timing here on the second half of this Aegis. You can still pressure some towers.
पिकअप मिला
You have to
ऑब्जेक्टिव
assume
पूरा करो
that
पिकअप
Pvision
मिला
are going to dodge you for most of
रोशान
this
लो
game
पिकअप मिला टावर लो
until there's an important enough objective
बिल्कुल
where you can force the
गेम
fight.
ऑफ एट्रिशन हो रहा
And
है
that's going to be your moment to group up and strike. But until
नेटवर्क
then,
लीड
take
इतना ज़्यादा
advantage of the
नहीं है
fact that they're dodging you on the
24
map.
मिनट्स में
Get greedy,
अच्छा खासा है ठीक ठाक है
cut some
लेकिन
lanes of your own,
इतना ज़्यादा नहीं है
make
कि
some
फाइट
quick
बैक ना
two-man
कर
play
पाए
to kick people out of areas, but
बेसिकली
don't
मेरे ख्याल से
overcommit the full
पारविजन ने
squad.
एट दिस पॉइंट आइटम्स का वेट
If
कर
your
लिया
BB team, let's say you go through, Pvision successfully dodges you. You pick up a Roshan, you get the second Aegis. So you
थिंग्स
go
के
on high ground with
ऑलमोस्ट
this
बेसिक
Aegis,
आइटम
if you
सारे आ
never
चुके
find
हैं
that pick off, that is
दसों
the
के दो
obvious,
चार्जेस
okay,
हैं
we can go
क्रिस्टल्स
high
है
ground with this. Are you willing to go
और
for
ड्रैगन
a high
लैंस है
ground push
बीकेबी
early
है
on
बूट्स है
in a 5v5?
I think so. I think you
बिल्कुल
can
फाइट
put the
कर
clinks
सकते
up
हैं
there, let him
किसी
siege it with the long attack range. He has living
रैंडम
armor, you have
नैसर का भी
call
अभी
sustain.
स्टार्ट ही आ गया है
Right?
लेकिन
You're not
एक
gonna be
आइटम
able
और
to
लगेगा
outsmale
अभी भी
too easily here
टीम फाइट मेरे ख्याल
unless
से
you bring
जीतने
the
में
PL back and he starts hitting him, in which case you can take
दुकालेस
that fight.
विल डाई आई गेस
They don't have any like scary
नहीं
repositioning
शायद टीम में
tools
और
or
कोई
anything
था
like
नहीं
that.
आसपास तो
It's as good as it gets,
नहीं
honestly, in
कंटिन्यू
most
करेंगे
games.
Nice pickup though.
एम्बर
Got no
बड़ी
one
किल
again.
है
This time just between the Timbersaw and the Slardar.
Died in a crush bash duration. That's brutal for him. That changes a lot in terms of how aggressive he's going to be trying to cut these waves
गेम
and
में
get
कही
on
रहा था कि
BB
मिड
side of the
गेम
map, which,
में
by the way, you
ये
look at the vision,
टिम्बर
they've
और
lost all vision on that side.
और विद नेगेटिव आर्मर तो
So
बहुत
there's just
डैमेज
not a
देगा
lot to play off of here. You
और
run up a
18
Ramsey, you run into
4
two
लेवल
heroes.
The
ऊपर है
amount of damage.
That is what the Timber
4
Saw gives
लेवल
you.
4 लेवल
Kills
ऊपर है
anybody
ये
in Dota.
टिम्बर
Yeah. And Flame Guard is no defense against
मैं
those
4
two
लेवल पे
heroes.
तो मार ही
So
देगा ऐसे क्या ही कर सकता हूँ
Kiritich immediately taking advantage of this. A nice push through the bottom lane by himself. He can take the tier 2. But
1000
with
damage
Siege
तो उस पर
Wagon,
क्या
it's made
बताऊँ
just that little bit faster.
BB is really good at translating turning these kills into further objectives, further map control, or aggressive farming. Like, you'd never see them get a kill and run to their side of the map.
Right.
And it's these little things that add up over the course of a game, over the course of a series, that build that gold lead. That Ember kill turned into 3K net worth advantage, just like that. You also got a lot of Pvision back into their base, and that's even more valuable. Lets you set up the next move here, get better vision out. Again, look at where the wards are on this for Dire on this map. There's 2 in the top river. You see nothing else, and you're playing against a Treant who's scouting with eyes in the forest, early shard off the Tormentor.
Yep.
There's a lot of information advantage for BB right now in this game.
Well, at this rate, it's going to become a satanic 1v5 kind of game, because he is the only one out on the map getting farm. He is still keeping neck and neck with the Clinks, but they are 8,000 net worth behind.
I will say, if you're going to pick a hero to 1v5 in this meta, PL's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Like, this hero can do it if it's the right setup. If he can start on, like, one of these supports or the Clinks with a charge in, a lot of illusion spawn, you start dealing damage, the fight becomes a lot more chaotic. That information doesn't count for as much on the side of BB. And you have to make a quick call. Are we trying to bail out of this PL situation, or do we take the fight into him?
Right.
टाइम बाइट कर रहे हैं अभी, क्या बोलते हैं Pvision वाले.
This birdie barrage is going to hurt.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of burst damage.
लेकिन अभी भी tier 2 tier 1 स्टैंडिंग में बिल्कुल प्रेशर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. और पिकअप्स जो मिल रही है एम्बर की, उसने काफी मतलब बड़ा सा ड्रॉबैक दिया है कि पुश करना इजी नहीं हो रहा है. और टिम्बल जिस तरीके से आप डैमेज कर रहे हैं, एकदम कुछ भी सामने मिले, चाहे वो मिनियंस हो, वो लॉर्ड का क्रीप हो, एंशिएंट वाला, वो भी एकदम मार देंगे उसे. तो पुश करना भी अब इजी नहीं है. तो फालतू 300-250 गोल्ड देना भी सेंसिबल नहीं है पुश के चक्कर में.
They're feeling in this game of like who is able to get out on the map and be survivable right now.
Gem
Clear some of these eyes, clear some of the wards. It's the Phantom.
Gem दिया गया है.
It's not the Ember anymore. This is normally a situation you would want to give the Ember the Gem.
You hate
भी
to
1
see
मिनट है
that.
रोशन आने में.
Sitting inside the Roshan pit.
काफी
Just begging, please spawn.
लेट रिस्पॉन है.
It's not going to happen. And in fact, you're going to have to wait a long time. It's going to be a late Roshan spawn, and it's going to be on the other side of the map.
बहुत जल्दी मारेंगे अब एंशिएंट फीट को. तो 250 गोल्ड देना
Opening for Pvision. There's an amp damage up there as
ऐसे नहीं दे
well.
सकते.
Alive for another minute or so.
Spot 9 class. And surprise him. Whew. A crit of 666 damage for the skeleton.
बाकी एम्बर अपना काम सही कर रहा है. मतलब tier 1 पुश कर रहा है उधर से.
Just going to try and get the Beast, BKB, and the Ember Ags, and that's going to be your next window to teamfight here alongside potential Butterfly for the Phantom Lancer. That would be huge.
Yeah, Ember Ags has been a game changer in every single Ember game that we've watched at this tournament.
Your ability to assassinate supports on the backline goes up by such a large degree. It kind of just changes the whole setup of the fight. I will say though, these two supports, they got a lot of extra farm from the early objective taking. They're pretty fat.
वैसे मिड गेम का इतना बड़ा डिफरेंस है नहीं. एम्बर अभी भी स्लाटर के एकदम इक्वल है नेटवर्क पे. एक फाइट अगर कहीं से एक पिकअप भी मिल जाए तो एकदम आगे निकल जाएंगे.
The tree protector rocking the essence distiller. He's going to get a blink dagger next. I'm still curious, like say if he's got a Yule scepter queued up. But I do wonder when it's inevitable, right? At some point he's probably going to go a scythe device. It's just how early does he think it's necessary?
I think is where he kind of has to choose.
और मे बी एम्बर क्योंकि अभी लास्ट टाइम यही पुश कर रहे थे
Wind Waker pretty fast. I think this is a game where it looks pretty juicy against the single Beast Roar, which is the only real stun you're worried about here.
Yep. And not really having that good of a nullifier hero.
Roshan क्या contest करेगी Pvision?
Right, none of these heroes really want to build it. They probably will have to.
But you're not going Timber Ags. You're not upping the value of a
काफी
nullifier here for
dispersed
the
हैं.
Beastmaster or
क्या होता है Pvision की टीम तो नहीं कर पाएगी contest.
I would like the Wind Waker rush from the Coddle. I think it looks pretty juicy. They're going to give the Aegis to Kiritic, level 20, and they're going to look for the fight bottom.
A blind blink crush there from GPK. He knows that there are heroes somewhere down here, just wasn't sure exactly where. Whiffs on the initiation, and all of Pvision will scatter. Some teleport back, others will continue farming these neutrals and take the farm away from the Radiant side as much as possible.
Yeah, Roche cost you some net worthly. That's how efficiently this PL is farming the map right now.
नेट का फ्लीट दोबारा कम हो चुकी है. 8k की थी, 5k की हो गई है.
What a play this would be.
Ducales.
Really hard to make something happen here. We'll see what he can do.
He's gonna get somebody. Oh, the curse right as the Timber stop.
Unlucky.
Timber chained away from the Clinks.
The thing is, you have to go because you're gonna die at Tormentor there.
Yes, exactly right.
तो प्ले करना चाह रहे थे लेकिन टिम्बर पहले ही दूर हो चुके हैं, पहले ही दूर हो गए, वो प्ले बन नहीं पाया एम्ब्रेस का, लेकिन थोड़ा वेट करते तो शायद कर सकते थे।
The clash. They're up 7,000 net worth. Not an overwhelming advantage, but they do have this very intense firepower.
बहुत जल्दी लेता है
buildings are drop fast. Satanic is going to
हाँ,
try
मेरे
to
ख्याल
put
से
this
बैकलाइन के कूदने के चक्कर में क्लिंक्स को अकेला छोड़ दिया और टीम काफी टीम फाइट ये बहुत वियर्ड हो गई है। सैटेनिक माइक चाहे बच गया, बहुत डैमेज किया क्लिंक्स ने।
Into this fight right now, BB, they need to make a call if they want to linger around.
They've only got a few more seconds till Satanic can join the fight again.
डिसएंगेज करना चाहिए
The
बिल्कुल भी।
one building and out. So
BB
a tier 3, a range barracks, and they call it quit, a reset here now.
स्मोक करेंगे, Pvision
Swinging
टाइप
that fight one way or the other. You
कैच करना चाहेंगे।
the all-in attempt on the Slardar when GPK went in with the
Run
BKB,
करते
you
हो।
get roared and you're getting focused down, but he barely lives. The Ember commits not enough to finish him off going into the overgrowth. Then you had this battle between the PL and the Clinks, which is always going to be super PL favored. But we saw at the end, if you can kind of isolate him in some weird situation, get some hits in, you have the single target burst to bring him down.
टिम्बर सबसे प्रॉब्लमेटिक आई थिंक टीम में टिम्बर है।
Miro's got a heart almost finished up.
Oh, he's massive.
Yeah, he's just gonna
hard
exist on this
बात
front
तो
line.
I don't know what
कैसे
he's
ही
doing in
मानना
this
है।
game. He's going to be the hardest target for Pvision to interact with.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer doesn't really interact with him because you're just maxing out his reactive armor stacks. It's going to have so much armor there. Ember's not doing enough magic damage early on. Spirit Vessel was an answer, but we saw that Ember was too far behind, Timber was too far ahead.
You just don't want to go on Miro in this game. It's not going to end well for you. There's going to be a blinding light. There's going to be an overgrowth.
So they got to kill everybody else, and that's where they see save with the wrap.
That's a good opening.
Really quick execution. Now Satanic hunting for more, going after the Slardar, but he's going to be terrorized up very heavily.
Slardar को काट दिया है और टिम्बर ने बदले में विलो को काटा है। क्रिएट्रिक्स नहीं बच सकते, पीएल से तो नहीं बच सकते, बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग होता है पीएल, इसमें आ सकते हैं। बियॉन्ड लीड भी नहीं है तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं डैमेज दे पाएंगे पीएल को। एक ही तरीका है कि असली पीएल ढूंढ के हैक्स करके किसी भी तरह।
The PL gets to stick on all the targets he wants to. You get a gem out of that as well. And swift damage coming out from Satanic here. This is the Phantom Lancer problem. This is the Timbersaw matchup in a nutshell. Like, you're just stuck trying to chase him and deal damage.
10K का नेटवर्क लीक था, सारा यहाँ से 3 से 5K अब डाउन हो जाएगा।
I mean, look at how fast he cleans up GPK here. Like, you get feared and you're just gone. Even got the BKB off, doesn't matter. And now you're just instantly onto the Clinks. No way Kiricic can stand his ground here. Has no shot of fighting back. What's Miro supposed to do? I mean, he's just trying to land as many spells as he can, but this is where I go to. You needed a game plan for this Phantom Lancer over the long run. To me, it has to be Hex control, like a bunch of Wind Wakers, some ability to save your backline when he gets there. But there's got to be something, because otherwise he does reign supreme in these fights. I don't think the Timbersaw can output enough damage fast enough to counterplay it. He's still not going Hex.
Yeah. What do you think about, I mean, it's a long ways away here, but level 25 Slardar, how much does that change things? If you can Blink Crush, you hit the Phantom Lancer, it's no longer dispellable.
It's
the final है, मजा तो आएगा ही।
Always changes the game.
Thanks for the comment.
Follows up that damage, right? Like, because Clicks has shown that
और देखते
it's
हैं।
not even close. He can't stand his ground at all. Burning Barrage doesn't do nearly enough damage to clear out these illusions, let alone the hero itself.
I think it will come down to which team starts the fight in the way they want. All right, which team gets onto the back line faster.
GPK almost executing 9 class, tries to finish him off there, managed to get the blink away after the Shadow Realm into the trees. He found him, but he didn't have the bash.
A nice escape for him. BKB down for the Slardar. Some more space created as the lead just cannot grow in this game.
Yeah. A slight change, even a momentary pause there, lets them snag the haste rune away from Miro.
Pvision feeling a lot more comfortable now after that last fight. They're like, all right, yeah, this PL, he's going to do some work in this game. We just need to play around him, assassinate supports, and Satanic will have enough space in the fight to clean everybody up.
सटानिक अपना नेक्स्ट आइटम ब्लड थॉर्न जा रहे हैं। आई थिंक बिल्कुल ही बर्स्ट करना चाहते हैं टिम्बर को। टिम्बर ब्लड थॉर्न में काफ़ी बर्स्ट हो जाता है।
He does have it. I don't disagree with that. I don't think it's going to change the matchup. You keep trying, Austin. You keep trying.
Okay, well.
As long as Lotus और BKB ये तो वेट हो जाए आइटम्स, उसके बाद बिल्कुल ही बर्स्ट कर सकते हैं। और टेरराइज पे अगर पकड़े जाते हैं तो बिल्कुल बर्स्ट हो जाएंगे।
Shiva's done for no one, which just makes him all the more slippery. Because again, they don't have the most disables.
मेरे ख्याल से
And
टिम्बर
those limited disables, they have to pump a lot of physical damage into Ember Spirit. Him having the 17 plus armor item, it's going to do wonders for him. You can see Pvision are just saying, "All right, BB team, you have to end the game on us. We won that fight. Didn't actually take any objectives really off of it. They still have this mid-tier 1 tower up at 37 minutes."
I will say you kind of are hitting Satanic's prime right here. He's going to fill this last gem slot with something big, probably the Bloodthorn, just to maximize his damage output. And then I do think you want to start to take control of this game. If it goes to 60 minutes plus, PL can sometimes run into issues just because everybody gets so tanky and they have low cooldowns. Like you're playing against a bunch of hard Octarine heroes, and there's Wind Wakers and Hexes, and the game can get really weird for you.
Okay, is this a real concern, or is this 60 minutes games get weird concern? Like, do you actually think they wouldn't be favored late game?
I think it is a soft concern, you know?
Okay.
It's like in the back of your mind. You're not going to overthink it.
You still think they're favored in the late game, but... Miro gets his Timber Chain talent.
अभी काफ़ी अच्छा खासा फेवर्ड है मेरे ख्याल से बीबी की टीम पे गेम। टिम्बर इज एब्सोल्यूट मैनस, मतलब
And that farm is not really going any direction one way or the other. We're just stuck at a very minimal 4,000.
टिम्बर को मारना थोड़ा मुश्किल है इस गेम पे, इवन विद ऑर्किड। काफ़ी डिस्पेल्स हैं, लोटस है, बीबी है, टीम भी है पीछे, लिविंग आर्मर वगैरह भी है। ये एक आइडियल टारगेट है, और क्लिंग्स पहले मरता है तो आई थिंक गेम प्ले आउट हो सकता है। और प्रोबेबली जीपी के मतलब 20-500 तो जीपी की टारगेट करेंगे, और जीपी के सीधा सपोर्ट्स पे चढ़ेंगे जो काफ़ी लीथल होता है। और उन्हें डिफालिस चाहिए मतलब टीम में सर्वाइव करने के लिए, अगर टीम फाइट जीतनी है तो।
With the burnt army laid out, Glyph is going to be forced. That was a nice move.
Definitely don't want to have
तो
to
ये
go back
प्लेस
to deal
करने
with
नहीं ले
skeletons
सकते।
here.
एक विजन चाहिए, लेन विजन चाहिए, ताकि पता चले कि क्लिंग्स आ रहा है।
They get this next Roshan. If they push pretty quickly,
वॉर्ड्स की थोड़ी कमी आती है,
They've had some really unlucky Roche
क्योंकि
spawns.
बॉटम साइड एक भी वॉर्ड नहीं दिख रहा है आइदर साइड। एक ऑप्स दिख रहा है लेकिन क्लिंग्स मतलब ऑप्स पे तो दिखाई नहीं देता, सेंट्री भी सकेगा। सेंट्री लगानी पड़ेगी और ऑप्स भी लगानी पड़ेगी, लेन वार्डिंग करनी पड़ेगी ताकि क्लिंग्स की मोमेंट्स दिखें। ऐसे ही पुश करेगा तो बिल्कुल ही प्रेशर कर देगा और गेम खत्म हो जाएगा।
They do have Nullifier on notice. They did end up going for it, just kind of preemptively countering anything, making sure that this roar gives you the full control you need from it. And who you decide to roar, it's kind of a big deal.
Get that Bloodthorn on Satanic. It's such a massive upgrade.
Oh yeah. Biggest damage item for sure in this game.
You combine that with your level 25 with the Doppelganger, just it feels like it's always up. Though worse than it used to be. Didn't it used to be it went down to like a 4-second cooldown?
With the talent? Yeah. I think it was 4 or 5.
Now it only goes down to 6-second cooldown. But
Phantom Lancer players crying everywhere about their 6-second Doppel, and what a shame. Smoke through mid lane. They are ready to just push it straight up. Baiting Satanic on the front line has not died this game. I'll tell you, when you're in these Phantom Lancer games and he hasn't died, that's just sitting in the back of your mind. You're like, oh no. Please let me find him once. They're going to try and get some.
और पकड़ा है।
And they don't really have much saves here. They've got the overgrowth. That's the best they have. The curse stops him from timber chaining away. Can they commit though with the bounce back of the Lotus? It kills to win a Wyvern.
काटोमी मरेंगे बदले में। I think still, but
sick overgrowth to bail him out. He's dead 100% there.
Katomi was denied.
You can't free some space to
I
get
mean,
the BKB off.
Winter Wyvern was
Remove that
denied.
Orchid / Bloodthorn damage. It's going to be a big item to think about in this game. You don't want to let Titanic get in there,
बिल्कुल ही burst कर दिया. Almost burst हो गए थे Timber.
It's going to be a huge burst.
It's going to be very important that Miro, or rather Save, can play around Miro to, you know, be there for that exact play.
He went for the second Lotus Orb over the Hex, so recognizing
लेकिन
you
नुकसान लेना
your
थोड़ा
heroes out of
मुश्किल
the
हो
single
सकता
target
है.
initiation. Then we can play the rest of the fight. Trying to
Disarm
force the
कर दिया.
Roshan a little bit. They're going to poke the Timber. Don't want to commit to him without Roar or
Nice Lotus.
that Winner's Curse.
एकदम end में
Missing
use
too
कर रहे हैं
many
dispel
holds
करने
right
के.
now to force the fight straight up.
No one checking inside the pit. And Kiritich has made the call. He wants to push out this bottom lane. He does not want to take the straight 5-on-5 around this Roshan pit. Doesn't want to risk it. If he can force heroes down to this bottom lane, which is already naturally going to push in thanks to creeps, he just has to deal with the Helmet Dom.
He's going to show, though, and the smoke is coming through from Pvision. This gives you a green light to start the fight. You know the Clinks isn't there. Even if he's going to wrap bottom, the fight is more important.
I tell him he's going to be the one to break the smoke here. They try and find him. They do manage to get him off the dust. He has a buyback to work with. The Clinks is not backing up. I thought he was going to show it immediately come back. Miro goes in. He does get roared immediately here. Loda's going to help him out. On the left-hand side, you've got GPK battling a Satanic and Save battling. He's retreating. He's trying to get away from this Phantom Lancer as best he can. But
I think first kill आएगा और dead हो जाएंगे.
The Illusions are still chasing after him. The Hero's still chasing after him all the way into the Tier 3, and they got him. Meanwhile, the Clinks has already cleaned up the melee. Barracks is now going for the Tier 3 in the mid lane. It's a full-out split push from Kiritich, who's now going to BKB TP out. After forcing teleports, he is away. Back over that mid lane. Winner's Curse laid on to Miro. T'Chaka laid out, almost catching no one. Still has his solar bind on him. He's so far away, but the Timber Chain is just as far. Hit T'Chaka, he goes down.
Perfect Timber Chain. That was the
Timber तो
only
बिल्कुल ही पीछे पड़ा हुआ है.
Miro has now put himself pretty deep here against his Phantom Lancer. It's scary. The Bloodthorn goes out. BKB plus the
क्या
Lotus.
रोर अभी तो वापस नहीं आया होगा.
Timber Chain
इन
is
थोड़ी देर में आ
up. He
जाएगा.
makes his long jump away.
क्या
Save has to disappear.
chase
Doesn't want to
करेंगे.
get spotted by the Phantom Lancer. Can always run you down. They pop the
Clinks is back.
Satanic मर सकते हैं मतलब हाँ strong armor है नहीं उनसे अभी. Even with Scotty.
Miro goes in once again, pops his Lotus, but now the Bloodthorn is
big overgrowth.
Big overgrowth, locking out these heroes though. Miro doing lots of damage. They froze him, but they got the damage. He managed to Bloodthorn him. The Lotus Orb bounced back the Bloodthorn and ends up killing him.
Satanic पहली death.
An opening presents itself.
मतलब
BBT.
cold embrace में मार दिया भाई.
Potentially a dieback here on no one who's
He's out of remnants.
Doesn't have any remnants. 8 more seconds.
No one भी भरेंगे.
Miro's just an
Dominate
absolute
है नहीं.
monster, and he's taking them all down one by one.
Triple kill for the big raid boss in this game. It was going to be a question of who
मतलब
dies
यही
first,
डर
the
लग रहा था
Phantom
कि
Lancer or the
Miro
Timber. Because that
Timber
is what these
बिल्कुल नहीं
fights are coming down to.
रोक पा रहे हैं मतलब
And boy, that
बिल्कुल
Timber,
ही
he had a lot
snowball
of work
करे
up
जा
with
रहे
the
हैं.
Lotus Orbs behind him. They paid off big time in this game.
Network
Absolutely
lead
correct
अभी
item
11
decision
की
call
का
from
है
Save.
तो थोड़ा बढ़ जाएगा मेरे ख्याल से 15-16 की तक हो जाएगा. काम करेंगे टावर लेंगे.
This is where the focus matters a lot.
और
You need to
पहला
understand
buyback
who you're
काफी
playing
है.
through in these fights and who you're
Satanic
saving
का.
the utility for. BB, they understood it in this game. It's about this last pick Timbersaw. It's about keeping Miro alive, and he will win you the long fight eventually. Did he overstep here?
Silence commit किया.
Once again, his team bails him out. The winner's curse, though.
He's
Lock
healing.
him together
अरे.
so they can kind of play off of this one.
Satanic ने
Of course,
मार दिया
Cross
भाई.
dies to that bounce back, just
Cold.
like he did in the Roshan fight.
It's another lane of racks, though, from some of the
मतलब
Clinks damage.
विंटर वाइवन की अल्ट
Glyph
मारी
out
थी.
earlier.
लोटस में रिफ्लेक्ट हो गया और सैटेनिक वापस
They're just outplaying him
सब
here in these
बैक हो रहे थे तो
And there's still a Rosh to be
उसी
taken.
में फंस गए और विंटर
He's
को ही
going to
मार
buy
दिया.
out the accent on Kiritich. Grab this Rosh, grab this Aegis, and there is still the thought of the Divine Rapier.
Honestly, the pressure Kiritich put on Pvision in this entire sequence was beautiful because this Clink's just entering the fight straight up against the Lancer. It doesn't feel great, but you got him to TP back. You put some pressure on the buildings. And
I
this
think ये
overgrowth was
रूट ने गेम
huge.
जिता दिया इनको.
Satanic could not get out of it. Then he got embraced as you're kind of saying like, oh, are you going to be able to get out of that? Are you not? And then the reflection with the Lotus Orb. It all came together here.
I mean, what a call. Kiritich, like he made that call like 2 minutes before that fight happened,
Yes.
right? They were having a standoff around Roshan. He said, I'm going to push out bottom. And then you said it, right? He showed BB team's going to do something, and I thought, oh, Clinks is going to teleport back to the outpost.
That's what I thought. He just committed.
And he just committed. He sent it down that bottom lane.
अब थोड़ा
Said,
मुश्किल
I'm going
होगा
to take your buildings. You
यहाँ
have
से
to come
कम बैक
back.
करना पारविजन को
Created the opening. BB
बैकफुट
team
पे खेले
needed.
हैं
Now
पूरा
they're
गेम
up
शायद
19,000 net worth. One
उसी
lane
में
barracks
थोड़ा
left
प्रॉब्लम आ गई है
to
उन्हें
mega creeps.
बीच में मिड गेम आई थिंक दे कुड हैव
Just going
ट्राइड
to send it
टू
down
मेक
this
सम
top
स्मोक
lane.
प्लेज और
Looks like instead
एक
of a
दो
divine,
पिक
it's
ऑफ
going to be a
ही निकाल
nullifier
लेते
for Heritage.
खासकर क्रिएटिव्स का या फिर
Wants to put more
मे बी
pressure on the back line here.
टिम्बर पे
Get
ट्राई
through
कर
that
सकते
Ghost
थे
Scepter
अर्ली
Wyvern, potentially.
अब तो नहीं
Level 25 for the Beastmaster is picked up alongside a nullifier that he's rocking. Does he go the Wild Axe's cooldown for the spam while you're sitting on the high ground?
Yeah, he takes it.
It's the choice.
It's a lot of damage too over a long fight. These fights are going pretty long. You got to get through these tanky boys. There's a lot of HP to slowly
ये प्रॉब्लम ये है
grind
कि
your
अब
way through in this game.
ट्रिगेंट बहुत ही अच्छी
These long fights, I don't really
ओवर
blame
ग्रोथ
him
मार रहा है
here.
तो
It would be nice to just burn out some resources. Inhibitor.
That does cost him a buyback. He will not have it for this high ground.
Spotted the tree protector. An easy pick off, perhaps. And it's hit the cheese. Got a Lotus on him. And Pvision don't want to overcommit, but the crunch in from GPK.
He's
trying
stuck,
to hit
though.
3, but he's stuck inside the gate. He's got to go all the way around. That just means he's going to be roared. Completely isolated. Miro to the rescue, trying to come in. They have to Winter's Curse him to hold back this Timber Saw. They go for the kill on GPK, who's still trying to get out. They finally give him the 4 staff he needs. Meanwhile, Miro's on the one on the front lines, and he's okay for
कोई
now.
डेड नहीं हो
In
रहा है
fact,
तो
it's calls and
मुश्किल आ रही
notice
है
are
गेम
both
में
getting so low. Satanic has to go back to the fountain as well, and the buildings are open for the taking.
टिम्बर बिल्कुल ही ओन करते हुए गेम
Gonna claim Megas here. Pvision, they may be
call it.
but barely. They're just called. They don't even want to play this out any longer.
भाई ऐसे ही पहले गेम बीवी जस्ट डेड दैट है काफी मेरे ख्याल से ट्रिगेंट वगैरह देना नहीं चाहिए मतलब पूरे मैप में विजन दे रहा है पूरे मूवमेंट्स के बारे में बता रहा है ठीक है उन्हीं के कैंप में फार्म रुकता है थोड़ा बहुत और फिर ओवर ग्रोथ की टाइमिंग्स तो बहुत ही अच्छी है और अर्ली गेम हैरेसमेंट लेग हैरेसमेंट डार्क किलो का फर्स्ट ब्लड
and that game swings wildly. So that was an incredibly thin margin of execution for BB team. I think you're very happy with the win. I think you're like, we played really well in that game, but I also think you come out of that game and be like, I don't know if we want to have that thin of a margin to decide those fights. You know, let's create a little more wiggle room in the draft here because that PL pick definitely put the pressure on him, and he was cruising through some of those fights when it lined up for him. But damn, what a Timbersaw performance. We said he had to be the hero of this one. He ends this game 9-0-5, never died. The team backed him up beautifully.
Game oh so close so many times, but I mean, you said this all the time in this tournament and previous tournaments. You talked about how it's so important when it comes to drafting and you're playing inside the game that you all understand what you're playing through. What are the key heroes that you're going to go
100%.
for? And it was this Timbersaw, and you saw whether it was Saber Katomi and the item builds, right? Save picking up that Lotus, a great example. They always made sure to play near Miro where they could. GPK jumping in at
मतलब
times
डैमेज
to try
की
and
थोड़ी
bail out
दिक्कत आ
Miro
रही थी
in very
फिर
key moments.
That's what matters.
They all understood that Timbersaw was this win condition, and that's
फिर
what
ये
gave BB
विंटर
team
का
the
जो
edge in
अल्ट
this
आ रहा
game.
था
That's
जो
what
फिनिश
separates a grand
किया था
finals champion
विंटर का अल्ट प्रोवाइड नहीं करा था
is like
उल्टा
you execute these little
मेरे ख्याल से
ideas,
उन्हें टाइम
all
दे
the
रहा था
margin
कि
that
अपने
much
टीम
better.
मेट को थोड़ा बचा लें
Overgrowths were huge in this game. Like,
तो
shout out to
विंटर की
Katomi.
अल्ट का
He had
यूज
some
भी
of the
थोड़ा
biggest
बेटर
overgrowths
नहीं
I've
हो
seen
पा रहा था
against
इस गेम
heroes
से
that are not easy to land overgrowth
आई
against.
थिंक काफी
Pivotal moments when you needed them.
देखो
That's when it's really
यहाँ
important
पर
to
आएगा
dispel.
तो
It's not like I
विंटर
landed
कर्स
4
दे
man
दिया
overgrowth.
मतलब
It's cool.
स्टार्टर को
It's the
जिस पे उसे
moment you
डैमेज ही
land,
नहीं
like even
पड़ा
this one in the base fight.
और वो सीधा
And
बाहर
the
निकल गया
connection, the BKB Beastmaster and the PL for a long duration, just sick gameplay from him.
Fantastic performance from BB
Maybe-
team, but it is
लेकिन
the best
हाँ
of 5
प्रॉब्लम तो
finals.
टिम्बर
A
ही थी
long way
मतलब
to go
टिम्बर जैसे
before
आ
we
रहा
crown
है
our victor.
तुम रोक ही नहीं
Sit
पा
back
रहे
to
हो
the panel to recap.
कुछ कर नहीं पा रहे हो मेरे ख्याल से
Thank you very much,
या तो विंटर पे
gentlemen.
ब्लैंक बना
BB
के
team
पीछे
victorious here
मार
in
देना
game
चाहिए था
one of this best of
ताकि
5.
2-3
We'll see
बंदे
what
वहाँ पर
Pvision has
बिजी
in
रहे
store for them for game
तब
2.
तक
But
ये
let's
टिम्बर
attempt to
को
break
निकालने
this
का ट्राई
game
करे
down. It was a very cool game,
ऐसा
and I
कुछ
want
चाहिए
to
था
start by highlighting. Of course, we have to highlight that Timbersaw.
क्या ही कर सकते हैं
Miro
तो
played a godlike game.
Yeah, and I think it was really required of them.
सेकंड
in
गेम
the
में
draft,
देखेंगे
like,
पारविजन क्या
and,
करना चाहिए इस
you
गेम
know,
में
I'm sure they understood it. So the guy was put under pressure. Basically, he was, you know, it's like you have to perform, you have to play a stellar game, you have to deliver, you have to carry basically your team. And I think it's incredible that he was able to do it. Because we talked about GPK a lot throughout the tournament. We talked about Kiritich, and obviously we mentioned Miro as being like stable and, you know, like more than stable, great. But if also he can just take a game and carry it on his back, like kind of, I don't want to say by himself, but throughout the late game, that's what it was. It's too many players. It's just too many at this point. How do you beat them?
Yeah, I mean, Nero's an extremely dependable player, and having your offlane player have that kind of performance on the game 1 of a grand finals has to be a huge boost going into game 2, because that's typically what we see from Noticed and Pvision in this tournament. He's put in situations where he gets a pick where they're like, carry the game for us. This is your game, and he's able to deliver. And Nero, while he's had a great tournament, I don't think I've seen him have a game like this so far. So exceptional from him.
And we said that this would be the game where he has to do it because they did get that last pick and they did go for the Timber Sound. We're like, well, he has to pop off in order to have BB win this game. There were a lot more aspects to this game, of course. I want to touch upon the mid matchup as well, because I think we talked a lot about the Slardar versus the Ember Spirit and how it might or might not be a counter depending on how No One and GPK both performed. What's your thoughts?
GPK cooked so hard on that Slardar. I mean, watching that, it made it seem like yesterday versus Yandex when they were winning the Ember versus Slardar matchup, that should not have happened. But GPK was able to really control that lane, and something that BB team did that was excellent was they brought their supports to the mid lane while Ember was level 5, and they used that level advantage on Slardar when he was 6, and they did not let No One breathe. Like, Save Scoddle was sitting on his ass for most of that game. They were pushing him behind the tower, and they did not allow Ember to have any kind of comeback within that game.
You love to see it, like, you know, to me Dota is like a lot like math in a sense. It's like at the end of the day, some things are just supposed to happen, and you only get to see it with like the best in the world, where like the execution on both sides is so perfect that it happens, and you know it's going to certainly happen. And when there's like a level discrepancy, sometimes you're like, wait, Ember's doing actually pretty well against Slardar, what happened? It's not happening in a GPK versus No One matchup. Like, Slardar is supposed to have an edge on Ember. It happens. Supports understand it too, so they also played their lanes accordingly. They're ready to rotate. Like, everybody knows what's happening on both sides, and this is when, you know, they're basically moving chess pieces around, and you get to see, you know, the greatest minds at work. But what a performance by GPK. Honestly, all of them, they really delivered. And then what's cool is how they're able to switch the dynamic in the game. It's like they play around GPK because he's very strong at that point. He won his lane. And this Slardar is supposed to fall off at some point. It is not a good Slardar game besides the mid matchup. Like, Slardar versus Beast, not great. Slardar versus Wyvern, terrible. Slardar versus PL, even worse. And then the dynamic just switches where they start playing around Miero. Like, it's just very nice, you know, adaptability from BV in this game.
Yeah, and we just have to bring it back to that Timber Cell, because at some point in that game, it just felt like PL versus Timber Cell. Who is the stronger monster to push the team over the edge? And ultimately, it was Miero. He had a really amazing Lotuses too. He Lotused a couple of Winter's Curses. He tanked a lot of roars in those games, and he just felt like this giant body. He got a Heart of Trask as well, just standing in front of the barracks while his team is pushing, and it felt like there was no way to address this giant rock in your base.
Maybe too much weight on Satanic at the end of the day in this game, and on PL. It did feel that PL had a really... There was like a time in the game where PL felt unstoppable, but you know, Timber 25, 6 loaded, that hero, you know, Amar plays that hero for a reason.
थोड़ी देर में आते हैं फिर
We know
second
he likes
game
to
पे.
carry games. That hero turns
Stay
into a
tuned.
carry in the late game.
And he was 9-0. He would have been a great hero to have on your fantasy team for EWC, because not dying in a game like that, obviously incredibly important and impressive. It makes me wonder that on the side of too, so they tried to delay the game. Effie, I think you've got some examples for us of how they tried to do this.
Yeah, I mean, after that dominant laning stage from BB Team, one would expect them to roll over their enemies, but we're just going to look at a couple of moments that allowed Pvision to extend this game and why BB Team had to take it as long as they did. And something that no one did very well, particularly in this game, was just tank a lot of the spells and tank a lot of rotations. This isn't the first time this game where we're going to see him tank like a 3-man, 4-man gank, and he was able to get away. In the next clip, it's going to be actually Satanic doing something very similar, in which BB Team bring all of their pressure and all of their heroes, and it's moments like these where if your PL dies and doesn't make a play like this sub, then the game just snowballs out of control.
The composure that it takes to just hold still. There's like 4 heroes, the crowd is roaring, everything is just silent in your headset. 4 heroes are just turning like sharks, you know, around you, and you just have to stay there, not flinch, not move your mouse, don't click, don't move, you know. It takes a lot of composure. I love to see these sequences.
Yeah, and we see just that was kind of the key of the game. It was BB Team trying to catch and Pvision trying to escape. And I just had to shout out this clip because I do feel the game would have ended here. And as Dota players, we've all been in these situations, but he missed every single hit on this PL. And that's what allowed PL to then get the fight afterwards that held the game for longer.
He just picked up the butterfly at this point, so it's also like, I think these great players, they make these situations happen because he probably committed as much because he has the butterfly, and he's kind of keeping them guessing. Yeah, I might die, I might not die. I have butterfly, and I'm sure they clicked the butterfly after. It's like he survived. He just bought butterfly, but what an impact from this item.
Yeah, incredibly great. Seb, earlier this week, or maybe the week before that, you told us that you found BB Team to be a team that's like the tier 1 Dota exam. You know, if you beat them, yeah, you can be in the top 6, top 4, and if you don't, then you're not meant to breach even top 8 potentially. They're in the grand finals now, so how do you look at it now?
I mean, call it tier 0 Dota exam or something, but it's like, what I meant with that is that they are so good at doing things to perfection. You know, like they will win the lanes they're supposed to. They will be on the rune. They will have the proper ward. They will de-ward your wards. Like, you know, like they will just do everything perfect. And it's like a reality check of like, how good are you at the game? It's basically AI, you know, at this point. Like, it's just, everything is just top notch. And they don't take that many risks in a sense. That's also why I flavored them with this label, because I feel like, you know, you have to bring something new to break them. You have to push them out of their system, because if you don't, you just don't stand a chance. Whether it's drafting, whether it's play, you have to kick them out of their comfort zone.
I'm sure that Pvision is going to try to do exactly that. How do you think they should break this formation that BB has in the laning stage, Effie?
I mean, honestly, I would just look towards that mid lane. Like, if you have a mid laner in GPK who's gonna get a favorable matchup, and you're playing into it, because that Slardar showed itself before the Ember. So the statement that Pvision made was, we're gonna play our Ember anyway, we believe in it, and we think no one can withstand it. But we saw in that game that they were just playing hide and seek, kind of. They couldn't make any tempo plays themselves. They weren't able on Pvision to be the aggressors. They just had to dodge the entire time, and that's because they willingly picked this Ember into this matchup.
Yeah, and they did the same with Beast, right? If you think about it, it's like they showed the Beast, it got counterpicked. They showed the Slaughter, I mean, they picked Ember into Slaughter, so they put both of their cores into like an unfavorable matchup, and Satanic is just doing Satanic things, which, you know, playing the hard carry, and he also wants time. So at the end of the day, you have a PL and you have 2 cores that lost their lanes. That's not a lot of playability through the game, and you're doing that versus a team that excels at pushing the advantage they get from the laning phase. So maybe you reconsider and rebalance it a little bit. Do you really want to put yourself in that situation against probably the best team in the world at punishing it? No. Probably an adjustment is required at this point.
Yeah, we are in a best of 5, so adjustment is the name of the game. And adjustment, of course, in these 15 minutes that the teams have, very important, but adjustment in the game also very important. The communication in the game also very important. We don't often get a chance to listen to that communication, and oftentimes even a lot of teams will be fairly secretive about how they communicate, but we've got a little insight. Semi-finals happened yesterday, and we got, for those semi-finals, the Saudi radio comms.
нападаю.
В спине Twink.
Я держу тебя. У меня нет ответа, парни.
Хорош, парень.
Хорош, парни, финал ряда.
I'm pushing mid, guys. I
I'm
wanna
just farm
control
their
alone.
Africa.
Yeah, we need to take mid tower right now.
Oh, here,
I'm TP to base, first.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm running to mid. Wait me a bit.
I'm region, yeah, and we can fight.
I'm careful starter here.
They kill me, guys.
On me. Try to... Guys, can I help Duka?
No.
It's chain feed, guys.
Yeah, my bad.
All good. All good.
No, it's okay.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
No lotus from them,
coming to
guys.
J. Yeah,
No
yeah.
lotus. T. He will
On the
die.
second.
He's dying.
Yeah.
Not rush.
Not
Go-
rush. Farm.
Push lanes, push
I'm
lanes.
gonna go bot. And gate to top. He put a twart on Tusk.
I'm running. Let's watch Rupai the
hex.
monkey. Maybe he doesn't bite.
Hoodwink.
Yeah.
I'm used second roar. Guys, be careful.
Careful, no roar. Yeah.
I have one, guys. I'm fine.
Kite, monkey, buyback.
They used everything
Yes.
here.
Kite. I am. It's
They're
fine what they're
attacking.
doing.
We need to buy Alm. We are without buybacks.
I have no buy. Be careful. Forgot I don't have buy. He wants to put arena once.
We have glyph.
Need to poke, yes. We have second. So, I believe. He's rep.
We can sprout throne, guys, also. Like.
Yeah. Into arena hard. Yeah. They're dying. From access subs, yeah, dying.
They die one. Hero. We need to go. They will try to end, guys.
Yeah.
We need to suicide.
Watch to put trends.
SF.
Fine, can we kill PL, guys? He's super low. Yeah. Here, they all by backing.
On me, PL, on me. Real. We're here. Go. Nice.
Yeah.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
An overarching trend that we've seen with our Saudi radio comms is that it doesn't matter whether you're really close to winning or really close to losing, the teams will continue to be focused regardless how close they are. And I think that kind of focus is the only reason you get to be on stage in a grand finals. You need to be able to believe no matter what, you still have a chance to push back, or you still have see this very often. We did swap sides. We got Vivi on Dire this time around, Pvision on Radiant, and first pick obviously going away with Vivi with the Drow Ranger. We're going to focus on lanes for this game, and Drow is a pretty decent laner for carry.
Very good, and I think the bans also kind of enabled that draw. Darcy or Prophet, two of the best meta heroes, I would say, at punishing draws early game, I don't think there's such a thing. You can't really punish draw on the lane. I don't think any hero really does that. But what you can do is bring numbers and kick her out of the lane after she's dominated the first 5 minutes. I just want to mention that Pvision's approach already seems quite different to me, where it's like they're focusing on themselves rather than trying to address what BB team is doing. Like they drafted quite reactively in the first game. We talked about how they stole the beast, and then they're picking the Emperor anyway. Like here's like, okay, we have our Invoker strats, we're going for it, and we'll cover the angles, but they're pretty much dismissing the draw at this point.
I mean, the Draw Rangers, while she has kind of
I think
been
इस बार
quiet,
अच्छे
not
bands
versus
किए हैं.
Pvision. Pvision have this hero banned against them consistently in the first phase. It's SF and Draw
Undying,
that are never given away. So
Kataomi
BB
के
had an
बिल्कुल
idea
ही
that
cheese
they
heroes
were
रहे
going
हैं
to take it
tournament पे.
away and play it themselves. And they've looked good on it as well. Both of their Draw games this tournament were wins. But I don't think it was the overall first phase, so I'm pretty curious what approach Pvision will take, because Notice likes to play gap close offlaners. Dawnbreaker is one of his specialty heroes that other offlaners aren't doing, and it's something you can comfortably play against a Draw Ranger.
Yeah, it's been banned very frequently against him, the Dawnbreaker, but it seems like BB team isn't really worried about that hero. They just let it through, so they're surely they know that he's going to be thinking about this hero. Darcy would have been the second or the first option. That's not obviously an option anymore, so
I guess
yeah,
अगर तुम
Dawnbreaker would make a lot of sense.
इतना वैसा लॉकडाउन वाला कोई heroes नहीं यूज करोगे तो it's better to ban fuck. बहुत ही annoy करता है एक टाइम के बाद.
Invoker that is pretty much dominating the mid lane, chipping at your tier 1 tower with Forge Spirits, with Meteor Hammer, and there's a Dawn ulti. It's just really hard to go on him.
इस टूर्नामेंट में हमने देखा कि पक सिंपली एक या दो हीरो से ही काउंटर हो पाते हैं, जैसे कि स्लाटर वगैरह हो गया और स्पिरिट वगैरह हो गया. ज़्यादा कोई हीरोज नहीं है जो उन्हें काउंटर करते हैं.
Yeah, it's been banned also in the first game. I believe it was banned by Pvision. They were banning the Kataomi Bane, so it's up for grabs for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, BB need their melee support for this draw. Since they first picked her, they might not be able to do a double ranged, like a Clockwork or a Tusk, because Undying is taken out of the pool. And I feel Clock is a very cool hero against Invoker in that early game as well.
Yeah, Bane may be a little bit worse against Invoker also, so not as good as an option. Yeah, it doesn't look like the best Bane game. They could maybe still go for it, just because it's Kataomi's comfort, like probably
हमने पिछले गेम में भी यही देखा था लास्ट डे की जैसे मिड हारे थे.
Early Earth Spirit, I mean, I guess GPK sees the mid matchup. I'm quite surprised because a lot of teams answer to Earth Spirit have been Invoker. Like I'm thinking of Team Liquid, for instance. They lost a couple games early on in the tournament, and then Nisha decided, yeah, just pick me Invoker versus Earth Spirit, I'll be fine. So different approach and different take, I guess, on the matchup for BB team, because I don't think we're going to see a save Earth Spirit. This really doesn't. I'd be quite surprised. I've never seen it, basically. I'm sure the guy is mechanically good enough to play any Dota hero, but most likely a GPK Earth Spirit, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, if Darkseer isn't in the picture, support Earth Spirit is half the hero. I mean, unless you're willing to play lanes like Viper or Enigma from that offlane, I do think this is a GPK Earth Spirit. And I think that Invoker is an answer in the lane, but not necessarily through the game. I do feel that Earth Spirit out-rotates him, and he's a very natural BKB buyer. That's like his second or third item usually, and once he hits that timing, Invoker can't play against it very easily.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. They go for the Bane anyway. I think I like the pick, to be honest. Like it's not ideal, but at the end of the day, very high synergy with Earth Spirit. Great hero in the hands of Kataomi. I think the lane also is pretty much unbeatable. Like Bane draws, like
Bane को तो उतना काउंटर नहीं करता है क्योंकि काफी लॉन्ग टर्न्स स्लीप वगैरह होते हैं.
Not very synergetic. They just the stats and the nature of the spells, you can't really win that lane.
आंसर कर दे यहाँ पर कुछ Bane के अच्छे स्पेल्स मिल जाए तो बिल्कुल टर्न अराउंड कर सकते हैं.
In a really good Rubik game, I mean,
अब Bane के एक चीज अच्छी है कि तीनों स्पेल्स काफी अच्छे हैं. Bane zap हो गया,
we've seen some
डैमेज रिडक्शन हो गया,
I don't think this is one of them.
स्लीप हो गया और अल्टीमेट मिल जाए
Sunstrike on top of it. So this lane is a menace, and it's going to make up for the weakness of Rubik in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game.
I do wonder, though, Seb, like looking at this Drow plus Bane, is this lane strong enough to play against Centaur plus Hoodwink? I mean, Drow lanes are very hard to play against, but typically you have this melee here that can absorb for you. And I think Centaur plus Hoodwink are going to have a lane where they trade farm.
I think the concept is that Bane acts as a melee hero in a sense, because he's just so tanky. Like, this hero has so much stats and so much armor as a range that he's kind of a melee hero. With Brain Sap, he's just standing there. To me, like, in order to beat Bane on the lane, you need to have kill potential on him, and it's up to the mind game between the 5 and the 4. It's like, does Bane have a Fairy Fire? Do you have your Blood Grenade ready? It's all about assessing, does Bane die, yes or no? Because if you go on him and you throw your spells on him and he doesn't die, this is when this draw is just gonna have the chillest time in the world, and all of a sudden, draw is level 3, she's been untouched for the first 4 waves, she got a lot of denies and the lane is over. So playing against Bane is all about knowing if you can kill him or not, and obviously being a good Bane player is all about knowing whether you die or not, and playing off the limits.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and Katami's been a great Bane, but my heart is not feeling good about BB teams.
Let's see.
Their draft. It's just because I look at Hoodwink plus Centaur. Centaur with Retaliate is already more comfortable versus Drow than a lot of other melee offlaners. Hoodwink, I do feel outtrades Bane, especially if you factor in the Sunstrikes, which are the first pick. So you think with Bane Drow, they're not playing versus 2, they're playing versus 3 with this Invoker. There are 2 stuns. I feel like if Bane messes up at any point, he's dead, and then Drow's kicked out of the lane.
I mean, there's a lot of cool enabling for the Sunstrike.
हाँ बिल्कुल burst ability है.
They have stuns all over the place, and this is really what you want when you play Invoker mid.
Invoker, Hoodwink, even Rupiki with stolen spells can be a menace.
Be the best. Like GPK is gonna have a couple denies on him, maybe more than a couple. We've seen it last game. But as long as no one is able to secure Sunstrike kills around the map, he'll be super happy.
Burst damage तो है इस पे टीम में.
To Satanic's Meepo.
लेकिन बीबी की टीम में थोड़ा डैमेज की भी दिक्कत लग रही है. मतलब ड्रो को ऑनलाइन आने में थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा. और स्पिरिट काफी डैमेज करते हैं, लेकिन डैमेज ओवर टाइम देते हैं. इंस्टेंट डैमेज है नहीं उनके.
You know, mid heroes like you think of, we've seen it a lot with Puck. Obviously Puck has, you know, fallen off in this meta, but we've seen it with Ember Spirit, with Earth Spirit. Like, this scales immensely in the late game. So looking forward to see how Pvision is going to address that, because the scaling on BB team, I have to say, is pretty worrisome. Like the Draw Ranger and this Earth Spirit being buffed by Largo. Satanic, obviously, he has a late pick in the draft. He's going to try to cover that. But he has a big job to do.
He does. I do think an early pipe on Centaur can go a very long way while Drow is still getting ready to fight, because Earth Spirit is the main source of damage until Drow is activated, and it's purely magical, especially with Largo. He's joining in with magic damage, and ES plus Largo, they take incredibly long fights. They don't win these fights in a few seconds. Like, we're talking fights that go up to 30 seconds. And so it's about kiting, disengaging, going back in. And the in and out of BB team is just the Earth Spirit for me right now. Whereas with Pvision, they can disengage with Stampede. They're probably going to have their supports with kiting abilities. They're going to have this Invoker resetting with his spells.
So do you want the last pick for BB team to also carry a little bit more of a punch, a little bit more damage coming out from that last pick?
Some freedom, you know, some motion to go in and out.
Is that enough motion and freedom? It is, after all.
I guess that's a save Wind Ranger, right? Like, this is like his specialty at this point. I mean, it's a solid pick. It's laning presence. He could even scale. I mean, he is a Wind Ranger player at core, so you always think of like, hey, my focus fire, you know, maybe I could get myself like a Maelstrom or something. You kind of get baited. We'll see if the game drags on. I mean, he has
Largo support.
Like maybe that's enough of an excuse to not get flamed by your teammates if you start buying like core items on Wind Ranger. But it's a solid pick. I think at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to GPK's ability to, you know, dictate the pace of the game, because the scaling on Pvision is, I mean, we don't even see Satanic hero, but it's already scary. I feel like Centaur has shown that this hero thrives in the late game also. Like, he starts getting the hearts, the Aghanim save. All his spells are just crazy. The later the game goes, Invoker, that goes without saying, plus the Satanic last pick hero. So I think, you know, BB team, they're gonna want a repeat of last game where they need to get ahead essentially. I don't think they can afford to be even with Pvision.
Do you think they can play Kez last pick? They are taking a lot of time thinking about it here, but they need to carry with gap close, something to get on top of Draw Ranger.
It looks very good. Okay, they go for the Nakes instead. I think Kez would have been very nice too. The Nakes, it's, I mean, I actually haven't seen this hero much, if I'm honest. Like, it's obviously very good against Earth Spirit and against Largo. they have now an Infest target for Centaur. That's a combo we haven't seen in a while, but devastating versus range carries. Like draw hates being jumped by any hero, so let alone two. So, but yeah, I mean, honestly, like I haven't seen enough snakes to know. It doesn't feel like this explosive last pick where you're like, wow, they're in trouble, you know?
Yeah.
But I could be mistaken about it.
I've seen it a couple of times in the survival stage, and I was picked versus Darkseer and Centaur, and it
Satanic
looked
with
fine, but what it
Lifestealer.
needed to succeed was a good carry matchup and a way to have that Infest Bomb. And the Infest Bomb does exist with the Centaur. The only issue that I would think about when it comes to
I think
Lifestealer
यही
is the
सोचा
Bane
है
and the
कि
Fiend spread.
Radiance
That's a big issue for him, but you do have a
और
Rubik covering this Bane
Infest
threat,
करके
so that
टू
makes the
पे किसी भी
Lifestealer look
तरह
more
चढ़ सकते हैं
viable to
मतलब
me.
I mean, even the
इन्फेस्ट
draw
फॉर्म खेल
matchup in a
सकते
sense,
हैं
if
सेंटोर के
somehow
साथ
draw is allowed to
I mean,
reposition, whether
अच्छा
it's
मैचअप है
spike, whether
अब
it's earth
if
split,
they
kick,
find I
anything
mean
really,
ड्रो
then
रेंजर
the
और उस
next
पर
is
चढ़
pretty
जाए
sad because there's no such thing as staying alive versus
वरना
draw.
उतना ही
There's
गंदा
also a
पिटाई
bunch
भी
of
होती है
silences,
ड्रो
but
रेंजर
I
दूर
don't
से
think
एकदम
Nex really
स्ट्रेट कर
enjoys
देती
playing
है
against. Like there's the earth split silence, the
मतलब
draw
मिड गेम तो
silence.
ऐसे ही चलेगा
And you know, Nex I guess is gonna buy Radiance. It's probably still the build, so you go for a damage over time approach versus Largo.
अब बेन ने
It's
पकड़
like,
लिया तो ड्रो
I'm
स्ट्रेट
yet to
कर
be
सकती है
convinced about the Nex pick. Obviously,
बट अगेन
Satanic,
आई
you
थिंक
know, absolute expert.
टीम फाइट अभी भी
knows
पी
exactly
विजन
why
के
he
मैं
wants the
फेवर
Nex,
पे
but
कहूँगा
I'm just gonna sit and learn why Nex was the last
लेन
pick in
विनिंग
this game.
हीरोज
One step at
थोड़े
a time.
सेफ लेन में
First 10
थोड़ा
minutes. Is
एडवांटेज है
BB gonna
बीबी को
dominate the lanes like they did previous game?
बट ऑफ
I
लेन
think
में मुश्किल है
Pvision have very nice lanes set up for themselves. Like BB have this strong rotation and tempo after the laning stage with their Earth Spirit, but I think Invoker will do fine. I think the off lane of Centaur plus Rubik will also do fine. And the safe lane, I'm curious about it. I think Largo should out CS Lifestealer for like the first 4 levels, but after Lifestealer gets a couple of small items, he should be able to do okay on that lane.
Much more even than game one on the laning phase. It's gonna come down much more to execution and outplays essentially.
Cool. That means we got a good one coming our way. We wanted to see some adaptations after game 1, and we certainly got those.
Largo with
It
Wind
is
Ranger
one game up right now for BB
I
Vision.
think
BB
लिक
Vision,
और
wow.
पावर शॉट का डैमेज
against
काफ़ी
Pvision
आता है
in this best of 5 in grand finals. Let's see if
लेकिन
they can
चिप
make
डाउन
it
करने में
2-0,
थोड़ा
or we're
दिक्कत
gonna
आ
tie
सकती
the
है
series as we're heading
वुडविंग
over to
विद
Cap and SVG.
लाइफ स्टीलर काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग डैमेज डीलर है एंड लाइफ स्टीलर काफ़ी अच्छा सस्टेन करता है अपने आप को लेन में नॉट इजी टू हैरेस
People that I talked to going into this game, I think the most common prediction was 3-1 Pvision. And BB team, well, they've already got one win, and we'll see if they can double up on that and put themselves just one game away from taking the EWC Dota 2 finals.
These guys are on a warpath, man. They have not dropped a game in this playoff run yet. So in extremely consistent pace they are setting. They're kind of doing it with everything. They're looking good at multiple stages in the game. Their laning phase is very solid. Again, just you're not going to run this team over in the laning phase, so you're always going to have to beat them in the team fights around the objectives. And that is where they impressed me most in that game 1. Like those late game team fights could have got messy, could have got really chaotic. The PL
फर्स्ट
always
ब्लड
puts
के
a lot of
लिए
pressure
दोबारा
on you
नहीं
to make very
जाएंगे
clutch decisions
ट्रेड
very
करेंगे
quickly.
दो
And they
दो
were there. The Lotus Orbs were there. The Overgrowths were there. The decision making out how
बट
they were
यहाँ पर
using the utility and who
एक्स्ट्रा
they were
रूम
using
ले जा
for
रहे
was
हैं
there. It all came together really
नहीं
nicely
स्प्लिट
there.
किया
So
है दो
that
दो
gives
रूम
you a lot of confidence going deep into the series, saying like, hey, like we can just outplay this team in the late game. This draft from Pvision, there's definitely a lot of scale here. Like when you first pick Invoker, you're basically saying to your opponents, you're not going to win this late game. You're just not going to have more scale than us. If we want more scale than you, we're going to be able to get it in because we first picked Invoker, and that's life, and you're going to have to deal with that. And it's going to be a tall order for BB team to deal with this no one Invoker because he has Stampede, he has Cart, he has the Rubik to interrupt some of the grip or other control and turn it back against BB squad. And then you have this Lifestealer to bail out other heroes with an
सनस्ट्राइक
infest save,
में
go and
एक्चुअली
be a
सीएस
frontliner.
नहीं
Like,
मिला
there's
शेयर
so
किया
much room for
जीपी
no
के
one
ने
to play around
डैमेज
in this game. And
सीएस नहीं
no
दिया
surprise, 'cause I
रेंज
think
का
Puppy is very practiced at playing these Invoker lineups and understanding what the hero needs to succeed. I think he definitely has it here.
अभी तक अच्छा सीएस काउंट कर रहे हैं
Getting the early deny over the Invoker. We always see this, okay, the Invoker's going to go for the range creep. He's going to drop a Sunstrike on it, and the opposing side tries to stack it. Oh, Kiritich doesn't actually walk into the Sunstrike and will survive here. They actually did too good of a job by blocking him out, punishing him on that positioning. Katomi might still be able to nab the first blood, though, as it didn't go to the Drow Ranger, nor will it go to the Bane, at least not initially. He still is going to try and hunt for it. Managed to get the Nightmare, and that will be the death of him. First blood goes to Katomi.
Almost an unlucky body block that you dodge your own spell. Should have been a first blood there. gonna put some more pressure on Kiritich, try and force him off some of the CS, but the damage is done. First blood
किरीटिक्स
to
पे
Bane.
प्रेशर डालते हुए साइलेंस देने पे मजबूत किया है.
Like, he
थर्ड
was
स्किल
almost
नहीं
an
दिए.
MVP in that game one, because you have to be so on point with those overgrowth timings. The scouting he did early, he used the early shard well. He did a lot in that game, and here he is on one of the signature fives of the tournament, in my opinion, this Bane. It's been a menace for a lot of teams to deal with. The pick-off pressure around the map is where this hero
उसकी वजह से
shines.
काफी
You can
I
start to
think
find those
फर्स्ट
big
ब्लड भी दिया है.
sleep or grip kills
4
on
लास्ट
targets
हिट भी
that
मिस
turn into
करी हैं.
objectives. Could look a
सेंटोर
lot
ने
like
काफी
game one.
खराब
And you always
स्टार्ट
have
हुई है.
the nice counterplay for the Nakes here. Not a hero that Lifestealer likes to play into.
कोई अर्थ स्पिरिट
Talking about some of our
साफ
other
डिनाइज
lanes,
पे.
that bottom lane is kind of a weird one. Wind Ranger 4
साफ
position
डिनाइज
with
तो
a
बहुत ज्यादा
Largo
होते हैं.
3 against a Lifestealer. Did you believe in this Lifestealer pickup when you saw it? Was
I
that
do,
a hero
yeah.
that you were like, oh, they really got him?
I think so. I mean, maybe there's like some carry that theoretically can perform with some higher synergy with the Invoker or something. I'm not going to say it's the best Alacrity hero. It's not a hero that sets up Invoker spells, but it's pretty nice here against the Largo. It's great against the Earth Spirit. You have to try and throw the grip into him, and there are counterplays for that between the Rubik and the Centaur. It's going to be annoying on the front lines here. You're really going to have to play for your Drow scale to deal with Satanic in this situation, and that's the position you want to put the Drow in. Like, you don't want to relieve pressure from the hero. You want to put him in a spot where you have to truly scale and carry this late game. The hero can sometimes deliver, but you have Centaur to gap close. You have some Invoker with some long-range artillery. There's a little bit of counterplay in this, so I think Lifestealer can pose a big problem here for BB, and he's going to free farm almost no matter what.
His battle between the supports, it always comes down to maybe a Sunstrike kill, not quite, but Tikala still cleans it up. And he will at least make save pay for blocking out his easy camp.
Not the first blood, but a nice little solo pickup for him, as both these fives find a little action here. Both Sunstrikes missing. Unfortunate for no one. He wants the extra golden experience here, but what can you do?
You combine that with GPK having such a good laning phase here. 13 denies over this Invoker. He is
crushing it.
Running inexperience on the side of no one.
This guy is maybe the most underrated laner of all
मतलब
time.
ऐसा लग रहा था कि लेनिंग स्टेज का इस बार इक्वल जाएगा, लेकिन दोबारा तीनों लेनिंग स्टेज ओन करते हुए
in any matchup.
हम देख सकते हैं कि तीनों लास्ट हिट पे
And the lanes he's supposed to win, he wins them.
टॉप कर रहे हैं. लार्गो 23 लास्ट हिट पे, ड्रो 22 लास्ट हिट पे, आर्ट स्पिरिट किस पे? अगर कोई क्लोज है तो सिर्फ लाइफ स्टीलर है.
Okay, whatever. Like, yeah, you can win the lane if you're GPK, but we first picked our mid hero. It's a greedy mid hero. If no one gets out of this with a decent start, we're very
वुडविंग ज्यादातर बिजी है इससे क्या बोलते हैं विंड रेंजर के साथ, तो शायद हैरेस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं लार्गो को उतना.
Expected outcome for a first pick Invoker, you're very happy with this if you're no one.
Okay, sure. Not a hero that's expected to dominate the lanes.
No.
But it is interesting, the BB team. I feel like there was this narrative for the longest time, BB team, oh, they're such an incredibly lane-dominant team. You really have to make sure you get out of lanes against them. And I feel like that narrative kind of dialed down quite a bit over this last year and maybe even the year prior. And I think BB team became a more well-rounded team. But here in this finals, they're kind of back to
फोर्थ स्पिरिट का बेटर यूज कर सकते हैं किल सिक्योर करने के, या फिर मार दे रहे हैं स्पिरिट.
Multi-shot coming in, 9 class is going to die with the rotation of save, surprising the top lane duo.
Nice little pickup for him. Recognize the wave was going in bottom for Miro, so you can leave this frog alone for a little bit with the equilibrium advantage and get some rotations going. You're gonna try and cascade this in towards that mid lane, look for the Invoker. This is what you want to do against this hero. Now, to me, it's not as much about the lane matchup as trying to kill this hero 2 or 3 times before he gets to that first farming item.
But look at Pvision already set up for it, and they're going to get the punish here. Tossing back Kataomi. GBK
Magnetize already
really
there.
good Magnetize though. Oh my god, he got level 6 right as they went for that play.
Perfect.
So even though Pvision was in a better spot closer to the tower,
I think BB team का आज दिन कुछ ज़्यादा ही अच्छा है.
No chance you're taking that fight with Magnetize already on.
फाइट करने जाते हैं, सरप्राइज मिलता है, लेकिन एकदम उसी टाइम पे आर्ट स्पिरिट लेवल 6 हो गया और मैग्नेटाइज से बिल्कुल ही
beautiful rotation from BB, and that is exactly what you want to do.
खत्म ही कर दिया.
First pick Invoker, put some deaths on the board, slow down that Meteor Hammer. It slows down his entire game. Gets GPK off to a fast start and an amp damage.
The Force Spirit, he was trying to race to get the deny on that power room, but it does go to GPK. Of course, he's not a bottle hero, so this is not something. It's not a power room he's going to be able to hold for the Wisdom Shrine, but we may see some action
Kata
still
Omi.
around those, especially Katomi. Getting in there already.
That's another one.
Sunstrikes are just not landing for no one.
Whew. He's got some stuns to set it up, but just some little jukes here. And yeah, you're right. No bottle for GPK. Kind of interesting. I've seen a lot of Earth Spirits offer that bottle. He decides to just go the Soul Ring route with some extra strength stats.
It makes sense, I think, in an Invoker matchup, right? He just maximizes stats, so he just gets massive CS.
इन दोबारा फर्स्ट गेम का थोड़ा रिपीट दिख रहा है, लेकिन अच्छा टोर्नेडो मीटियर सेटअप, अरे भाई
GPK to make the read that I'm using my Sunstrike.
क्या Sunstrike था भाई?
Reads him like a goddamn book.
That's veteranship right there. That's the next level play.
I mean, imagine you just look like the fool. GPK just walks straight back. No one. What a sick read.
Absolutely
रूबेक का स्टन थोड़ा अजीब सा था, दूर कर दिया instead of pass.
You're running away and recognize when it's coming out and play for the 50-50 on the juke. You're either throwing it down or you're throwing it up there, but you're definitely not throwing it where you expect him to run. Big pickup.
Free kill मिल गया.
He's going to get another here, and suddenly,
beginning to cook now.
Oh yeah, that's why you needed to kill this guy a couple times in the early game. There's too much setup in this game. He's always going to find some Sunstrike connections if you're not just going on him. Do have another Magnetize available.
Illusion will be denied, but GPK, okay, especially with Miro joining in, they have a chance to get 9 class. Bushwhack holds him back. Miro's still going to keep the chase up, though, giving these heroes the extra movement speed. Now they surround 9 class for the pickoff.
This Earth Spirit Largo combination is going to be really strong. You got to respect it in this game.
Nice read. They make the read that there was a high ground ward there as well, so bit of extra golden experience.
ये गेम much better जा रहा है, मतलब no one के लिए already top 4 के साथ.
Power shot or shackle shot. Power shot to lead things off. They split up to make sure the Bushwhack doesn't land. The Sunstrike. Oh, what a shackle, though. Catching Satanic and Dekalis there. Katomi needs some help. GPK is going to roll in. Hits the Magnetize onto the Invoker. A TP away. Can they do the damage fast enough? Not with the Infest. The Infest bomb bails out the Invoker and allows him to complete the TP.
And your Magnetize disappears at the
लग ही
same
रहा था कि
time.
इन्फेस्ट
So
करेगा,
you have to wait another
लाइफ
90
स्टीलर
seconds
मरने
for
नहीं देगा
GPK
इन्वोकर
to
को.
get something going here in around this mid
इन्वोकर
lane.
टीपी कर रहा था तो कुछ था भी नहीं ऐसा कुछ रोकने के लिए.
Some of these heroes and be a nuisance in the fight, not an easy target to focus down.
वाई सेंटर की हालत खराब.
How did he end up here and with Kiritich chasing him? Very awkward situation for him as GPK gladly rolls in, cleans some of that up.
टीपी करना तो पहले ही कर देता.
Kiritich must have seen the opportunity, like Stampede got used. Okay, I can put pressure on the Centaur and results in some sort of awkward positioning.
He's pretty fat on this drow.
Yeah. One of the scariest heroes of this patch.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think it's been figured out a little bit, but still got to respect what this hero can do and how fast it can come online if it has a free game like this. Quick smoke. No Magnetize available, but looking to get some earn charges for GPK.
Look at this move.
लाइफ स्टीलर माना जाता है. I think साइलेंस पे खत्म करना चाहिए. थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा.
Still got him on the silence, and then from the other side, Kiritich came through the gate, combos it with the gust.
Perfect timing. That shackle's not landing, so you need a little extra disable there. And right on
gust.
time. The connections have been so fluid for BB in this series.
नहीं जो किया.
They are nailing the timings. That's going to get a tier 1 tower, kick this lifestealer out. Suddenly that free farming Satanic hero, he has to sit on the bench for a little bit as this drow pulls ahead. TP the Earth Spirit into mid. He has Magnetize here. Not a guaranteed tower push.
No, not at all. Boulder Smash will clear out the creeps, a minimal amount of damage done to this tier 1.
I will say, Pvision have a lot more of the ghost shove we're used to kind of seeing from their lineups that they can play around this game between the Invoker, the Helm off of the Centaur, and the Lifestealer. If you're aware of like the grip cooldown and how far you can push lanes with the Rage TP.
इस गेम में स्टैट्स नहीं दिख रहे हैं Pvision से.
It could become a similar game to how we've seen them dominate the map
दोनों
in
teams
terms
नहीं
of
दिख रहे
like
हैं.
you're getting
I
lanes
think
and you find that one
Centaur
kickoff
stack
and you
ले
just
सकता
chain
है.
it across the map. So you have to be a little wary here BB, in terms of the Sunstrike threat, the Stampede threat.
Even
Looks like these
Invoker
cool
भी
abilities
stack
that
ले
can
सकता
turn
है.
a simple bushwhack, a simple lift into a full out kill.
ब्लॉक करा हुआ है ऐसा लग रहा है.
And especially since you've got 3 heroes on BB team that don't really want to deal with lanes and just kind of want to run after
Calm
heroes,
would
right?
block
Earth
it.
Spirit, Wind Ranger.
Yes. And that's the biggest factor here, is like who's going to show on these waves as we go later and later in this game, and how do you do it safely? That's another reason you need these cores to be as fat as possible.
Right.
You need to get the HP totals up. You have some strength heroes that can sit on those waves and tank a lot of spells, assuming you can get the levels, some of those early items up online, and
Feels like the most important one in that regard has got to be Miro, right? He's the one who's going to show the longest in these lanes, pushing out.
इस बार 9 क्लास बैठे हुए हैं कि गैंग कुछ भी होगा रोक देंगे लाइक स्टीलर
Ogre Club, opting for a faster BKB.
जो ऑप्शन के जंगल में लगी है
Over a little more early game aggression.
से डिवॉर्ड नहीं कर
I
रहे
think it's going to be hard to just force your way onto Pvision's side of the map. They have a lot of defensive options in this game.
Do you think it's is it the Invoker that's putting him in that position? Like, do you think he would go this build against any other hero?
I think it's maybe the lineup as a whole. Like, it's the Invoker plus 3 other stuns.
Okay.
If you don't have BKB and you roll in, you just get stunned by something, you're going to get chain stun, you're going to get burst down by no one's damage. So I think the Invoker is the biggest threat here for sure. BKB is your best option. I think it's also all the control he's worried about just rolling into.
They will have no disables to pierce through that until Lifestealer gets a bash. I suppose there's always the stolen Fiend's Grip, which is something Katomi's going to have to be careful with. Always kind of hard to play Bane against Rubik.
Some nice spells to steal in this game, that's for sure. These Earth Spirit spells are a lot better now than they used to be as well. Both the kick and the pull, especially the pull.
Yeah, if you get a shard, then you have Telekinesis save and Geomagnetic Grip save. We've seen some great plays with that. We've also seen some not so good ones. Thinking about that Rune Eaters game.
Okay, that was, that was a unique situation.
yeah.
Not throw him out of the bus. They get the Dom creep. They're doing stacks right now. Another very efficient game from BB. They pretty much held the lead this entire series. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
Looking to get that Largo
मुझे
nice and
लगता है कि
juicy.
नोटिस तो
Get
हेल्म
those
बना था कि
extra
अपना
Crooked
क्रीप
Genius points up,
का
and
गोल
that's when
देने
this
के लिए
Earth Spirit Largo combo is going to shine. So much damage coming off of that. You will need dispels, you will need BKBs in this game at some point.
Meteor
Maybe another reason you just go
Meteor
faster
shower
BKB
really
here if you're GBK. Like, you have
mess
Largo
होता
boosting you up. You need to make sure your team fight connects. Oh, a little off the mark.
That was a Sunstrike for sure.
The instant TP Top trying to roll in the Centaur in instant stampede.
He's already out of here.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough connection.
And, I mean, because Pvision made that read, it's like instant. Mid tower is going to die off of that.
And Satanic just getting kicked out of here.
Yeah, that is annoying, especially since he's so close to his Radiance. Been delayed from that gank by the Drow Ranger and Earth Spirit from earlier.
A lot of space for the Invoker, though. Like, they did not manage to put any more pressure into no one here after that first early kill, so he just takes mid tower. He's cruising through these jungles. He's almost top network in this game. And gotta remember, it's first pick Invoker. Like, you're super happy with this outcome.
Save, trying to juke the sharpshooter shot. The Sunstrike will be the death of him.
Another kill for no one. Well, he's just jungling. Getting served on a platter right now. All these stuns.
Creeping closer and closer to that Drow Ranger net worth.
Game definitely slowed down for BB here. I thought they were going to be able to find a little more openings behind the Surf Spirit, playing through that mid lane, but they've kind of just been avoiding it. They just are afraid to go anywhere near this Invoker.
Get a grab on Ducalis, not wasting any time. Fiend's Grip dropped.
Stolen Rhapsody. Didn't get the grip steal, was a little out of range. And once more, you're just kind of huddling around mid. Are you going to go on no one or not?
Going after Miro, but he's a bit of a bait. Unfortunately, GPK rolls right past the two of them. Could have been a very good setup for Magnetize. Still going to drop that ultimate on 9 class here. And try and run him down, but there's the Stampede. Combined with the Rubik's natural magic resistance, it's not the fastest kill to get. He keeps up and hit him with the silence there. Geomagnetic Grip and the Infest save. Once again, coming in at just the nick of time. Satanic's been pretty good with that one. Tornado sweeps on through. BB team not going to be caught by that one. Shackle goes out, but there's the rage from Satanic committing to the kill on Katomi. Nope, not so much. Not with the Drow Ranger here.
Oh, what a kick.
Not about a kick back there from the Earth Spirit. Puts him in range. Kiritich helps finish him off alongside Sade to get that last hit.
काफी दिक्कत आ रही है कि
Now two different deaths on him. He
सटाने के अंदर चला तो गया लेकिन बैकअप नहीं है, कोई अंदर साथ में चलने को भी नहीं है.
Yeah, it was only at the very end, basically, in that river fight. Here, two early ones, and one of those at the hands of a swift kick.
सॉलिट्यूड पे चले गए थे और अचानक से ड्रो भी आ गई तो बिल्कुल ही खत्म हो गया.
There with Magnetize on cooldown, but still finds a way to secure the big carry kill. And Kiritich joining that fight at the right time to dissuade them taking some sort of Radiance timing. Skirmish has another Sunstrike roll.
Oh, GPK gets him with the geomagnetic grip and kicks him away.
Doing a little bit of everything in this game.
He really is.
Medic from the mid lane.
And I love the way that BB Team's lineup has ways to cover each other like that. Nightmare set up onto Collis while the Focus Fire is going to be on 9 class, who's trying to, with his win run himself out of danger here. Power shot connects. GPK. Here comes the Sunstrike though. And hit save! No one is the one to find the pick off. A high ground ward helps with that one. 9 class even making the steal of a brain sap as he walks away.
Sunstrike kill तो भाई ऐसी आ रही है कि बंदा साथ लेके ही जाऊंगा.
This almost feels like some sort of Ag's Labyrinth game. You're just trying to dodge spells and find the raid boss between the Drow and the Lifestealer here. There's so many extra spells you have to think about in these engagements in terms of where's the limit you can push it to. You overcommit, they stampede and reset, you could be left dead in the water. If you overcommit on the side of Pvision, you get slept in the back or like licked or kicked in. There's a lot of repositioning, Drow waiting in the darkness. Very scary fights to just run headlong into.
Satanic, they're going to roll onto him, but there's already backup here. So GPK, this is not good for him, and he doesn't have a roll back up. With lower levels, once you roll in, you don't really have a good way out.
No BKB yet.
बहुत टाइम बाद ऐसा देखा है कि जीपी के जो बीबी टीम का मिड है अकेले कहीं मरे.
He's been kind of looking for kills and trying to make action happen, and unfortunately he's not getting the last hit.
अकेले आके जाके.
Kills he's been a part of. His net worth is
वैसे ये सोच के आए थे कि लाइफस्टीलर यहाँ काम कर रहा है, अकेला मार के आते हैं. चलो इन्होंने ये नहीं पता था कि पीछे टीम बैठी है वही गैंग एंटिसिपेट करने के लिए.
Attempted Sunstrike, not gonna land. 9 class pays the price.
9 class थोड़ी मस्ती कर रहे थे. पकड़े गए.
They get a nice sleep mid though. The Forge Spirits will remove it. There's a lot to remove sleep in this
इनको
game.
डराते हुए मैं आ रहा हूँ.
Really reliable spell. But you have a really farm Drow. I mean, that's been the story here for BB. They're just making space for Kiritich, who's had an absolutely free game. Almost 2,000 ahead of the next opponent.
ड्रो बहुत फैट होती है. थोड़ा एक आइटम और आ जाएगा तो टीम पे फाइट पे आने लग जाएगी. तो फिर दिक्कत दे सकती है कि बहुत डैमेज देगी.
There's an armlet pickup just for some extra bonus armor.
Yeah, I like that.
Have to imagine that this could be like an AC Lifestealer game. I think that's one of your better items in this matchup. But you also need a Dispel in this game for sure.
जब भी तुम ड्रो के अगेंस्ट खेलोगे तो एसी वगैरह काफी आर्मर हाई आर्मर आइटम्स काफी अच्छे होते हैं. इनिशियली वो जितना आर्मर है वो वैसे ही खुद का तुम्हारा 0 कर देती है, तो एक्स्ट्रा आर्मर हेल्प करता है काफी वो डैमेज रिड्यूस करने के लिए.
You know, there is a lot of small ways. There's not one of those like big hard saves, but there's a lot of ways to help this Drow Ranger create just a bit more distance against a Lifestealer Centaur that are looking to just run you over.
It might be a hard save in this game because the only way you're really dealing damage is you're keeping some hero on a spot. Like the Invoker damage is all AoE effectively. Like the Sunstrike has to land, the Meteor has to land, or they're in an ice path. Lifestealer needs to hit you if you're just pulling heroes out of these spots.
बट वार्ड पे फंस जाएंगे. नो वन और डेड है.
From GPK, they use the Fiend's Grip to magnetize everything they got to kill this very high net worth hero, but an infest save. And he gets away from the magnetize.
नो वन बिल्कुल टर्न करेंगे यहाँ पर.
Keeping that going, he'll get it on 9 class at least. He needs something out of this BKB usage, and it'll be 2 support kills.
That's not bad for that first BKB, especially since again your Drow is just free farming, pushing in mid. Level 16 and a half for Kiritich. It's getting a little out of control here for this Drow Ranger. He is just eclipsing the Lifestealer.
get to Butterfly.
It's going to be such a fast timing and great grip setup. It's going to be really hard to find some nice core grip connections. That's what just starts off all this fight. And then you bail your Evoker out, but this is not a fight you can take. The Magnetize and Earth Spirit on the front line is way too strong. It's all bailout here.
And a fight like that, this corner of the map, they just go through gate, take the Tormentor.
Largo Dota right here. Group up, abuse the song. Will be a very nice encore Lotus Orb game for Miro. Already has the Lotus online, can quickly go into the Shard now.
GPK, after completing the BKB, will go back for the Spirit Vessel. Meanwhile, Pvision went for a bit of an excursion here. A Hoodwink, a Centaur, double stuns, a decent amount of burst. You combine the Sunstrike, it's a lot, but they do not see an opportunity for a fast and easy kill.
You can always Boots of Travel into the Centaur Dom creep, so there's potentially a lot of firepower behind a play like that. That shows you how much they respect some of the displacement spells, like Grip, Lick, can cover each other running up that hill. Unless you have a lot of information, it's kind of scary to be that deep on the map where you don't know where all these saves are. Well, let's see how well BB play around the Drow as they did in the Timber game 1, because this is a game where Kiritich is now your win condition. Similar to how that Timber was in game 1, you have to respect that he's going to need the utility. He needs the reposition. Like, you don't want to use your Lick and Grip early in the fight on some other bad target to have to bail somebody out, and then Pvision get a free initiation on your Drow with none of those saves available. Need to make sure that he is the priority in this game, and that the fight flows through this Drow Ranger right now. Big smoke gank through this bottom lane. They're trying to find no one down here.
Him almost surrounded. It's the Rubik in some trouble, gets gusted. Meanwhile, the Invoker went for the kill on save. So now he's just got to get out of here with the Stampede. Goes for a TP way on the other side, but the Frog Stomp stomps him. Now he's caught in the Fiend's grip, and it's an opening Kiritich. He gets a double.
Fiend's grip से खत्म कर दिया
5x kill streak. Oh, yeah. 540 gold for this Drow. That's the last person you wanted a gold injection going into.
And he felt like the Invoker and Centaur were the bigger threat, so he did not go for the Butterfly, goes for the BKB, and it's almost done already. Get that with a level 18.
You're looking at Roche soon. And this is the pressure that you need to find on the map with the Invoker. Like, you can't just be entirely passive here. You want to be able to find pickoffs, pressure the lanes, start to threaten this tier 1 bottom so you can play the full map. I think that's a fine play from no one. He just gets barely caught on the TP out.
BB team दोबारा
I'll also say it's been a very quiet game for the Centaur.
strong kill rate अभी
of the tournament.
क्योंकि Earth Spirit का BKB का टाइमिंग आ जाएगा तो as long as कि उस पे 2 आइटम रहते हैं वेसल और BKB काफी इम्पैक्ट देते हैं गेम के बीच में क्योंकि जितना ज़्यादा वो जिंदा रहेंगे उतना ज़्यादा वो डैमेज डील करते हैं टीम में और Earth Spirit चाहे इन कोर्स में बॉटम नेटवर्क भी हो डैमेज सबसे ज़्यादा देगा
It's been a quiet game for both side laners, but
he enjoyed fights though.
Yes, it made sense in game 1 where he was just kind of like, okay, Phantom Lancer, big hard carry.
I mean, what's the hero damage in this game right now for Pvision? Like, I feel like Centaur has to be the lowest. I don't think he's really done anything to an enemy hero other than some Stampede damage.
They go for the Roche. But what I was going to get to is Lifestealer in this matchup. Like, when do you feel like you're strongest?
The Manta's done. I think AC is where I am going to see this matchup pick up for him. Okay. But he can definitely fight with the Manta right now.
Nice tornado EMP hit होगा नहीं हुआ.
Spirits down the line. Roshan is low enough that this is really awkward for BB team.
You have to just BKB and commit for it if you're Kiritich. Hope that you outclick them right here.
They got the Sunstrike inside, trying to land the Bushwhack, but he popped the BKB in time. But they do.
ये गड़बड़ है.
What a shackle though, holding back these two cores while they multi-shot.
ये गेम भी मुश्किल होगा काफी.
But he's got to get away from this Lifestealer, sticking on top of the Drow Ranger, looking to take the 1 life, and now go for the second.
क्या टर्न बैक टर्न अराउंड कर पाएंगे थोड़ा मुश्किल है BKB है नहीं ड्रो पे तो शायद मारने पे बिल्कुल नाइस कमबैक बट ओहो टर्न अराउंड करते हुए
Dude, how did he get out of there? That is ridiculous that the Drow just walks away.
Look at Satanic head in hands after 2 different crucial shackles. keep the momentum going Pvision's way.
There are a lot of teams that are not going to pick Wind Ranger in the grand finals, let alone to support Wind Ranger. This is the one guy you give it to, and you have confidence he's going to land the shackles every single time. This is Safe's hero. Like, he is the best support Wind Ranger in the world. It's not even close. And he shows you why in this fight. 2 double core shackles? Are you kidding me? What even is that?
Yeah, look how much free time Kiritich got. They kill the 2 supports as a result of that.
Satanic strong here. Like, he has frost armor on top of it, a little extra boost. He's doing some work.
Yep.
You have a nice setup on this Drow Ranger.
Oh man, the stomp, you had the tornado destroying the stomp. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, the tornado timing might have ended up being a little brief there.
Yeah, because he also missed the meteor on the second life there, because he also went for a meteor hammer kill.
Well, missed
the Sunstrike as well. Not the most efficient spellcasting there from no one. And you're just like, why do I have to play against this guy's Wind Ranger? Please.
Satanic not happy with that one. It hasn't really blown up the game too much.
No.
Surprisingly, BBT only up 2K.
They did lose Aegis there too. So you kind of clear through that objective. Your cores are still in a fine spot. I mean, maybe this game feels more frustrating than it's actually reflected in that scoreboard right now.
कुछ impact आया नहीं है वैसे क्योंकि सिर्फ फुटविंग का बायबैक आया था क्योंकि 5 मिनट में वापस आ जाएगा 7 मिनट में होता है तो 2 मिनट रुक के
how much you can stay on top of them, how much you can just get in there with all your cores. You can land some early stuns.
I do think this butterfly timing though for the Drow is going to be a hefty hit.
For sure, it's a big damage upgrade, big item in the matchup. You're not going to have the evasion pierce for a long time, if ever. And this is also when we're also approaching that 30-minute mark, which is where you want to see no one start to pick up some of those cheeky kills, like the Bane snipe there. He's a massive threat on his own and can really up the map pressure against, like we talked about, supports for BB that don't really want to sit and push a wave. They want to be kind of hunting at nighttime around the Bane night vision, trying to set kills up, being aggressive themselves. It's hard to do that when there's just this ghost walk invoker running around the map, potentially infested, potentially with Stampede available.
And potentially with a free TP out. Look at his build-up. It's going to be a Linken's up next. So if he split pushes the map and you try and make some sort of play to him, if he BKBs and still has Linken's to stop the Fiend's grip.
Not much you're doing. I mean, this Linken's tells me they are expecting this game to go late. They want to be able to rat successfully, find the pickoffs, go into the late game. The heart's online for the Centaur. Everything points towards some heavy scale here for Pvision, and rightly so, because they're not ending this game anytime soon. We saw the Shadow Blade for Kiritich. He opts for that first before that butterfly. Gets a nice pick off with it top. And he took the gust move speed here over the multi-shot damage.
I think it's actually
kind of
a great game for it.
Yeah, if there were ever a game for it, it's got to be one in it like this.
Centaur
See if that talent
मतलब
pays off.
Stampede के अलावा मिड गेम में ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट दिखता नहीं है मतलब सेंटर को इम्पैक्ट कब दिखता है वो बिल्कुल ही फार्म करके आ जाता है भाई हार्ट वगैरह शिवाज वगैरह या फिर लोटस अकॉर्डिंग टू गेम और बिल्कुल मरता नहीं है अब जाके सेंटर का इम्पैक्ट दिखता है मोटा सा कैसे मारना है इसे कैसे मारो तो खुद को ज़्यादा डैमेज लग रहा है लेकिन ये सेंटर तो वही मर जाएगा मुश्किल होगा क्या फेस करेंगे नहीं ब्लैंक आउट करके लेकिन नो वन का क्या होगा बीकी भी टीपी कर सकते हैं शायद
dodges that much at some point. BKB makes a run for it, goes to the TP out.
PN street है नहीं तो कैच आएगा नहीं
Play aggressive, and when it comes to it, you just bail out of that situation.
9 blocks बहुत ही
damn, that Centaur is tanky.
अच्छा खेले हैं थ्रू आउट द टूर्नामेंट इस गेम इस टूर्नामेंट में मतलब आज के दिन इतना नहीं चल पा रहे वो प्लेज नहीं दिख रहे हैं जो पहले दिखते थे 9 क्लास से रूबिक से भी कुछ अच्छे स्पेल्स अभी तक चुराए नहीं है कि दिखे कुछ तगड़ा सा
Gonna scale nicely here, and they're gonna go for that triple armor item timing. Like, you have the Lotus on the Centaur, you're gonna go Shiva's on the Invoker, AC on the Lifestealer. That's gonna be a big time to strike back, particularly going into this next Rosh. If you can line it all up, take the fight into the Drow, that's a lot of extra bonus armor for Kiritich to try and get through in the fight. You limit his damage output. Things are looking a lot easier for you in terms of just sustaining in the middle of all that, because this Largo doesn't have Ags yet. His biggest impact is getting in there and getting the Encore Lotus off. Croak a Genius on the Earth Spirit, yeah, that's nice too. But who's going to stand their ground against Invoker spells? You're going to have to trade BKBs for it, or I guess you go back to land some Sick Disable, right? If you get a good Sleep Grip / Shackle, we saw 2 amazing Shackles in that Roche fight. That can be a difference maker.
Or BB team just play to kite them as much as possible until these BKBs and rages go on cooldown.
It is an I'd say it's a decent option against the Lifestealer. Like, this hero is always kiteable in ultra late game. A lot harder against Invoker. It's really difficult to kite this hero. When he's so fast, he can get in there. He always has the longer range. He can kind of pick his opening.
There's the AC. BKB up next for Noticed. Kiritich is on the hunt. Silver Edge, what's about to expire, tries to catch 9 classes already away. Only gets the Helm of Dom Creep.
I think BB need this next Roshan. They need an Aegis on this Drow to continue to exert some pressure on the objectives and progress this game. Otherwise, this is just turning into a, you know, rat the side lanes, continue to scale our Tricore, and our Tricore looks a little scarier right now.
TPK.
So what is the response?
And the funny thing is, they do have the vision. They have the opportunities, but Pvision
Yeah,
is just
BB
moving a
team.
bit too fast around the map. Maybe this smoke
Game
could land
जीतेगी या
something.
फिर
This could line up really nicely if you
I
find the
think
Lifestealer
Pvision
down
थोड़ा
here.
choke कर रही है अभी कुछ strong impact दिखा नहीं है रूबिक वगैरह से और संता से
Infest Bomb, oh boy.
I'm right in an awkward spot here. They do instant Fiend's Grip, stopping the Centaur initially.
Nice. यही होता है कि अब ऑफलाइन तुम्हारा पहला टारगेट बना है वो भी तब जब तुम 5-on-5 टाइप मतलब टीम फाइट ले रहे हो तो कैसे ही होगा वेरी नाइस इन 2 गेम में ये
perfectly. They just completely cut off the smoke move there. A BB team, and they didn't have their Drow Ranger anywhere close, so that fight starts in just a terribly awkward way.
मतलब मेरे ख्याल से तो ये 2 गेम में पहली फाइट है कि Pvision कुछ तमीज से कुछ जीता है मतलब 1 मिनट का किल मिला है 2 सपोर्ट का किल मिला है कोई भी कुछ तो 2 को किल मिली नहीं है लेकिन देखते हैं लेकिन ये तो ब्यूटीफुल था
with some clutch spell casting as you got all the angles here. Support's down, easy chase down on these 2 big boys. And your only option is to nightfall out of here. And end up getting Roche anyway. Just too far to run here with everybody off the respawn.
रोज चिल्ला रहा है भाई मत करो मेरे साथ ऐसा इंसान
Aegis for Satanic.
Gold snap मार के बेचारा राइट क्लिक नहीं कर रहा है
He's gonna have MKB the second the butterfly's done. This is Pvision's timing right now. They're absolutely happy to take any sort of fight. They have saves, they have long range artillery, they have heroes that can chase you down. It's gonna have to be some insanely clutch spell casting from BB to stem the bleeding here.
इन्वोकर दोबारा देखते हैं कि फाइट लेने की ट्राई करेंगे लेकिन
Rolling Boulder is going to make even 9
हाँ
class
डिसेंड
tough
होगा
for BB team to catch.
टीम है नहीं उनकी उधर रोशान मिल चुका है
Level 20s, you got catchy leg charges, that adds a lot.
That is a very nice
मेरे
talent
ख्याल
in
से
this
मिड
game when
पुश
you're
करेंगे
looking to
फिर
reposition your
बॉटम पुश
drow
करेंगे
to get some extra dispels going in the fight.
And an extra 30% magnetized damage, though. GPK, it's not been the easiest for him to keep that
इन्वोकर का काफी अच्छा शॉट है मतलब खासकर वेव क्लियर करने पे इजीली गोस्ट वॉक पे मतलब वेव पुश कर सकते हैं यहाँ पर फोकस जाता नहीं है उस टाइम पे Even in
There's
pro
MKB
games.
for the Lifestealer buff. As the butterfly arrives for Kiritich, it's already countered, and you gotta expect that Pvision are just gonna instantly try and take a fight. You can go for the Infest Centaur
Kiritich बहुत ही
initiation
शायद है
again.
ऑलरेडी ऐसा स्लॉटेड हो गया
They're gonna go for the more aggressive route. That is a 6k HP Centaur. Again, you cannot throw spells unnoticed here. You're just losing the fight the more you throw on it. You have to find other targets.
Smoke to this high ground area, hoping to play some ward down and find some heroes, but of course they're spotted before that. They still manage to get the jump. It's on the Bane.
Bane मिला है.
Beautiful tornado. Satanic's just boosting himself. They get a force out
Min
up to the high
Ranger
ground though. So with
post
this
off करेगी.
MKB, he was not able to kill save, and he actually gets kited around pretty heavily there.
That was not looking too bad with the drought damage going into him. But you're able to walk it off. Stampede can bail you out. You got a BKB out of the Largo. You got the Bane buyback. Got a nice D ward. That's all map control. That's all net worth in the bank. Small victories here.
Not bad at all. Miro just not going the Aghanim Scepter at all. And I don't really blame them. A Scythe of Ice could do a lot in this game. So that's what he's opting for next.
It reduces his individual threat a lot, though.
Sure.
Like, Largo in the late game is not Largo without that Ags.
Well, were you ever going to be a threat against Lifestealer Centaur?
Yeah, probably not. You're a lot tankier.
Yeah.
It's about having, you know, the heals, the move speed, all of this good stuff in the fight for everybody else. You definitely want Ags at some point.
No one. Also going to go Scythe of Ice. We've got the MKB complete for the Lifestealer. And now it's a classic. Abyssal Blade next up.
And the big hits just keep coming. Ags for Centaur too. So now you have the saves online. Teamfights just keep looking harder and harder here.
Just a Bane illusion, the real one.
कार्ड भी आ
Which was
चुका है
holding
तो
the gem. Does manage
सेंटर
to
का
TP away.
थोड़ा और मुश्किल होगा अगर ये सेंटर के अराउंड अगर फाइट करें टीम फाइट्स अगर सेंटर के अराउंड फाइट तो ना वो सेंटर मार सकते हैं ना सेंटर के बगल में जो लाइफ स्टीलर है ना उसको मार सकते हैं
And that drought fight is easiest.
सेंटर जिस पे चढ़ेगा लाइफ पर शट कर देगा उसे.
Pvision, they've got 1 minute left on this Aegis. Are you willing to risk hitting tier 3 at all?
It's a toxic high ground. You can potentially just get roll silence, kicked in, licked in, gripped, and like.
Yeah, it just feels like no way I would want to go for that.
No, until you're confident enough to just jump and take the fight that way, I don't think you risk it. Keep looking for pickoffs across the map because you have the Ghost Walk Invoker, the 600 MS plus hero just running around with the Conjure's Catalyst. Again, he rolled well, so you're very happy in this situation as no one.
And they're able to play 3 cores on one side of the map, and all the lanes are still pushed in. That's how quickly they're able to move around. That's how quickly they're able to push in these lanes.
Yeah, look at how fast they are just running, right? Yeah, this is a 550 Centaur in the smokes with the Infest. 530 Invoker.
I mean, they almost were fast enough to catch BB team on a D ward there. So they knew about that high ground ward from that last fight. They finally felt confident enough to be able to take it out.
It's full map control.
Double wards on this top lane. Anybody from BB team pushes out through here, they might be the victim of this smoke.
They would probably be willing to take a fight right outside the base right now because the Aegis is expiring. There it goes.
Miro is the one showing. Are they willing to jump in? GPK is going to pop the Shivas, but he gets jumped, stopped up, and he's already dead.
Ooh, so fast.
That was some hefty damage in a split second there. Miro is going to have to BKB. It's a force staff. It's a nightmare trying to get him ahead of these meteors.
He's burning.
He is burning, and he dies.
नाइस प्लेइंग भाई सेंटर भाई बिल्कुल ही कर चढ़ के पेल ही दिया.
This is high ground opened up. Even
Wow,
without that Aegis,
Flint
with
Tavai.
that Alacrity lifesteal up here.
Yeah, it happens fast. Tier 3 is almost dead already.
Satanic buyout for Kiritich. He is fully committed to the next fight.
How do they play this fight, though?
नाइस डबल स्टन भाई. दो डबल स्टॉर्म भाई. सेंटर इज डूइंग इट भाई. मैग्नेटाइज 4 पे हिट कर रहा है. मे बी 5. Ro is concentrating on center, but ज़्यादा कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. हील भी कर देंगे वापस. अभी हार्ट बना हुआ है उनका. बट अगेन ये स्टॉर्म प्लेस तो भाई तगड़े ही हो रहे हैं. ओ भाई नो वन भी भाई स्नाइपर बना हुआ है भाई. स्नाइपर बिल्कुल ही कहीं पर भी छुपा हुआ है. स्नाइप कर दूंगा वो भी बिना देखे भाई. विदाउट स्कोप वाला स्नाइपर है भाई. बहुत अच्छा हाई ग्राउंड डिफेंस है, लेकिन जैसे ये सेंटर पीछे चढ़ रहा है ना भाई, अलग ही सीन कर रखा है।
Pretty decent. Holds notice in for a little while. BB team trying to chase. Kiritic, nice telekinesis. Hit just takes no damage. Kiritic trying to slow down these heroes from getting away. Pops BKB, sees notice. No one. He's so low, wants to finish him off, but he can't overcommit. He lets Miro go
मार के गया भाई, ऐसे नहीं जाऊंगा। चैन गिरा था नीचे, क्या रिकवर करेंगे?
But it cost them oh so much. It's a lane of Barracks top. And some buybacks used.
And they're still going in.
अरे भाई
These infest bombs.
जैसे मैं कह ही रहा था गेम की स्टार्टिंग में कि इन्फेस्ट बॉम्ब्स का काफ़ी सेटअप है इन पे सेंटोर के साथ, एक ही सेटअप है लेकिन है। बाकी दूसरा सेटअप बेसिकली इन्वोकर के साथ है, हर्डविन के पुशबैक के साथ, स्टॉर्म के साथ उतना इन्वोकर का सनस्ट्राइक का सेटअप नहीं आता क्योंकि काफ़ी छोटा स्टन होता है और काफ़ी इंस्टेंट आता है वो स्टन। ऐसा नहीं है कि तुम बंदा दिख रहा है और सीधा जाके स्टन कर रहे हो और पहले पिंग कर दिया कि हाँ भाई यहाँ से स्ट्राइक कर देना, यहाँ जाके स्टॉम्प कर दूंगा। ओटिस भाई आज तो अभी ये सेंटर बैन रहता है पता है हर गेम में, भाई क्या कैंसर है। मिड गेम तक कुछ नहीं करेगा लेकिन लेट गेम भाई आतंक मचाता है। जैसी हार्ड वार्ड और एक दो आइटम और आए भाई सेंटर एकदम चौड़ा होके खड़ा हो जाता है भाई टीम फाइट के आगे। मार लो भाई, मेरे को मार लो, हिम्मत है तुम्हारी। टिम्बर इस सेंस में थोड़ा ज़्यादा गंदा है, वो तो भाई मारता है, वो तो भाई टैंक भी करता है और डैमेज भी करता है। सबसे खराब बात टिम्बर प्योर डैमेज करता है भाई, पाइप बना के कुछ फायदा नहीं। तो तुम्हें बीकी भी चाहिए अगर तुम्हें वो डैमेज रिड्यूस करना है तो।
Running out of scale, running out of time to find that scale.
With Roshan, they take the Tormentor and Roshan soon to be done.
The scariest thing about this Infest Centaur is like you don't even have to pop out. I think you will, because most of the time if you land a stun, you're just going to pop out and start hitting the guy, but you could sit in here for a while with how tanky he is and just see what develops in the fight. Like bait some heroes
series 1-1 के तरफ जाता है।
What are you doing to this man?
काफी impactful series है।
Spawning top, a hefty wave is pushing in bottom. Look for an opening. As a hero, somebody show Kiritic.
Oh, that's who you want
to lose here. Catchy lick, force stab, telekinesis holding him in place still. But they didn't feel like it was good enough. Not a commitment here from Pvision. They'll lose their Rubik. On the way out here, BB team an opportunity.
थोड़ा अजीब सा टीम फाइट किया है।
GPK, Meteor, Catchy lick trying to save him right now.
Rubik का वापस आया। क्या डिसएंगेज करेंगे बीबी टीम वाले? डिसएंगेज करा। Nero is caught up.
And they do manage to get away.
अरे डिस्पेल कर दिया लोटस से।
Now back into it. It's going to be Takalis out of position this time around. Quickly bursts it down, lost the gem.
Still have to look for something here if you're BB. Every time these big spells are on cooldown, the Stampede's gone. You kind of have to look for that opening. Try and bait the overextension.
क्या बीबी यहाँ से टर्न अराउंड कर पाएगी? 18 के नेटवर्क डाउन है बीबी।
It's very specific positioning. Where one team feels stronger than the other, feels like they can go for the kill, be on the offensive.
शिवास मारा था शायद, उनका तो विजन मारता तो चढ़ जाता।
No one again putting that pressure in the bottom lane, trying to get as many heroes away from the Roshan pit as possible. But Rosh is going to switch over to the bottom side here. BB team will take their outpost back.
This Invoker's just been so annoying.
Katomi, oh, he tried to get a ward down, but notice Satanic Duo was already there sitting on the high ground.
Such a low cooldown threat as well. I think it's a 20-second infest. Right? It just costs you nothing to go for these plays. Did get some time to kind of dewart the map a little bit with your gem.
छोटे-मोटे पिकअप्स जो मिल रहे हैं ना,
buyback situation.
भारी पड़ सकते हैं थोड़ा।
Pretty mixed here for both teams.
Even at this time,
Ranger buyback, I'd say that's the most important for BB if you really want to force some sort of Roshan contest.
Roshan is almost there.
He's going to the bottom pit. That is just such a hard area to run into with
यही दिक्कत है कि 18 सेकंड का कूलडाउन है बेन पे, अभी पिक ऑफ मिला है तो कंटेस्ट नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो 12 सेकंड बहुत होते हैं।
I don't know how you can test this. It's like you need the exact angle.
If they get the right kind of pick off though. A blind roll in? Shiva's almost caught him.
It's like he
so
knew.
close they had the high ground ward. No, they didn't have anything there.
Oh, they do. They have this ward on the little cliff spot. Okay.
Yeah, so they saw him, but unfortunately Night Class is just a bit too fast. Maybe if they caught him with the Shiva, he actually completed the roll in onto the Centaur.
Did he want to do that?
Pop his BKB immediately. Drown Ranger trying to get to the Roshan. The Roshan's so low. Can they grab the Aegis? GPK managed to get it. A stop on it.
बहुत ही अच्छा रोशान स्टील बाय GPK भाई।
He's pushed into the pit by
He's
the
doing
ghost
it.
tornado. Rolls up, hitting Miro. A reset here, and a banner drop just from the vision. They're going to see these heroes start backing away.
They're going to try and turn.
Tackle shot attempted, not going to land there. A stop on a Keratin.
खेल मिली है, ड्रो भी मरेगी शायद। GPK वापस आए, दोबारा मैग्नेटाइज यूज किया है, रिफ्रेशर, बट ड्रो विल डाई। ज़्यादा डैमेज नहीं करती है, एकदम पास में, और सेंटर पे तो बिल्कुल नहीं करेगी। क्या होगा? ड्रो फाइनली डाइड।
You can't beat Satanic. He is way too tanky.
You eat the cheese, you eat the Aegis, you have all these extra lives, and it's all not enough.
क्लोज फाइट पे तो नहीं मार सकते सटाने को। क्लोज फाइट पे तो सटाने मतलब ये लाइफ स्टीलर नहीं मरता भाई।
23,000 and he got a squirrel.
That's all he got. It's all support.
I mean,
3,000 damage.
What do you want him to do? He took the Aegis. He played it with 2 lives. He had a sick magnetize on everybody. It's the Dream Earth Spirit fight.
Yeah, he's got the level 25 talent.
He does everything he can, and it is not enough. And you have to sit there wondering, well, what the hell were we missing in this team fight? You just can't get that drow away from enemy heroes.
Catchy lick on the illusion. Trying to bait Pvision to go for it.
I mean, I'd love to know how much of that fight there was a hero within the marksmanship range, right? Like,
yeah.
It just felt like there was somebody on top of him the entire time. He gets licked out, someone's still on top of him. He gets kicked out, someone's still on top of him. Like, yeah, he's sitting there dealing some damage, but it's reduced by so much.
That fight also went on so long that Miro ran out of mana.
Yeah, that hurts.
So you couldn't keep the Amphibian Rhapsody going for the bonus armor, for the extra movement speed to move these heroes around, for the catchy licks that he didn't have mana for.
That's the fight that signals me. If I'm Kiritich, I'm just buying Divine. Like, I don't think this Daedalus is enough.
Yeah.
They're going to try and hunt Satanic here off another good ward. Stayed on the map for a long time, just can't get the jump. And of course, it's the information game. You see no one pinging bottom. He's like, hey, if I'm pushing this wave in, no one's showing. They're up to something. These smokes are way too easy to read right now. And if you don't succeed with the move, the Forge Spirits start taking buildings. I have a feeling this Invoker might not get seen again in this series. Like, win or lose.
That first show.
It always happens. This hero, he comes back in these clutch situations. He gets first picked. You can't beat the lane as well as you usually do because there's a lot more pressure on you.
Look at this courier on courier battle. Oh my god, Night Glass with his own courier.
Ooh.
Scouts Miro, who's trying to get a sight device off the enemy secret shop and then chased the courier all the way and then used his hero to hunt it down, even telekinesising himself into position.
It's 2.5 minutes without that Hex here. It's a big deal. It's going to be Ags for the Drow. The upside of this is it doesn't take away another item slot. Does add some significant damage. You can build up some stacks. Like, in theory, this item is good in this type of game where they have a lot of sustain and they have some big beefy targets you can get the hypothermia on guaranteed. If you can pop one guy, it's pretty massive.
He still does need to buy out the synth.
That's true. He did not have the full synth here.
He doesn't have the full set.
It's a little awkward.
If the high ground push does come without an Aegis, now Pvision might just say, okay, this is a pretty tense game. We're down 1 game in a best of 5. Maybe it's better just ride it out for another Roche. And I wouldn't disagree with that. You still have plenty of heroes that can get some growth. I mean, no one doesn't even have an Aghanim Scepter yet.
Oh, the Bane has an Aghanims. It's a little more for BB to play around. But I agree, I don't think you have to rush it here if you're Pvision. I mean, maybe you're thinking about tier 5 neutrals, like who that helps a little bit more here if this game goes another 10 minutes, but I think you're also probably favored in that. That one's a little closer.
I always view as tier 5 items are going to help the team that's losing more.
I think
Just
इस
because
बार
it
gives you a chance to come back.
Yeah, it just gives you a greater chance. These
I
fights are
don't
just a
बहुत
little bit
strong है
I feel
Electro.
like it's whoever has the better Stygian user, but
वही
that's
पहले
probably
Storm
true.
you just smoke
मिल
through
रहे
the
थे ना.
face. Screw all that.
RCC opportunity goes to the Bane. No Aghanim Scepter use in this fight. Trying to get the Force away, but save with a nullifier on him. He just got wiped out.
No buys available for these two supports. They don't know that though. It's a gold issue, not a timer issue.
So they're going to play it slow. Chip away at these buildings one by one.
Now will be the gold for Kiritich to eat the accent, so he is fully online. He's used every bit of gold he's accumulated this game. Will it be enough?
They're going to keep the pressure up. Pops the iceberg, tries to poke at Satanic. He gets a melee,
armor,
he gets
man.
out with the rage. There's only one building
मेगा
left
ले जाएंगे यहाँ
until
पर.
Megas.
He's plus
मेगा तो मिलेगा
37
भाई.
on the bonus armor.
बाकी देखते हैं क्या करते हैं.
Marksmanship is just not counting for enough here.
Yeah. If you even have it up with most of these fights, you're actually just going to roll back. They're going to give up this Mega, say we can't actually take the fight without our supports. BKB, Miro's going to pop it. Scythe of Ice, an opportunity, but there's the card save. Nicely played by Notice, but GPK did get in there with a big magnetize. He just needs to be able to stay alive.
Damage,
He just can't
but
quite do it. Managed to get a sight onto Satanic, but
too tanky भाई
Kiritich
at this point तो.
felt like they couldn't commit for the kill there. Had to back up.
2 का damage
They
भी
do have
काम
their
नहीं कर रहा.
supports back. GPK dead, but does have a buyback.
You have to find some squishier targets. You have to find supports or this invoker somehow. You have to get around this Lifestealer Centaur right now. And honestly, that is one of the weaknesses of Drought. Like, she's not a hero that kills backline. You kind of have to just fight through what you see. And in these games where you can propose an indomitable front line, she struggles. She's just sitting here pumping damage into Centaur who's just tanking it. And you can't, there's no other available target for Kiritich to hit here. This is not a swift blink buyer. I mean, maybe you should have gone in this game, I don't know. But that's a wild decision.
GPK will have BKB for his buyback, but he won't have the magnetize. It's not for another 20 seconds. So BB team are really trying to hold this. And Pvision
can always wait for that Roche. It's potentially up in another minute here. See how much they want to force this. Let the creeps push in. You get a lot of vision, you get a lot of help. And just let Invoker play the fights.
bait out the illusion.
Nice little bait. Deep lit.
Centaur.
Deep grip.
That's a heavy commitment onto a Centaur who's just simply not dying quickly. But he is going to die. Pvision left him behind. GPK with his
Finally भाई मोटा घोड़ा मारा इन्होंने.
They said we can just accept a
कहाँ के मोटा हो रखा था बिल्कुल ही.
It's kind of worth the buyback in this situation, to be honest. Like, how do BB use this buyback and translate it into anything?
Yeah, I could see that point.
Your only option is to just barrel towards Roche and hope it's a fast spawn.
Yeah. The likelihood of that happening is just so low. And Notice takes the time for a little bit. All chat while he spends another 70 seconds dead. A 33,000 net worth lead. This will at least give BB team some time to think about the next round of items. If they can get there. Still hoping to get that data list, says Kiritich. Not working towards Divine. Miro has his level 25 with the Scythe. So
I still think it has to be Divine Draw. Like,
yeah.
There's no other way to upgrade your damage in this lineup. You are the damage.
I mean, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, isn't it usually a combo deal? You have the data list, and then you go, okay, damage is still not enough. I gotta get a Divine.
Well, then you need both. We gotta build one over the other.
One item at a time. While Satanic, he is going to be trying to pick up his 8th and 9th items here. He still has a shard he's going to purchase, I guess, and thinking about a Blink Dagger. Which, I guess, within Fest, if you wanted to put in a Blink, Centaur jumps in, and then he could pop out and Blink even further to the backline, potentially, right? If you don't get the jump on Bane like you did that first time.
Upgrade Blink is always nice against the Drow. You do have to be a little careful going super deep in the base. Like, there is Kick, there is Lick, there are some spells that can put you in the Fountain. Or you get Grip super deep, it can't get canceled. That's your only real concern fighting into the Ancient here. Other than that, you're winning the fight still. You have 5 buybacks to play with in this game. You're gonna get Roshan here. That is something else you have to think about in terms of your item management. Who's gonna take what off this next Roshan?
He wanted to see an Aghanim Scepter on Miro. He might just finally get one.
Saving up some buybacks of their own. Every buyback is available outside of that GPK Earth Spirit one that was committed on the last fight.
We do have
look at this ward
in
bottom.
this team.
Okay, yeah, you gotta kill that. Scouting your Invoker running up the side of the map, that is some bad potential right there.
Another 50 seconds to Roche, so we're gonna be chilling for a bit. Level 28, the Drow Ranger, start getting to some of those later talents. Oh, get back to the multi-shots.
Start eating some mag scepters here, maybe some moon shards, you know, getting that luxury item territory. Maximize the gold game.
Yeah, Satanic doesn't have a consumed moon shard yet. Again, it always feels like, you know, you see these heroes, they're like 6 slotted at 35 minutes, and yet 20 minutes later, they still have more and more room for growth, whether it's consuming accents or moon shards.
Well, in that other really long game we had this event, we saw the teams go for the extra Helmet Doms. That is also something you can spend your gold on.
Sure.
I think a lot of times that Helmet Overlord with the creep aura is more useful than a moon shard. Like if you're in a, it's not the same gold obviously, but if you have an infinite gold because you're at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I could see some of these helms start to come out for Pvision. I mean, Granite Gold goes hard here, that's all I'm going to say. You got some high HP boys.
Notice is 6,000 HP without the Infest.
And there's the Midas planning for the tier 5 neutral items here. You buy it early so you get that charge tick up. Got to plan ahead with everything you're doing.
Will they be able to make it to 60 minutes, though? That is the question, because Pvision are going to take this next Roshan. They expect to see a push.
For sure, you just said
for that, so we're going to have one hold that is going to be hard as hell for BB team. They will not have every single one of their buybacks. GPK's down for 3.5 minutes.
And I think
everybody else in the game has them.
I think that's why you want to send it here. I think in some games you can argue our tier 5s are better. We also have all the map control. Like we can farm the tier 5s and then push. But I feel that Earth Spirit buyback is way more valuable. I think you just want to send it here. You have a potential buyback double bots in from like a Lifestealer who could buy it after the death and the Invoker. You have outpost control. You have everything to take a deep fight here. You just have to worry about getting repositioned into the fountain. Do not want to end up there.
Yes. Level 25 for the Hoodwink. The sharpshooter does almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah, like one shot's a support.
Yeah.
He can land it.
We saw it earlier on save, I believe it was. Just got popped.
Here's the smoke.
Waiting for the opportunity to present itself, seeing if any of BB team are going to push out just a bit too far.
You're just looking for an easy target to start the fight off with. You know there's going to be buybacks here. You know it's going to be a long one.
Tornado lands onto Kiritich. Will they jump on this? Nope.
Lost his mana.
Back there, tier 4. Now gone.
You have to hold the glyph here.
Exposed. Satanic. He's going to be the first point of contact here. The Wind Ranger already dead. Do manage to get the Fiend's grip on him. Can they kill him? No, put him in the cards. And now driving him away.
किसको मारा? Wind Ranger मारा पहले.
This going, but they're already out. Pvision are away. They got a lick there on
9 class बहुत heavy damage ले रहा है, मर ही जाएगा भाई.
They do manage to kill at least.
तो Aeon Disc भी काम नहीं कर रहा भाई.
Traded saves by.
2 सेकंड में जाता है Aeon Disc. उसके बाद भाई पिटाई पड़ रही है तो जितना एरो छोड़ दिए मैं तो उतना तो खत्म ही हो जाएगा. Eve Poseidon. Eve Poseidon. कुछ तो बोल रही है भाई. कुछ तो बोल रही है ट्रोली. भाई ये नोटिस और ये इन्फेस्ट वॉर्म तो भाई कैंसर है. ये इसमें कैंसर है कि अभी इस मेटा में भी है सेंटर ना, तो काफ़ी टैंकी होता है. अर्लियर इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं था क्योंकि सेंटर उतना टैंकी नहीं था, लेकिन अब स्ट्रेंथ जब से ये पेसट आया ना, बहुत इनेट वाला सिस्टम बहुत ही टैंकी हो गया.
It's time for those 60-minute items. Kiritich is already pushing out there with his hand of Midas. They have limited camps to be able to utilize.
आज में अभी स्ट्रॉन्ग भी चल रहा है सेंटर.
Over here, they left one creep in each of them. Just a little bit of extra way to screw over BBT. You've got this one little high ground area you feel like you can push out into. Oh wait, there's only 2 creeps between the 2 camps.
I'm looking for the Madstone here. The ward does go down. I don't know how you get the Madstone here. We're going to see a nice neutral item advantage. During this Aegis, still have 2 minutes on the clock. Your Rubik will respawn. Still have Refresher Shard as well. And yeah, just block it up, man.
Such a nuisance, man.
Give him nothing.
He left them with the one creep. Now he's just going to outright block those camps. He's going to Wind Waker too. How many Wind Wakers are we going to need to deal with just one Fiend's Grip?
As many as you feel comfortable pushing close to that fountain with. That'll help for sure.
Save, trying to snag a few more Mad Stones. But we are looking at a point where
बिल्कुल जोन आउट कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल फार्म नहीं देना चाहते.
So badly that they have 0 tier 5 items for the next one, and Pvision have all 5.
They rolled the Stygians here if they want them. Some nice rolls for Pvision. You got
Actually tier 5 items 60 मिनट में अवेलेबल होता है, तो इन पे अवेलेबल नहीं होगा अगर ये न्यूट्रल कैंप फार्म ही नहीं कर पाए. ये जो न्यूट्रल कैंप है साइड में, ये फार्म करने की जरूरत है इन्हें. देखिए उसी के लिए गए थे क्रिटेज और पकड़े गए मेरे ख्याल से सेंटर. लाइफ स्टीलर ने 2 बैच लगातार मार दिया और मार भी गया मैं. अगर डबल हूप स्टॉर्म ये घोड़ा तो बिल्कुल ही दहशत मचा रखी है. बहुत बढ़िया मैच है, क्या कमबैक मारा भाई. पीविजन बोल रही है भाई तुम्हारे कंफर्ट हीरोज हम बैन करेंगे और फिर बजाएंगे. Actually the problem is Invoker बहुत strong है मतलब किसी भी टीम पे, और इन्वोकर ऐसे टाइम पे देना तो बहुत बड़ी बात है. तो अगले मैच में मोस्ट प्रोबेबली हमें बैन ही दिखेगा इन्वोकर, which gives the possibility of picking Ember या फिर Puck. और यार अभी स्ट्रॉन्ग मेटा हीरोज यही चल रहे हैं, अर्थ स्पिरिट इन्वोकर. बाकी देखते हैं अपने थर्ड गेम.
One pickoff happens, they get Roshan, it's an AK gold lead, suddenly you're in Pvision's pocket. So you have to address that in this game 3 if you're BB team, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing of the series. Like, which of these heroes are giving you that sort of map control and map gameplay, because that is the biggest factor between these two teams.
Speaking more about the draft and what this first 2 games means, what about the carry pool? Do you feel like this has put the Phantom Lancer and the Drow Ranger to the side? Are we going to see heroes come back?
If anything, I think maybe I'm thinking more about off-laners and mid. Like, this Centaur is still a premier hero. I think this game showed it, and how scary this hero becomes as you scale later and later. Just compared to Largo, Largo does not have the same impact anymore. He's been nerfed a little bit. He's not the same sustain on the front line. You gotta start thinking about what you pick up on these 2 and 3s and how they're impacting the map in the game. I almost think any carry is gonna function if you're confident your other 2 cores scaling with you. Again, I don't think a lot of scale in this meta is about the 1 position in a weird way. Like, it's about how survivable are your supports, how tanky are your frontliners, how many saves do you have in the lineup, and then this right clicker can get in there and do stuff. I think the Lifestealer is shown here just because he has a lot more to go in with him. Like, he's infested in a 7,000 HP Centaur. That helps. That gives you a lot more breathing room, as, yeah, I'm sure Satanic was frustrated at certain points in this game, but ultimately, you're able to just walk him down.
Satanic certainly gave us a reaction gift to be used for the future of competitive Dota 2, but he still gifted a Pvision a win here. The team as a whole pulls it together, and we are now at a 1-1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A 1-1 in our grand finals. Love to see it, and a lot to break down. And I want to start with that reaction that we saw from Satanic, because sometimes when you see a reaction like that, it's reason to be worried because maybe, you know, they can't hold it together, for example. But it was very cool to see, Seb, that after a moment like that, Pvision was still able to rally and just bring it all back.
Yeah, it is important. It shows a lot of character, and to be fair, like, we see the reaction, and his teammates might not even have noticed. I mean, at some point,
They do have noticed, actually.
Nice one. Actually, that's exactly what I was. That is exactly what I was going for. Not at all, but I mean, the reaction was so intense. Like, the body language was maybe. It's hard not to notice it, but the point I'm trying to make is that as long as you don't, that emotion doesn't transpire to your teammate, and it's not negative. If it's just like, oh, that was so close, you know, then it's totally fine. Obviously, you know, you get very emotional when you play Dota. The stakes are really high. These players are extremely invested emotionally. So this is not necessarily a worry.
Yeah, and speaking of all those emotions that you're talking about, that's where a player like no one comes as an asset to Pvision, because I'm sure moments of those games were really frustrating. It looked kind of scary for some points at Pvision, especially in that early game when GPK was owning from that mid lane. Some trades were not going well in side lanes, and no one's just like, it's fine guys, chill out, let's take our fights. And he hits so many clutch sunstrikes that bring Pvision back into the game and just get that ball rolling for them. And I would imagine in moments where Satanic looks that frustrated, he is the voice of reason sub who would just bring them together.
I mean, at the end of the day, he is the youngest player here. Like I want to say, you know, the fact that he's the shot caller is pretty crazy when you think about it, because he is very young and he's the least experienced, I guess, in a sense. So it says a lot about how resourceful that guy is and how much potential he will be expressing also over the next few years of his competitive career. But yeah, I'm not so surprised to see his reaction. I think the team overall looked very composed. I don't think there was any point in plays where you felt like Pvision, they were shaky or they were shaken by what happened in the early game. I think they're just really good players. They know exactly what's happening, like the phase of the game they're in, and they're just hold tight.
Yeah, so let's break this game down, because it started more even from the laning stage, which is what we were expecting. We also talked at the end of the draft when BB Team had to select their final hero, which ended up being a Wind Ranger, that they needed some more damage coming out from that position, because that would be a point, Effie, where they eventually would lack. And we saw that lacking damage coming into play in those later team fights.
Yeah, for sure. Drow Ranger had so much net worth that game, but looking at it, that was the only hero with the big net worth injection on BB Team. Earthspear and Largo were like somewhere in the lower middle part of the graph, and they function kind of as a supporting cast to Kiritich's Drow Ranger, who, if they just died at the start of the fight or were focused, then Drow Ranger doesn't have the freedom to stand and hit these heroes. And that's what happened, and I do think that's where the Lifestealer pick really shone. You were wondering about it, Seb, why they went for it, but as we watched that game, it became very clear. Lifestealer was able to fight versus Magnetize and fight through Largo's heal and take these long fights and win.
Yeah, they had no way to get him off the draw, basically, and Kiritich, he always had to reposition. Like, he essentially was never like acting as a real draw would want to act, which is like being a turret and just bursting down every hero. He had to worry about the snakes, like kind of this, and the hero model even looks like a dog chasing you. You know, it's just like always like catching up to you, and you pike away, you get licked away, and then the next is there again, and it really paid off. Like with the infest and with the rage, like maintaining himself through the fight and kind of weathering everything that was thrown at him. I was pretty doubtful when I saw the pick, and I think the laning phase also didn't look good. But as you said, I think late game it really came together and it shut down this draw pick completely.
Yeah, and I think something that will be addressed in game 3 that we'll have soon is their first pick of Pvision, because that Invoker looked crazy, and we already heard Effie talk about the Sunstrikes. I believe, Seb, you've got some Sunstrikes to show us too.
I mean, yeah, no one, you know, this was the no one show. Everybody expected him to, you know, perform on the big stage. He definitely did. He had a really rough laning stage, as you can see here. You know, 21 denies on GPK. That is truly something. This was the first Sunstrike. It's like they go on this Earth Spirit. 9 class, I think, makes a little bit of a mistake in lifting him away, and no one is like, you don't have to worry about this. And you need to understand, like, the mindset also is like, GPK is an Invoker player. That's him trying to dodge the Sunstrike. Like, that's not him forgetting about it. So no one, you know, able to hit those. No matter, this one much easier, but you'll take it too when Ranger just dies. You know, chain stun. There were so many of them when you think about it. And honestly, if you look at the net worth, every time I'm showing you, you know, a different clip, this Invoker is just, you know, going up and up and up, and from a completely lost lane, he ends up being top 1 net worth for his team, and really like just damage controlling and stabilizing the whole game for them. Impressive performance by him, and we'll take a look also at what he did in team fights, but just the Sunstrike presence alone, and again, it's a very Sunstrike enabling draft. They have a lot of stuns, even though he doesn't always need them. It really changed the story of the game.
It really did. It looked fantastic, and I'm sure that it will maybe be banned, which is a bit unfortunate, because it was very fun to watch.
It was, and I think the most impressive thing about Nolan is his composure. Like, I imagine he was the voice of reason in that game, but a lot of those sunstrikes were predated by sunstrikes that didn't connect. And a lot of players who, if they lose their lane to Earth Spirit and they're missing some sunstrikes on the side lanes, may have felt despair, but he just kept the ball moving. He was like, whatever, I'll hit a few later. It doesn't matter. And his presence in these team fights made it so that Pvision could actually fight at that early game, because BB team were in a position between that minute 10 to 20 where they looked stronger.
Yeah, and some of those fights, I believe you got those for us too.
Yeah, I think they are really worth being, you know, dissected, because this was like incredible execution. We're gonna take a look at the first Roche fight, and I'm gonna have to go slow-mo because there's too much to talk about. But essentially, I mean, maybe not that early. They Pvision, they smoke and they know that they're roshing. No one starts, you know. He's basically slowing them down, essentially, telling them, we know you're roshing, I'm going to start throwing some spells. I want you to look at Noticed and notice how patient he is. He could be jumping the draw now and jumping the Largo, but they want to jump the supports. And obviously, we see the supports. He doesn't. They don't have an ops. So he's just waiting, and they make the call. We see the pings here of like, hey, let them commit to the Roche. Let them, you know, kind of make sure they cannot disengage. And as soon as they're busy taking the Roche, this is when he jumps. He jumps on the supports, kills the Bane right away. Massive impact. No Finn's grip to be had. Double shackle we've seen from Save right there. And the Nyx has been stunned, so the draw is doing a lot of damage, and they lose both supports on Pvision. You might think, hey, this looks like a bad fight, actually. You know, they have Aegis, but they're Radiant, and they know that they're able to buy back, and they're probably communicating it and TP on their outpost, which is the big advantage of taking Roche when it's topside and when you're Radiant, because you're not fighting 5 heroes, you're fighting 6, 7 heroes perhaps, maybe 8 if they click more buybacks. So, you know, amazing, honestly, execution from both teams. It looks to be back for Pvision because of the buybacks. It looks amazing at this point. And there's going to be even more clutches coming from the side of BB team, which we'll see soon. You know, the draw, look at this body block. You have to, the notice, like, he's just using his creep right here to body block the draw while he's playing the team fight with his main hero, and he body blocks her for like 4 seconds. Again, like so much back and forth just through insane individual skill, double shackle by Save, which is gonna call Satanic's reaction because draw was dead if it wasn't for that shackle. He got 3 double shackle. Basically every time he fires it, 2 heroes are stunned for 4 seconds. It's like, this is like the highest tier of just Dota micro execution you could find. Everything is perfect. Discipline, patience, you name it. And obviously, to be fair to the winners of this game, I have to show you a clip of them executing a fight well enough to win it, which is the fight that I think really turned the game around completely. It was the fight for the Roche pit. Again, I mean, obviously Roche is always the biggest objective in these kind of games. And it's a pretty long one, so bear with me. We'll just look at it. But, you know, the fight starts really slow. Both teams respect each other's a lot. GPK starts the fight, as we mentioned, which was also why it was important for this Earth Spirit to keep scaling and keep getting a lot of gold, because he's always going to be the one, you know, kind of creating the circumstances. And we see the Nyx impact. Like, Nyx is now infested in Largo, as we see. He's fighting 4 heroes by himself. And it's probably the only hero that could do this on a carry position, so the pick makes a lot of sense. And Jaws, you see Kiritich right back there on the right of the screen. Like, he always has to reposition himself because there are so many heroes that he needs to be worrying about. It's either the Nyx or the Centaur or the Invoker spells. And this draw really never really got to fight with enough freedom to impact the game. BB team, they're constantly having to reposition themselves, and it comes down to like goal repetition in a sense. And to leave it at that, I'd say that GPK, he played an amazing game and he had a really good showing, but perhaps they needed to split the resources a little bit better for the late game and understanding that this draw is going to be threatened in the game and we need Earth Spirit to be a menace as well.
Yeah, I mean, watching those 2 fights that you showed us, Seb, the one that they succeeded in on BB team near that Roche fight, the key thing to me was that the supporting cast were able to survive. So because they were able to survive, we were getting double shackles. We were seeing Largo reposition his Drow Ranger and save her. We saw the heal impact of that Largo at that state of the game. But then when the items started coming out, when suddenly there's an MKV on the Lifestealer and he can 3-shot this Wind Ranger, she doesn't have the ability to run around and get these double shackles. When this Largo doesn't really have an Ags and is just playing for heals, he takes more of a back foot and can't really enter the fight in that sense too. So then it just becomes about, can Earth Spirit do enough and can Drow do enough damage within a few seconds to win the fight? And that just wasn't the case.
It was not. We saw in the second fight you showed, we saw Miero. He had the whole duration of that fight. He was dancing and singing, probably singing, mostly dancing, but it didn't do enough. And that is where we want to see something changed, I would imagine.
The draft comes into play, like Nyx, Centaur, Invoker, even these heroes are too sustainable. Like it doesn't matter. I think it would have mattered if Earth Spirit was like bigger, but it wasn't the case. Like more XP, more gold. At the end of the day, I don't think there is like a big draft like discrepancy between both teams. It came down to very clutch and I mean, you know, I go back to the laning phase actually. Maybe if no one isn't no one, then you just win the game, right?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's coming our way in game number 3, as we do have an even series, and I bet both teams have stuff prepared that we haven't even seen yet. We haven't even dreamed of it. We haven't even heard of it. But we do have some exclusive footage on how Poppy prepared for this grand finals.
I told you before. I didn't think I'd have to tell you again. This is not acceptable. You're really trying to test me, aren't you? Do you even know who I am and what I've done? You're talking to the big dog now.
Don't test him. He'll do it. He'll really do it.
You know, I always wondered how the insides look like.
I think it's time to find out, don't you?
I think it's time to find out. For real.
That was something, huh?
Yup.
Aren't you kind of like sick of it at this point? Like, doesn't it kind of get old?
I mean, it's all right. I would rather spend my time coaching, but you know, I get it.
But don't you ever worry that the fans will think that you're serious?
No, I don't think so. I think the real fans know who I am. Ultimately, it's the fans who are important.
It makes a lot of sense. It's really good that you see it that way.
Yeah, people are gonna say what they're gonna say. I just don't let it get to me.
100%. You know, you really are as wise as people say.
Man, I appreciate you saying that. At the end of the day, I'm not a violent guy. Copy pastas, they're just copy pastas. That's not who I am. Excuse me for a second.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, well, as long as you're comfortable with it, enjoy your sandwich.
Thanks.
See ya.
Laters. Ah, this is rye bread? I said no rye bread. Who's responsible for this?
I'm sorry, Papi. That was me. It won't happen again.
Honestly.
I gotta love some content for sure, as we're getting ready for game number 3 here with the grand finals. BB and Pvision 1-1, and it's time to see what the teams have planned for each other and see what the coaches have planned for each other as well, as it has been a battle of the minds. Ooh, some zen being achieved here as well. Very important to stay cool, calm, and focused in high pressure situations.
You know, people joke about Puppy a lot, but his methods have really worked for Pvision. Like, talking to the players and hearing from them, it seems like they are individually very high skilled and they all want to play Dota, but they don't enjoy the strategic aspect so much of competing at this level, and they just wanted someone to offload that responsibility and take it upon themselves, and Puppy was the perfect fit for that.
Yeah, and on top of this, there's also like some sort of emotional attachment, I guess. Like, you kind of build a tie with the draft when you're too much of a, like, too big of a part of it in a sense. Like, if you're a player, like if you make a call for a hero, for instance, then you feel the pressure of it paying off. You're like, I'm losing my lane and I kind of forced my team into this, you know, I was a big voice. It kind of,
तो थर्ड गेम स्टार्ट हो गया इन्वोकर बैन नहीं है अभी तक तो क्या बीबी टीम स्टील करेगी इन्वोकर
like as you said, freed from that responsibility and just focus on the game and try their best, and that's it really. So good to
Goodwing
hear
पहला
that
pick आया
this
इस
is
बार
like a formula that works better for them and helps them express their potential.
टॉपिक है
And
Saints
we're in
दोबारा
the
इन्वोकर नहीं
draft.
जा
We
रहे हैं
got BB on the Radiant, Pvision on the Dire side. First pick going once again to the team on the Dire side with Pvision, and the Hoodwink gets picked up first. Just quickly giving a glance at if there's any notable heroes that we expected to see
Undying
banned that
ban
are
नहीं हुआ है
not.
इस
I
बार
guess the Undying and the Slaughter are the ones that were banned previous game that were not banned this game. Keeper of the Light will be the answer coming out from BB.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, like, why would they go away from the first pick Invoker and decide to first pick Hoodwink instead? And I don't have the answer to that question.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, do you want to keep them guessing? I think that's also been like a Poppy classic sometimes, where he's like, he just like makes sure he keeps the advantage. Because in this series, you better know that the coaching staff of BB, they've talked about this Invoker throughout the entire game too, and maybe throughout the break too, and they probably went to the players of like, hey, okay, this is what we think we should do against this Invoker and this and that. Like, Invoker must have been a big part of the conversation, and now you just keep them guessing. It's like, well, there's no Invoker now, so you just wasted your time talking about something that's not relevant, and you have to play a different game. It could be the explanation, or perhaps there is like, yeah, something that, you know, we're missing here. Anyway, they're gonna go for the Hoodwink, which is a great hero for them. They play on both roles, which I think every team don't have that. Like, it can either be +5 or +4, but they gave away the Coddle to BB.
Yeah, just to go off of the point that you mentioned, you said that maybe if it were anyone but no one playing that Invoker, Pvision would have lost. So I think that they had this idea that even if the mid Earth Spirit did come out, their Invoker would be solid against it, but that laning stage was very rough. Like, no one did come back through his Sunstrikes, but he got dominated pretty hard, and maybe they don't want to factor in a potentially lost lane in this.
Satanic का NP दोबारा बैंड है
Adaptation, because I think
इस बार core picks पहले नहीं ले रहे हैं कोई भी team. They want to save their core picks and
maybe this wasn't optimal, you know, and maybe this was a little bit too hasty of me of saying, hey, we don't would Invoker pick it again, but perhaps their conclusion was that, hey, first pick Invoker actually a little bit risky against that team.
I mean, that Earth Spirit was incredible. It didn't win the game, but GPK's laning stage is really scary. I mean, just seeing it in action against the best mid laners in the tournament, like this, he's by far the best technical skill.
I mean, it's been 2 games in a row where no one is playing versus like 25 denies on GPK in 6 minutes. So far, pretty rough laning phase, both games for no one. But in both games, he also showed that this doesn't phase him at all. Like, he is able to impact the game regardless. We'll see if Pvision, they want to take an approach where they protect him a little bit more, because they've been kind of throwing him under the bus twice in a row. Like, they pick this Ember into Slaughter, they first pick Invoker, and they're like, well, it's no one, he'll manage. But yeah, it's no one. Perhaps you can give him a little bit more of a comfortable position, and he might just take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Slaughter still has to be in contention. When Coddle comes out, of course, you think about Ember, you think about Pango, but that Slaughter was a hero that Pvision were scared of in that game too, and it's left through. So you have to... Beastmaster is a great combination for this Coddle.
मेरे ख्याल से हमने बहुत देखा है throughout the tournament कि Beastmaster and Portal
Are they willing to move away from the Embers and potentially play
साथ में
something
लेन करते हैं.
And that is the adaptation we've seen right from game
Wild
one,
access पे free mana
had
मिलता
the plan
है.
to pick the beast, but it was stolen from them.
चिड़ियों पे
So
free
now
mana
it goes
मिलता है
even further up in
और
priority.
cooldown
They pick
reduction
it
मिलता है
as
बतेरा.
soon as they can, essentially,
Same in
not
ulti.
letting Pvision
बहुत जल्दी
the option
ult rotate
to
होती है,
pick it
बहुत
for
जल्दी
themselves.
rotations होते हैं उसकी वजह से.
They kind of made the,
I mean
with that being said, they
rotations
made the
क्या मतलब
conscious
team
choice
fights
of not banning
दोबारा
it. They
regularly ले
decided to
सकते
ban
हैं.
the Undying and the Bane.
क्योंकि
They
team
must
fight काफी
have known
dependent
that
होती है
Beastmaster was
Beastmaster
coming,
पे
right? I think
और
you play BB,
उसका
they pick Coddle, Beast's
ulti का
coming,
थोड़ा
most
long
likely.
cooldown होता है.
So curious to see what Pvision decides to
Snowball करने
send
पे
to
help
that
करता है
lane, 'cause
basically अगर
many
team
we've seen
मतलब
many
game अच्छा
attempts
जा रहा
from
है.
many fallen
Total
teams.
Beastmaster
None of them really
साथ आएंगे और
succeeded
बिल्कुल
in,
snowball कर देंगे.
stopping this Beast Coddle
क्योंकि
combo.
जल्दी जल्दी ultimate आएगी और
I
जल्दी
wonder
जल्दी
if they're willing to play the Clinks
उतनी जल्दी जल्दी
themselves
ज़्यादा
on
fights लेंगे वो.
Pvision, because BB
मतलब
played
tower
the Clinks
crashes
against their
करेंगे ये सब
Beastmaster and
करेंगे.
it cooked very hard.
The thing with this Beast Coddle though, what is really oppressive is the amount of spam. It's like, I feel like only like a hero like Necro or something could just stay in that lane and tank all these axes that are coming non-stop essentially. Like, it's just really hard to stop. From a theoretical perspective, I don't really know what does the job.
Exactly.
Maybe
जैसे
they
कि
can
सेब ने बोला कि
shelf that
wild
pick for a
access
while then.
जो लगे रहेंगे
A
मतलब
strange
लेन
thing
पे
though if you see the offlane and
बहुत
you're not picking the safe lane here to free up your draft.
Yeah,
मुश्किल
the
होगा
only reason would be that you want to protect also the pick so that your carry sees the carry matchup. There comes the Necro. Like, to me, it is like the best hero conceptually to sustain against because Beast Coral, the way they win the lane or not lose it for that matter is they
काफी
push the
अच्छा
wave so
एनालिसिस था
aggressively with axes
सेप
and
का
they
कि
just keep this axe debuff on the
वाइल्ड
carry
एक्सेस से
so that
कोई
he can
हीरो अगर
never be
सस्टेन कर
aggressive,
सकता है तो वो सिर्फ
essentially. Like,
नेक्रो
he's
है
always
तो
dealing with creeps under his
we'll be
tower.
saying
He's
the
always like
satanic
trying
on
to dodge
नेक्रो
the axes, starving in regen, keeping him low HP.
और
And it's like,
काफी
it doesn't matter the counter that you
कंट्रोल
pick.
दे
Like, you
रहे
could
हैं
pick the
इस बार
best hero versus
सपोर्ट
Beast.
बुशवैक
You
है
named Klinks, Gyro,
और
any hero. Like,
डार्क पिलो का
they don't get to
ब्रैम्बल्स
play the
है
lane essentially, but for Necro it's different
सन
because it's
रूट
probably the only hero that
ब्रेक
will push as hard
सब
as they
चीज़
do.
है
So he's gonna maintain
और नेक्रो
the
खुद
pressure
काफ़ी
on the
सेल्फ
lane.
सस्टेन करता है
He's
तो
maybe
इतना
even gonna be able to push
सेव
into
का
them, and this is when these
जैसे
heroes can
सेव की ज़रूरत तो
actually
होगी
falter.
Do
तो
you know what hero Kataomi
अच्छा
actually
लगता है मेरे
does
को
like
कि
playing?
डार्क
Though?
पिलो की जगह अगर अनडाइंग वगैरह कुछ
Ancient
होता
Decoration.
It could be a good.
Oh, never mind. Different Frosty hero coming out.
I mean, this hero has been.
इंस्टेंट
I feel
देना
like we haven't maybe
they opted for
talked about
winter
Wyvern as
Wyvern
much as he deserved to be talked about because it's been one of the big heroes of this
It has,
tournament.
for
Honestly,
sure.
like I've seen every team in the top 8 pick him at least once and pretty high in priority. We've even seen some games. Wait, it was game 1, right? Where they first picked Wyvern or.
It was either game 1 or it was in the
It was in the
third
grand
place
finals, right?
decider.
Like, I think game 1 of this.
Yeah, it was game 1
right,
of this
they first
one.
picked
Yes.
Wyvern. So
Overall, first pick.
and it was Pvision. So both teams value this hero like extremely high, and it's not necessarily for the Cold Embrace because it's not a good Cold Embrace game at all so far. Like this is like Necro, Willow, and Hoodwink. These heroes don't care at all about that spell. It's mostly about the laning presence also, which is. It's a dominant laner, and it didn't used to be, so it's a little bit deceptive, but the Q spell from Wyvern is just obnoxious.
I also think that Wyvern does something very nice for Kez, and it kind of alleviates the fear of some of his bad matchups, like Axe, for example. I've seen Wyvern and Kez be picked together versus the threat of an Axe, get Axed anyway, and defeat that lane because he provides so much sustain through the battle hunger and the counter initiation to heroes like that. So this is one of those moments where I think Kez can be picked blind just because of the Wyvern.
Are you worried about the Kez versus Necro matchup? Like, is it particularly good for Kez, or is it even bad? Like, what's your take on that?
I mean, I think it's gonna be a little bit difficult, but once you get to that nullifier, it should be okay. I think if they added some magic damage on their team from VV, that would give you the big jump. Because right now you're working with too much physical versus Necro.
Look at no one. After 2 games of pain and suffering, he's treated with a late pick in the draft. He gets to decide, yeah, I think it's a good puck game. He's still going to get counterpicked by GPK because, you know, you can't treat him that well. But he's going to be happy with this one. It's a very good puck game. Obviously, they have barely any lockdown for him. And he also gets 2 bans now to protect himself from the GPK Classic counterpicks. So, you know, I think this is probably the first game where he's going to be, yeah, set up for a better start to the game.
Sav, are you familiar with Puck's win rate this tournament?
I know it's very low. I think the last time I checked, it was around 25%. I don't know if it went much higher.
It's 30% now.
Wow, 30%.
That's a step up. But
It's a step up, but it's not impressive, especially considering the fact that this hero has not been first phased at all anymore. So this is like a late, oh, this is a great puck game. Well, no, it isn't. It's always losing. So, but I don't know. We're doubting Pvision. We're doubting no one. You know, perhaps.
GPK has made a great case for himself to
He has.
outlane no one, though.
Yeah, he has, and he's gonna be able to select also, I guess, the third option that he wants. You know, I think these guys are pretty much in each other's head, so I'm sure that no one knows exactly what GPK would want to select in this case. He's gonna be banning both these heroes, like letting Puppy know, hey, get rid of Ember and get rid of, you know, X hero. So GPK will get the third option. We'll see how good it is.
Yeah, we still have the Centaur in the pool, by the way. Interesting to point out, as we are looking for an offlaner for Pvision. Notice still that one.
I mean, maybe it's not impossible that they pick it. I do think that Kez is like pretty fine against Centaur. I've seen carry players like choose to play Kez versus Centaur many times, and right now what Pvision's lineup is really lacking is objectives. Like if this is a Necro position 1 paired with a puck and these supports, like for them to take down towers, Roche, or Tormentors, it takes forever. So even if they dominate the game, they're gonna be dragged into like a long game just by the nature of their lineup. So if the last pick could fix a little bit of that issue, I think it would be good for them.
I think Tidehunter is a pretty cool hero for Pvision. I like him conceptually to provide that body for those objectives you mentioned, Seb, but also it's a great hero against Kez in terms of dispelling the Kazari Katana. Not the most popular pick this tournament, the Tide, but it could work.
It's a good lane for him, for sure. Especially with Willow. So no Slardar, no Ember. I guess there is the Earth Spirit that we've seen be played against Puck. I think it's a pretty good game, but it's gonna tell also it's gonna let us know what does GPK think about last game. You know, is he like, yeah, Earth Spirit maybe overrated, or like I don't feel that confident because he did a really good job in the early game but still lost the game, or does he keep the faith up in the Earth Spirit?
I think it's a fine game to play Earth Spirit. He'll buy the vessel for you. He's going to give you magic damage. Right now, there's a lot of overwhelming physical damage from the Kez, but you're playing against the Necro, and you need a way to kill him in the early game.
Yeah, there's Earth, there's Storm also. Okay, so they go Tiny. So they're going to run a Necro position 3 against the Kez and the Wyvern.
How does Tiny do against that Beastmaster Coddling? Because that's the whole reason why Necrophos was thought of for us.
Yeah, I think Necro could win that lane. I think Tiny doesn't win it for sure. I think he either draws or loses. But it is quite possible that he draws. I mean, I'm a Beast spammer, so I'm maybe biased, but I would give the advantage to the Beast Coddle lane.
So what's the thought process behind the Tiny? What makes it worth sacrificing that lane for the Tiny, as we still see that Earth Spirit coming out for GPK?
I think they're prioritizing like lineup equilibrium, like just a better balance in their lineup, because I do think that Necro +1, Puck +2, and you know, an offlaner that's like also with little objective taking potential, it would just be weird to play the game. Like this is a much better, much more well-rounded lineup, and Tiny is just a solid hero. It's a good matchup versus Beast. At some point the Tiny, you know, he has too much HP, too much HP regen. He just, you know, one-shot waves. He'll be fine. He's gonna suffer until he gets level 6, and after that he'll just be okay.
It could be one of those situations also where Noticed asked for it to be a lane against Kez, because it's a very strong lane against Kez Wyvern, because he can defend himself from when Kez goes and closes the gap.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that lane goes. Like, I wonder actually, like, theoretically I feel like it's good for Necro, but honestly, like, Kez Wyvern is a lot. Like, it's a lot of harass. Like, every wave they're gonna click their spells on you, and that's a lot of HP. It feels like he's gonna have to click his second spell every wave, almost. And I don't know how much he'll enjoy it. We'll have to see. At the same time, I'm very happy to see Earth Spirit. I think it also makes the case of, it's reassuring that, you know, the game 2 did not affect BB team and GPK in particular by any mean. So that's a good news for BB fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think Earth Spirit's a great lane versus Puck, and he's gonna have a solid start, and he's gonna be strong for a very big portion of this game. But if Necrophos has a good game, I think Earth Spirit actually falls off very heavily against this hero, who itemizes very comfortably against him, and then he eventually runs out of damage for the Necrophos. So then it becomes all on Kez to deal with him.
But you know, we've heard Kiritich many times say that, you know, Kez is his signature hero, and he feels like every time he gets his hand on the hero, the game is just easy. I don't think he's lost with it yet here. So
the 1v5?
Dangerous.
How long is this game gonna be? Because previous one we did go over that hour mark, all because we started with such an even game. Will this game has as even of a start to it?
I would say so. I think it's, again, like compared to game 1 where the draft was quite favorable for BB, and especially when it came to the laning phase. I think this game, just like game 2, much more even. It's gonna come down to execution, and if the tempo were to be, you know, accelerated, it would favor BB out.
It is a best of 5, and it's 1-1. And that means that whoever wins this game will be on match point in these grand finals. Will it be BB? Will it be Pvision? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
One of these teams is going to be sweating after this game, and you want to be the one that is sitting in that prime position of 2-1. Pvision, well, we've got some Siggies already out in the field for both sides. We've got BB team rocking the Kiritich Kez. We have the No One Puck, though I actually don't think of that as his Siggy, but it is his most played hero.
Also hasn't really performed well this event. I almost feel like the team that was going to pick Puck in this grand finals might not work out for them first. However, these two teams are functioning at an extremely high level, so you got to kind of throw the stats out the window. play off a feel, play off the matchups, and the win conditions. The most important thing, like at what point in these games do you think you have a chance to win the game? And they've generally been going very late. So in that sense, Puck hasn't performed too well because I think he just hasn't had the same early and mid games. But if the game's going to go late and you get to 5 or 6 slots, he's still a menace. And that could be what Pvision have in mind here, because the two side lanes for BB are incredibly scary. Very fast, they can snowball heavily, they can pick up some kills. You have resources to pump into these cores. Kez can always just run away with the game. You need to control the tempo here. If the Beast can just go from tower to tower with a fast Helm and Helm of the Overlord, this game's going to get out of control very quickly. If you can slow it down, play around the Necrophos a little more, to me, the two offlaners have the strongest identity in this game 3, and you're going to have to make those two heroes work.
And that is particularly scary if you are Pvision, because they're in a bad lane matchup, right? I mean, surely this Beastmaster Caudle lane, there's no way that a tiny Hoodwink beats that, right?
No, not over the long run. I think it's very hard to beat Caudle Beast with almost anything. You can draw the lane. You can outplay the Caudle a little bit if you have a support that can kind of 1v1 him on the side and really punish him. Like, I think Bane is a pretty good example of that. But outside of those little points of execution, even if the lane's going poorly, you can always just stack and they're going to recover the net worth. You're not going to shut this Beast down. So you kind of just have to deal with the tempo here from Miro and hope that you can take some fights around towers, or that at least Noticed has an equally good game here.
And he is in a winning matchup, right? Necrophos versus Kez, I imagine, maybe not as good as the Beastmaster Caudle lane, but I feel like they got to be okay with this lane, right?
Oh, they're doing quite well already. And yeah, I would favor the Necro here. Again, over the first 10 minutes, he's going to win the lane out. It's just too much sustain, too much spam. Wyvern is not a hero that has a lot of offensive potential with the Kez unless you can maintain a high HP pool. And Save just chunks him down.
Just runs him down while we have this action still going back and forth in the bottom lane as well. A lot of harassment in these side lanes early on.
Both offlaners having a pretty nice start here early, and that's what both teams want to see. It'll be interesting to see how tanky this Necrophos can get against the Earth Spirit in particular. I like Miro's point about, he's going to have very strong itemization here. It's a hero that can buy multiple dispels, just exist in the fight. We saw last game, GPK, he got really fat on that Earth Spirit. He dealt 22,000 damage and killed one hero. If you have a repeat situation like that, you're going to be in trouble this game. I think Kez will have a better time in most games than Drow, just in terms of creating his own opening.
Sure.
So you have a little more to fall back on there. But you need to make sure that GPK can find connections with these magnetizes and that it doesn't just get instantly ruined.
Well, we are going to see GPK dominate the laning phase again. The DB team are just putting it a priority. It seems like every single time they're going to make sure GPK gets the counter pick over no one. They do it again here. He gets the late Earth Spirit pickup against the Puck, which is just, I think, an impossible matchup for Puck. I just feel like there's no way he's actually going to win CS-wise.
Too much base damage.
Yeah.
We'll see that Earth Spirit open up a lead. See if we can translate it into a cheeky kill with a silence and a teleport or something off a support. But these two supports are not that great at rotating to the mid. You rather just play the Wyvern and the Caudle in the two side lanes. If anything, get some stacks up, set the map up better for all three cores. It's not really a I'm going to go mid and secure power runes type of style here. Whereas I think Pvision can look for that a lot more. They have a lot more roam potential, a lot more kill threat, a lot of setup between the Dark Willow and the Hoodwink 5 here.
Right. For me, it feels a lot more about GPK rotating to those side lanes, particularly that Wisdom Shrine timing.
That could definitely be in the cards. This is one of those games where I actually wouldn't mind seeing him go to the side lanes instead of the team going mid, just because of how your draft's set up. I think Kez is a great hero to rotate into on the lane. He gives you a lot of kill threat. He enjoys getting the extra kills. Could be a nice little target for GPK down here, and that's the hero you want to slow down. Almost just kills no one there.
Has some auto recharges to work off of. It's, Notice keep the pressure on Kiritich.
This Necro's playing quite aggressive down here. You do not want to feed away that bad kill to the Necrophos in a lane that he's dominating already.
Yeah, he does have 9 Magic Wand charges, double Fairy Fire still in his pocket.
Yep, very tanky here.
Similarly, Miro with the spam of the axes, definitely annoying Pvision, but I feel like Satanic Ducalis have done a good job of like pulling the creeps out of position so they're not getting spammed by the axes as much.
Well, Tiny's
pretty healthy.
Yeah, he's free farming up here. In fact, he's highest CS in the game, still has a lot of regen or a lot of HP to work with. So doing quite a nice job.
I feel like there's something about the Satanic to call a safe lane. They always do manage to move these the barometer just a little bit in their favor in every single laning phase matchup.
It helps when you have a very strong carry in terms of in that CS department. Winning early CS counts for so much in terms of what happens in these lanes over the first 5 minutes. Very close, even game. Across all the lanes
having the biggest lead as he is 29-10 over this puck. 19, now 20-1. Unsurprising lead again. Just
it's not huge though. In terms of like the net worth and experience, it's pretty close here. In fact, it's the Kez kind of suffering the most. Just getting Necrophosed. Nothing Kiritich can do about it. You can't outplay Death Pulse, no matter how hard you try.
yeah. Just kind of sits in the lane, spams it out.
So will that rotation come to bottom? There's also an argument you want to go to the Beastmaster lane, because that is generally a hero that is very good at kicking carries out. You can fight with the boars. Like, both of these side lanes are very interesting points of attack for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be chipping away at these heroes anyway, right? They're already going to be low, so it's an easier gank to make happen. While going into this Necrophos, especially the winning lane that he is in, well, that one's going to be a lot rougher.
He's going to get the Sadist axe here. You do not want to start bleeding kills away on this lane.
That regen with the glyph being popped, Kiritich is being shoved away from this CS, even underneath his own tower.
This is a big wave with Catapult. Need to address this right now. You get 6 on GPK. He got it off the last creep mid. Can go in fog and TP here if he wants to try and bail this out.
But Wyvern's going to be the first one to TP in. They run down to Collis. Kiritich does not walk into the brambles and manage to parry the Shadow Realm hit, so that actually stops a lot of the damage.
And GPK loses the 50-50 on the rune, and it's a haste. Big pickup for no one. He's just barreling bottom.
Yeah, instantly making the move, and why not? There's not any vision down here. They don't know what the power rune is. They're going to be surprised by this, especially with the ward behind the tower giving so much information. No one, Kiritich's already half health. Coil, he parries and does what he can. Runs into a bramble, but either way, he was dead.
Too fast for GBK to TP in there. There's some risk of making aggressive moves in this game if GBK can respond and get a good team fight out of it, but when you have a haste rune, it's that fast of a move. It's a level 4 Kez. What's the turnaround potential? It's just not there. Compounding the advantage on this Necrophos lane, Noticed is going to be gigantic here. He could buy a Boots of Travel right now. He can also just push for an even faster Radiance. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, is this far ahead? Feels like Radiance. It's got to be a pretty good call. GPK, he makes his rotation. Miro and Save, we're pushing these heroes out over time. It's just level 3 axe spam with this this Coddle behind him.
Looking for the Wisdom Shrine. Got Taomi, he gets scanned, but nobody's here.
Oh no, that is a huge problem. Pvision.
This squirrel is going to be really sad. 3 deaths for Ducalis. He loses his Wisdom Shrine. Well, they ruined his game.
Yeah, they certainly did.
I mean, I don't know if he was the biggest priority target, but he's absolutely out of it here.
Man, you're almost level 6 on Notice. Hey, at that point, it feels like Kiritich is going to have to leave lane.
Yeah, no way you sit here against the Reaper threat.
Which is thin up to Kataomi to try and hold this. Nice D-ward from 9 class.
Nice little Dark Willow attack speed there.
There's going to be a similar threat. Likely Satanic will have to leave his lane at some point with the level 6 being acquired by Miro plus his Helmet Dom.
A lot of pressure points on the map right now. You have the Reaper site coming up, you have Coil, you have Magnetize plus a Roar going into mid lane. They brought Miro to this 8-minute power rune and they lose the 50-50 again. And it's another great power rune.
If it could have been top, then maybe Miro is able to get a Primal Roar kill for them. Instead, he's just going to back up to these Coddle stacks. A lot of stacks here. It's going to boost them quite heavily, GPK.
There's the TP to the side lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the power rune.
Try and shore this up with Notice having his level 6. Jumps in, hits the Sounce onto the Necrophos off of pulling Kiritich, but he still managed to get off some of his heals. Just too much damage, though. They brought many heroes, 4 heroes to this bottom lane to make sure that Necrophos does get shut down. Meanwhile, Miro is left alone on top of his stacks right now.
That was a juicy acorn.
Ducalis can interrupt some of this. He already managed to kill the Helmet Dom creep and some of the boars, maybe take some of the last hits here as well. Ducalis is going to get level 6 off this.
He's super rich.
He's still so much experience, my God.
You got most of the mid tower too with the amp damage on the puck. Was that a successful move from Earth Spirit? Yes and no. Like, you gave up a lot during the time GPK spent down there. Well, there goes Ducalis recovering his game. He shut down that squirrel for nothing.
Guess so.
Is he the highest level support now?
Save is 6.5.
Close, yeah. Well, he'll feed his courier back, so you get a little bit back from the squirrel.
A little bit of give and take.
Okay, earn charges up for GPK is another magnetize in 30 seconds. He's definitely the big playmaker in this game.
Surely you get the 50-50 right this time.
Or you just lose it every single time.
Katomi unable to fly away. Arctic Burn on cooldown. The sharpshooter attempts with the cold embrace. Geomagnetic grip play would have been cool, but coil.
It's a very different style game right now. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of 2 or 3 man fights going on. A lot of emphasis on the power runes. As he wins another one. There's the tip, you know. The tip was going to come no matter what. You win all the rune luck. What can you say?
Yeah, what's the point of getting this counter pick matchup if my enemy mid laner just gets every single power rune? Miro keeps on rotating across too. And the funny part is that like Pvision, because they have this river ward, they see Miro, they know they can't contest the top lane and just pray that it's bottom.
9 class gets another courier snipe. All these little things going Pvision's way in this early game. And the relic already done for noticed. The Radiance is going to be so fast here. There's some emphasis for BB to get something done with the vessel on GPK. He will rush that this time around for some extra damage on the map. Great against the Necro as well, as Kataomi bites the dust again. This mid area of the map is just a death zone for these supports.
It's working out so much better for no one. Another rotation from GPK.
Might get this tower too.
Total failure.
Like, you make these rotations with the Earth Spirit, no one's just going to push the wave in. Start hitting your building.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little careful of like the roll in, silence, all in, but otherwise can do some decent damage here.
It's got infused raindrops and 19 magic wand charges. Let's see if this is enough. With a bushwhack catching GPK, that'll create a lot of space for no one. Still has a solar bind on him. Another orb up in 3 seconds. He's out.
You need to bring the Kez in for that with a Talon or something. Puck is too mobile right now. Still got the top tower for the Beast. Both these offlaners effectively top net worth in this game. I feel like that's what both teams wanted to see. So you're getting that progression you want.
Radiant's about to be finished up for noticed.
There it is, flying out.
Just been chilling. They haven't like actually kicked the Kez out or taken this tower, but I mean, the fact that you're just able to hang out and get a Radiance on Necrophos in 12 minutes.
Pretty ridiculous.
That's going to put BB team on a timer a bit. Can't just let this Necrophos exist on the map for too long.
Fully expect this ultimate orb for Miro to signal a big push into mid with the Helm of the Overlord being completed. There it is. Go grab an Ancient Creep, smoke him, swing around the mid tower. If you can start on the puck, amazing. If you can find somebody else behind that tower, it'll feel just as great.
He's got his choice between the Prowler and the Granite Golem. He opts for the Golem.
Oh, I thought he would have taken the Prowler here.
Yeah, me too.
Kind of interesting. Guess a little extra HP though is pretty nice against a very spell damage heavy lineup. You're negating a lot of early nukes here. And that is something to consider. Like, do you buy pipe in this game? It's such a good pipe game.
Right, you just try and like weather through these spells, stay above that 50% marker against the Reaper Scythe.
Great Glimmer Cape game, great Raps game. There's going to be some itemization here for BB that's going to feel real good against a lineup that is very magic dependent for a long time in this game. They're not even going to smoke them. They're just going to run at the tower straight up. What are you going to do?
You could do. You throw an orb out, okay. Boars get a little bit low, but tower falls all the same. Going after notice here, Winter's Curse, trying to set up and terrorize in from the side. Very nice, the Reaper Scythe. Well, it doesn't quite get the kill, but they still manage to get him off the sharpshooter. So they don't get the stack, but nobody really cares about that. All you care about is that Notice lives and Kirachit dies.
The Winter's Curse didn't get any other units in it, so you lose a little setup time that GPK needed to get in there. Another rotation for the Earth Spirit that just doesn't quite land how you wanted it to, as this Necrophos is continuing to just farm up the map. And the longer these tier 1s stand, or at least this last tier 1 bottom, the more you can kind of control this area for the Necro, the happier he's going to be. See what the next move here for Miro is. It's not super obvious on the map right now. You might just want to take some time to farm. You're going to get a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. That's pretty much guaranteed. But the next objective here for the Beast is like the 20-minute Tormentor. Unless you really want to take this last tier 1 bottom, and I don't think that's the highest priority for him.
Yeah.
So we might just see him try and play that classic, like occupy dire upper jungle with the Beast summons, get some information for your team, get some extra camps, take away some farm from the Tiny if you can without dying. Abuse the fact that there's not a lot of heroes that want to run into your Zoo right now. Pretty bad lineup against the Zoo early.
Feels like the series is just indexing more and more towards these late game, 45 to 60 minute style kind of games. Despite the early rush that we saw from Pvision, where, you know, we talked about the setup here. There's so many of their games were like 35 minutes on average, it felt like. They were just able to close out game time after time.
That was not off lane domination, though. That's an important distinction. Like, there was not some gaming gladiators, we beat you in rush high ground because we're just going to zoo you and aura you. They do it off of map control and the map gameplay and the pickoffs leading to objectives.
So what do you think BB Team is doing to stop that? Like, yes, BB Team is winning lanes, but as you said, Pvision didn't require laning phase wins to be able to pull off those fast victories.
I think some of the Go Shovel help. Beastmaster, Coddle, Wyvern, all heroes that can push some waves without dying, potentially. Depends how fat this Tiny gets. And I think the Tiny is the big threat on the map for Pvision this game. We've seen how much Satanic can do with this. You get Shadowblade, he instantly finds a pick-off. And this hero is going to be the real threat around the map. Like, the Necrophos is the scary extra scale here in the tank.
Yep.
Against your, triple melee core lineup going late. But the Tiny is going to be the hero that instills fear in you wherever you are.
Heroes, surrounded by heroes. He has to pick his targets here. Roar Satanic, but there's just too much catch. He dodged the Terrorize, roared Satanic, but it's all too much. Too many heroes. They brought the full squad up here to hunt down the Beastmaster.
That's bad news for BB.
I can't remember the last time that Satanic had a bad Tiny game. I feel like every single time he gets these, he's just running around the map with the Shadowblade getting pickoffs, and I've never seen him be in that position where, like, oh, Satanic has walked into another sentry and died, you know?
He's very good at finding those little openings and knowing where people are farming, where the isolated target is. That's why this hero's so scary. When he starts snowballing a game, you just have to get out of his way. We're going to see BB try and reclaim this area. That's another reason losing the Beast up here is so bad. You lose so much of the map control you're trying to maintain to give you that advantage. You got to retake it with something. You're going to find a squirrel, but you're not finding that Tiny. This is a good intercept from Ducalis. This is not the area of the map that these heroes want to go to when the Beast is going to come back here and retake it anyway.
He is on a 7-game win streak on Tiny, including a win yesterday against Team Yandex. Last time he lost a game was 2 months ago at a Dream League against 1W. And then before that was like back to 2025. He has an 82% win rate on this hero.
That's quite high.
Yeah, that's something.
He's super, super scary on it. I also think he knows how to itemize for the late game a little better than some other carries. Like, it never seems like he's falling off on this hero, which is, I think, the sign of a great Tiny player. Got to get to those late game talents, make sure you're getting the spells off in the team fight, make sure you buy the right 6 slots, because his hero can almost always get 6 slotted, farms so fast. And once more, BB just unsure of what to do with the Beastmaster strength right now. Like, are you supposed to do it super early Roshan here to get an Aegis on an Earth Spirit or Kez?
I mean, is there any reason not to?
It's just
the
slow.
Team is going to play the borders of the map.
It's not fast enough to make it worth it right now.
Okay.
I think you have to occupy some side of this dire map. Like, you can't have 5 heroes on your side with this Tiny and Necro running around right now. It's not going to end well for you.
Well, at least it means GPK can get power runes. Nobody's contesting those anymore.
That's true. And a nice little regen.
Where's Ducalis headed? Oh, he's going to get a nice lane ward.
Being really annoying up here. Just counteracting some of the lane pressure. And they are going to force the Roche. Okay.
I like it.
Are they? I don't know. This is... I mean... You don't have Deso on the Kez for like another 100 gold.
Okay, I don't like it. If you don't have Deso, that Roche is going to take so long.
I think we're seeing the indecision on this map right now.
Everywhere they're going right now, they're spotted by wards too. Like Miro had a lane ward that saw him push through, then there was a Watcher. The gate, notice, slips past GPK there.
A missed opportunity. Saw how fast they were to respond to that. If there's any sort of opening, they want to take it right now. They will get this last tier 1 bottom. The Beast eventually makes his way down here. This will open up that Roche even a little more if you want to do it in this last minute with the Deso arriving. This is your time to secure it with everybody down here.
They got
at least force a fight.
On the pit.
Oh,
Bedlam
Satanic.
trying to kill the Helmet Dom, but Satanic makes his jump. GPK.
What an opening.
Dead already. That was a BKB used too. And Satanic, he still has his BKB. It's part of the reason why Pvision are willing to take this fight, not just the aggressive positioning of BB team here, allowing Satanic to get in there with a Shadow Blade. Unlikely they're going to have sentries up here. But also the fact that Satanic, there's nothing they can do about him once he makes his jump. There's no turnaround against this BKB.
He's finding these little openings. Big kills to slow down the pace here from BB. They're not allowed to group up. They're not allowed to do that earlier, Roshan. Now it's going to change sides. You have to wait even longer. You're not getting the fight for the Deso Kez.
Kiritich is out here using Raptor Dance on Ancient Stacks. That's how the game's kind of going right now. We are going to chill and farm for the foreseeable future. At least that's Pvision's game plan. BB team are struggling to get the action going. They would love to, but
I don't blame Pvision.
Doesn't seem possible.
Again, I think this is the type of game where puck can shine. Slow, methodical game. You build into that late game. That's where the hero's still scary. You're not looking to rush things here. A lot more onus on BB to find action with this Kez pick.
No one can kind of play right up in their face a lot of times. Spotted on the blast. Jumps deep. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That could have been a close call if the Axis had just gone a little bit farther north.
And he leads him to the Tormentor.
An objective that I think no one was trying to play around and see if he could disrupt that is something that BB team, it's like that off-lane tier 1 tower. It's an objective that is much easier to take than these tier 2s or the Roshan. Katomi will get the shard. Not an amazing one, but
not bad on the Kez if he gets out of the cocoon. I think you pretty much have to decide how you're going to scale your Tricore here. If you're BB, you're not running this game over. This is not going to be some 30-minute high ground with the Beastmaster. You have to make sure all of your core scale in this game, because that was the biggest problem in that game too. You had the Drow, but no one else really got there to the 5 or 6 slots in the late game. It was a big threat.
Okay, so let's talk about that itemization.
Thinking about Ags on the Beastmaster to kind of help him turn into that. Drums of Salam, definitely not as strong as he used to be, but I at least like the idea here of, you know, I'm going to be more of a threat in the fight, the old school carry Beastmaster build.
What about Nullifier on Kez? How early are you going to get this item? Like, how important is your focus on Necrophos versus everybody else in this game?
I'm trying to pick off here.
Yeah, nice grab for GPK.
I don't know if you
punishing 9 class on the haste ring tonight.
I don't think you want Kiritich having to spend an item slot on the Nullifier when you have a Beastmaster that can buy it. You definitely want one in this game. Such a big item against the Necrophos.
Smoke up from BB team. Just 1 kill on a support. They're going to try and snowball this into more. They get a core kill. And maybe that could open up that Roshan that they attempted earlier. But the question is, can they find Satanic? He has remained rather elusive.
Oh, he's going to show on this creep top. They instantly U-turn.
And a Shadow Blade. He hits the creep and then he just runs away. Is he going to come back to it? Oh my god, he's going to come back to it. It's an opportunity. They go on the squirrel. Ran through the river instead of the Tiny. So just another support pickoff. BB team just...
You got to do Roche off that. You can't roar Ducalis here and not get some objective for it.
I mean, that's dangerous, though, because you are setting up for the potential coil terrorize play. Now that 9 class is back up.
They're not even Roche. I mean, they're just trying to get the BKB on the Kez. I think Pvision assumed they were going to do it.
Save, pops of dust as Satanic was pushing through the mid lane.
Game of cat and mouse right now.
Certainly.
There's the BKB for the Kez. A lot stronger on his own in the fight right now. You have triple BKB timing with 2 sustaining supports. If this is not a signal to force this objective, I don't know what it will be in this game.
And it seems like Pvision have no interest in contesting again. Tried it the first time, didn't really work out. And make a move to the bottom side of the map where they almost caught GPK, but he teleports away. Pvision is just doing some work for both sides, no doubt. Arrow shot is going to fall, goes to Kiritich. So, what are you going to do with this Aegis over the course of the next 5 minutes? How many of these tier 2s can you take down? How much map control can you claim? Because it is still a net worth lead for Pvision and a Necrophos that is getting larger and larger. He's level 18. He's only been a part of 3 kills, but he's been speed farming through the map so quickly. Very high level.
At this point, I'm almost worried more about what the puck is going to pick up here. Gotta find some pickoffs.
They went for the cuddle. Nice little tumbler toy. 9 class. He has to terrorize. GPK pops his BKB. They still got the pick off from Satanic. So it's support for support. Well, 1 for 2, I guess.
Tiny's just so hard to catch.
Miro catching Ducalis at the same time as that play, which he's halfway to his axe. And Satanic still sticking around.
Sneaking in here.
They didn't have the sentries before.
They saw him on that.
He got the coddle, but now it's going to be spotted. GPK, knowing he doesn't have BKB, tries to threaten him, but no one's not here in time as the puck.
The fact you can play this aggressive with no punish, though. It's so much space.
What about the punish top lane?
No roar available.
Yeah. He only has Blink.
You can always TP out here. Not much of a threat either.
Yeah, this, even if you could get the solar bind on him, he's got Lotus. Yeah. You're right. Pvision are just able to play very, very far up with all 3 of their cores.
Just not a lineup that is going to excel at trying to catch some of these random heroes around the map. Like, it wants to force the 5-on-5 team fights, abuse the AoE sustain and control from the supports, and put some pressure on Pvision to respond. But right now, it's just not happening. Pvision are too good at playing the map.
Hey, that was a problem that we saw in Game 2 as well.
Yes.
So,
recurring trend in this series.
Yeah. BB team lose out in this kind of style, then it's really back to the drawing board and going, okay, we have to do everything we can to stop Pvision's
Yeah, at what point are you just like, all right, let's pick Kiritich Arc Warden or something? Like, I don't know, something crazy comes out because you're just not getting to fight. The fights are not available.
Miro hiding in the trees, pops out, goes for Ducalis. And because of his BKB, he will go through uninterrupted by Satanic's Avalanche.
You can see the decisiveness whenever, like, the second a hero they can kill shows on the map, they're just instantly jumping. Because they know you're not going to get a lot of openings in this game. So you have to take the ones that are available. You can't question whether it's a bait or something like that. You just have to go. That is a very tanky boy. He will find another jump.
Satanic. Now, they did get the Dispel off the Winter's Curse on that Shield Rune, so Satanic is not quite as tanky as he once was, but still has a BKB to work with. Roll in from GPK, popped his BKB, didn't get the roll, and the Reaper's side to finish off the Winter Wyvern. GPK not going to be able to get the roll out, though. Notice got in front of him. That's trouble. Toss doesn't actually hit the Earth Spirit, but they get the kill either way. GPK, it feels like that was a bit of frustration. They're trying so hard to get these fights, and he said, screw it, I'm just going. An opportunity to take a fight finally.
When you lose supports at the start, though, it's not going to be successful. You need their spells in the middle of this team fight. For the chase down, for the lockdown, or some of the turnaround threat. Satanic has consistently been assassinating these heroes at the start. You're just left in a really tough situation. You get no value out of your supports in this engagement. They accomplish effectively nothing. The Tiny doesn't even have to use BKB off of the early engagement, so when he comes back in here, he still has BKB to use if there's any sort of turnaround threat.
Zero threat.
Just destroying this game right now. Building a very solid lead while he does it.
And no use of the Aegis whatsoever. Like, PB team have not managed to get a situation where Kiritich can just run after some heroes, threaten them, force Pvision to try and turn around and take away that Aegis. It's going to expire in 45 seconds. Now, this has allowed him to get to an Aghanim Scepter. He is still scaling up.
For sure.
Do you feel like this hero outscales Tiny? Let's just take that 1-to-1.
That's a... Honestly, I feel like anytime you ask if Kez outscales a hero, it's a weird question.
It's probably...
Because I think, yeah, Kez can beat anybody in the late game. Like, this hero is almost the highest DPS hero we've ever seen in Dota. If he has
Raven's failed, but he walks back into another Bramble here. 20 seconds on the Aegis, though. He's not worried about this. If anything, 9 class should be worried about him dying.
get anything off of this information? The answer is once again no. Very disciplined from Pvision. They give up no openings. Aeon Disc already done for no one. They gave him the gem. Now you have this unkillable puck running around the map causing you problems.
A loss of 3,500 net worth and no buildings claimed for this Aegis.
Whew. That is how you control a game of Dota right there.
Think about how much like decision-making wise, like BB team were really trying to get this Roshan to happen, and then they do, and it just doesn't even do anything for them. That's gotta sting.
Especially when you're seeing these items come out.
Yeah, another heart done for Notice.
And the thing is, Pvision, they're going to start to get aggressive now.
Yeah.
Like, they've been controlling this game and very disciplined, but now's the time to start looking for more opportunities, and it's just easy for this Tiny man. He runs into anybody, you combo him, they're at half or dead. Team can follow up, hunting Miro out of this bottom lane. He will likely have to Nightfall out of here.
Is he going to BKB, TP, BKB, Reaper Scythe attempted. It was a nice idea from Notice. Any sort of stun, the follow-up could be there to chain it. He doesn't need a Reaper Scythe kill. What they need is just any kind of kill.
Satanic hunting GPK on the rune. He doesn't want to give him any power runes in this game.
Oh, BKB, but he can't run away. Gets clobbered to death by Satanic. Again, Satanic, this is what we're talking about, is Tiny. It feels like this man is just everywhere, and he's never being scouted in the process.
And he knows where the enemies are going to be. That's the biggest thing. You have to be preemptive with the setup. You have to read the map properly and say, you know what, this guy's going to be right on this spot. I'm going to run there. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to find a target. His read of the map is immaculate. You're just not getting the same pickoff threat.
Oh, even a bushwhack into the bramble there.
Look who's lurking. Hero's collapsing right now.
He felt like he had to use Raptor Dance for fear of the follow-up there for the Tiny. And pops BKB right as Satanic went in for the Blink Avalanche. Does jump away with a grappling claw. TP out from Kataomi. And Notice doesn't have the Reaper Sight still.
Shepherded into your tier 3 at 30 minutes.
This is Pvision hitting a timing. That 30, 35-minute mark, they really know how to utilize. All these heroes seem to come together. All their items across the board are picked up in the same minute or two. Have this gigantic power spike. An AC, a Hearts for Notice. What does no one have? Pharasma, Eon Disc, a Blink Dagger. He doesn't really need to output too much of the damage here. That's going to be Satanic and Notice doing much of the heavy lifting.
Do get to a nullifier here on the Beastmaster. Maybe this is some sort of opening to go in the fight and punish the overconfidence of this Aeon Disc puck a little bit.
Yep.
Some surprise factor potentially, but it's going to kind of just require some crazy smoke to land. There's no way you're getting openings in this game, and you have to time that with the next Roshan here. Cannot afford to waste too many more moves here if you are BB.
GPK looking at a Blink Dagger, which may be needed for an upcoming high ground defense, though the trend of this game. Pvision almost caught GPK. Satanic may still have a chance here with his smoke expiring. Spotting GPK. Hit it with the avalanche before GPK got up the BKB. Got the roll out though. Satanic still going to try and finish him off through the tree at him, and that's enough. Meanwhile, they went for Notice with the nullifier.
He's not dying.
Kill him though. It's happening. He turns around. Okay, they get him with the Raptor Dance, but now they're stuck in this coil. They've already used the roar, so it's pretty rough. They just gotta get whatever heroes they can out of here. It's Miro who's gonna be stuck here. Puts nullifier on Satanic. Satanic, it's taking a little while to kill Miro, but they finally get it, and he hit Miro, stuns it back with the Centaur. But Pvision, 3 down, no opportunity for Kataomi to get a good winner's curse in.
They are very disciplined, not clumping for that kill. Just letting the Tiny do it on his own. He is already level 25 off of that fight. Toss charges online. This game has been Satanic's from around that like 12, 13 minute mark. I mean, just decimating the map. 9-0, every kill's going to him. Big Bad in charge. And honestly, kind of impressive that they lasted in this fight. You're able to take this Necro down despite being super tanky, getting fed a Lotus here. Reaper accomplishes nothing. You waste a lot of time in your BKBs to do that. The Embrace is pretty nice. This Beastmaster with the Ags, he can sustain himself a little bit in the fight.
Nice spread from Pvision though. The only way out for Hero is a good winner's curse.
Just no turnaround with the Earth Spirit dead from the bottom play. Again, every fight in this game has been Satanic kill somebody, and then you have to take it.
Yep.
And if Satanic doesn't kill somebody, they don't give you the fight.
I mean, even that like one smoke play where they smoke down to the bottom lane, right? Like they kill a support, they even kill 2 supports, but it still starts with Satanic killing Say.
Starts with Satanic and ends with Satanic.
He is the Alpha and the Omega, and he is level 25 with the toss charges. So, chain stun capabilities just went up a lot.
Deadly for the Kez here. That's the real target. I think that and the Earth Spirit. His solo kill potential continues to increase. His control in the fight with that Reaper behind it is deadly. No way to save from that Reaper right now if you get tiny comboed into it.
GPK thought better of the Blink Dagger, picked up a plate mail to work towards Shiva. Certainly needs that physical damage after the clubbing that Tiny put on him earlier.
This smoke has to land. You don't have any more smokes, and this is the only way you're going to find some opening in this game.
It's looking like it's just going to land.
Just running into you.
9-class Dark. Whoa, they don't even hit him. He managed to get the blink out during his shadow.
It's a disaster.
He hit the terrorize on GPK. And Satanic,
he's waiting.
He's going to combo with that avalanche toss up. They do have the call to brace, though. This may give GPK a chance to get off that BKB. The Reaper Scythe goes in. He almost dies. BKB activates. He rolls away. But the rest of the team are now swarming through. It's going to be up to Karatage to try and carry through this one. He can't be killed the supports very easily. Trying for that Raptor Dance. Spots the BKB. Raptor Dance down. Nullifier on the Necrophos. All in for this kill on
They get him.
They do manage to get him. Can they get out, though? No more BKB on Karatage. Not an easy way out with the Harpoon pulling him back into Satanic with the toss up in the air. Once again, they get noticed, but it costs them far too much.
Takes too long to burst this one target down. You don't have enough time on your BKBs to take the rest of the fight, and nobody is touching this living mountain right now. 5,000 HP. Like, what are you supposed to do against this guy? He's just routing the entire backline, routing all the supports. The fight is mega disjointed. There's no opportunity to land a good curse in this engagement because he's so strong on his own. Nobody has to go in with him. It's a massive problem for the Wyvern. You get a Wisdom Shrine. Pretty nice here from GPK to recognize you can get a little something here. But the buildings are going to fall.
Okay, Katomi tries to step forward. Satanic's like, okay. I'm going to just blink instant kill you. BB team looking real worse for wear here in this game 3.
Just getting worked across the lanes.
Yeah, they seemingly like, I mean, you pointed out their struggles of wanting to be able to make action happen and not being able to find it. Felt like they couldn't solve that issue. And now it feels like even the individual plays are beginning to slip up for them.
I think part of it is the Earth Spirit's just, this hero is the odd man out. He does not thrive in this situation. He's not a pickoff threat.
Here he comes.
Not getting the fight.
One shot. Support after support. The man is a goddamn menace.
You're never going to get that 5-on-5 where GPK can shine. This is a pickoff-oriented game. This is a vision-oriented game. It's where you wish you had that Lina that has been banned in the series, or something else that can be a threat on the map or continue to scale. Would at least give you something to fight back with here. As Satanic, he doesn't want to do Roche. He wants to keep killing heroes. He's got an amp damage. He's hitting for 1,000. It's a very balanced number.
Back to the same hunting grounds before. Almost was there in time to catch Katomi. Axis, Miro.
Nobody
himself.
wants to show in this game anymore.
No. Who frontlines against that?
Nothing.
I mean, even like these tanky cores, GPK, Miro, they have 3,500 HP.
You need an Embrace to go up basically instantly, and then you have to land a good curse. You can set the fight up.
Look how fast Roche died.
That is your best chance here.
Give the Aegis to Noticed, who is almost level 25. So, 2 heroes.
Yeah, they're just going to run in.
Overwhelming blink chasing after him. Got the coil onto 2. Snaps on Miro. GPK has to roll in.
Not a bad opening.
He does manage to hit Satanic, stalling his initiation. His best.
Can they focus him?
He's going to try and focus him down. And that damage is ramped.
Satanic hits.
But Satanic, they're turning around. Oh, the namesake might just bail him out. The Reaper Scythe comes through on the Karen.
The Katana.
And still dies. As the Kazurai Katana does manage to finish him off. And he just can't get away from Notice. There's too many threats on the board. Sure, you killed one of the beasts, but what about the second one?
Too many scaling cores in this one. Too much HP to get through. You found your opening, but you found it too late in this game. There'll be a death on the board for Satanic, but I don't think he's too sad about the outcome, as he gets to cheer on his other 2 carries. And now you're in that late game with the puck, right? The Octarine's there. You just want to fight. No one's going to continue to scale immaculately here. Get some time to do some more building damage. You don't have the time to swing for it. Should get something, though.
me, I felt like that was one of the situations where it was about as good as it gets, right? You stop the initiation for Satanic, which has been a massive issue. So many of these fights that start off with Satanic killing somebody instantly. It would have been better if you could have burst him 100%, but then even still, Notice comes through and there's just nothing left to threaten him.
Hey, if you'd found that opportunity 10 minutes ago, it would have worked.
Sure. But now with a level 25 Necrophos who's just spamming out death pulses, he's not a threat just on the Reaper's side. No one's also a threat, seemingly, as the sharpshooter lands. They have to use the Winter's Curse just to try and slow down the damage to let Save get back to the fountain that is just feet away.
He does live.
He does live. It is a second lane of barracks down without the Tiny to bulldoze these buildings.
They will get a lane anyway. Full map control, full vision control. Still have that Aegis for another 2.5 here. No reason not to just go to this top lane, force the fight, end this game right here, right now.
They almost have level 25s on a couple Dare cores on the side of BB team. Level 25 on Miro and Kirtich.
Not there yet, though.
Will that be enough to change things? Another 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Notice on the front line starts chipping away at that tier 3. What are you going to do about it?
There's no way you can commit your Roar Nullifier on this guy. Can't win the fight.
I mean, you got Earth Spirit. Can he get some sort of kickback?
Potentially. It's just not the guy you want to kick back.
Yeah. And every once in a while, no one will just jump in with the overwhelming blink.
Oh, they're going to try and
there's an
smoke.
opening there.
But again, every smoke has been broken this game.
And it's going to get broken again. Terrorized, not being thrown out, but they do stop the smoke push forward. Now the coil lands, and they got the Widow Wyvern. Initially, does manage to get the coil to brace safe. Meanwhile, the puck is in some trouble. It's hit by the Terrorize on Kiritich. BKB off from Satanic. Kiritich here on the other side, trying to Echo Slash him. Satanic keeping himself up with the life shield for now, and Kiritich needs some extra heals. He's getting low. Reaper sight that's going to finish him off. They don't have the buyback on him. I thought maybe
it's over.
The buyback, but one kill on Kiritich is all it takes. The tiny Satanic. Small in stature outside of the game, but absolute giant inside.
13, 1 and 8, 550 last hits, most damage by far. He just cleaned that game up. A nice 40-minute victory, a little slower than their 35-minute pace they've been rocking the whole event, but not by a large degree. And you only found him once.
It, man. I asked you about where's this Pvision. The closest out game was before 40 minutes. And
here they are. Here they are. And I mean, I feel like a broken record, but you have to find a way to be able to play the map against this team. And that's what you got to think about going into Game 4, because they have a lot of threats and a lot of ways to do it. I think one of the cool things about the series is we've seen a lot of heroes go through these 3 games. It's not like they're spamming the same hero, the same idea, the same threat. We've seen a lot of different carries, a lot of different offlaners. The one repeat to me was like this Earth Spirit from Game 2 to Game 3 that just felt a little off for GPK. I don't think we're going to see him pick it up again, because this hero cannot thrive in this type of environment where the game is very split up. There's a lot of 1v1s or pickoffs. Earth Spirit doesn't give you pickup threat. He doesn't push the waves. He's there to 5v5. And there's not 5v5s in these games. So, like, you have to just chuck this hero out as strong as he's been. Again, you have to respect the meta of a grand final and just say, this hero is not giving us what we need. He's not giving us either element that's going to help us play the game. Throw him out the window. Go for something for GPK that he is either going to scale harder or give you more map presence. You know, I think that's why we saw that Lina first phase ban. Like, it's a very smart ban. This is a hero that they would really like to have in this series. And if it's not available, you go back to the drawing board and what more do you have in the tank? Because at Pvision, they have a lot in the tank. Like, these players are flexible. They can pretty much play anything across all 3 of their cores. It's very difficult to ban out their idea right now.
And the fact that we see, say, for example, Noticed, right? His big splash in this tournament, I think one of his best games was that Axe one. Super active, very aggro. Now rocking the Necrophos and just playing to scale, letting Satanic be the one to set the pace. We've seen Satanic, even if the Phantom Lancer game didn't work for them, but all through, it's a 2-1 for BB team.
A 2-1, and they are at match point for Pvision. One more game between them and taking the title here in Paris. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of a trend because, of course, that first game went the way of BB team. And we've seen Pvision adapt to that. We're very close, game number 2. And the adaptation from that came, and now it is Pvision solidly in the driver's seat the whole game through, Seb. I don't believe they've done that before this series.
This is one of the first time we've seen BB team indeed like struggle a little bit in the early game. Like, don't they weren't as dominant as they used to be in the laning phase, especially. I think the mid lane it went in GPK's favor, but besides that, it was mainly advantaging Pvision, I would say. You know, both the safe lane. I was really surprised at how well they executed the safe lane. Actually, this Beast Cuddle, it came online, but not with the strength we've seen from that lane. You know, I feel like they weren't able to really develop their game and set the tempo, really.
That offlane as well just did too much, and at some point in the game, it felt like they were farming on 3 lanes, or they were able to take all of their jungle on Pvision, and they were able to farm on lane, and BB team couldn't really make any moves. And when they did try to make a move, it was typically on a support. There were a few moments where they could have connected to the Tiny potentially, and Ducalis would tank it. There were moments where the Necro almost died, then 9+ came to bust them out with a really great terrorize, and those moments added up and cascaded into a huge net worth lead.
Like, this is one of the first time where I was watching the game and I'm like, I think BB team looks a bit confused to what to do. It felt like they were trying to push their advantage, but they didn't really manage to. I mean, it was a mix of maybe them not feeling as comfortable because the start was a little bit shaky, but also on the other side, Pvision, they had their number. Like, they were always ready for the move. They were always, you know, in the right place at the right time. It was honestly impressive, and I don't know how shaken BB team is going to feel right now, but as you said, they must have felt the change of, you know, pace or dynamic of the whole series, and all of a sudden they're back against the wall. You know, this is like the least convincing game they've played so far, so the pressure is really on them now.
Do you think this was a large portion to do with the draft, or was this actually just straight up outplay?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a draft. I think it came down to play, and then it's like, where, you know, which percentage you give Pvision being like one step ahead, or maybe even, I dare to say, like BB team being a little bit hesitant because of what happened in the laning phase. Because, you know, we talked about, I heard the casters, they were mentioning rightly so Satanics, like he had not the best showing in game 1 in a sense, like it was a tough PL game, the way it ended probably didn't go the way he wanted, and you saw him bounce back. Like, this was like an exceptional Tiny performance. Like, seeing save dying over and over again on them. He's not just killing supports, he's killing save. You know, like this guy, we praised him. He played an entire series without dying once on support. Like, that's how good his awareness is. And Satanic is able to outplay that. So it's going to be up to BB team to sort of show the same kind of character.
Yeah, and talking about supports, we're going to focus our attention a little bit on a support. I believe it's Ducalis, right, Effie?
Yeah, what I wanted to highlight in this game was that there were moves that were attempted to be made by BB team, but a lot of it was soaked up by Ducalis on his Hoodwink. And if we see here in this clip, they make a smoke trying to find Satanic's Tiny. They've identified that it's an issue. We see it at the top of the net worth board, and their Coddle plus Beastmaster just couldn't shut him down. But Ducalis tanks this smoke here, and they have to disengage after this, and then, you know, Satanic just gets to play for free, which is an ideal scenario for any carry. In this next clip, we're going to see something very similar. Again, this smoke was intended for the Tiny. That was their map read, and it very well may have worked, but look who shows up. I mean, Tiny was so close to getting caught here, but here comes Ducalis, again, on his Hoodwink, absorbing a lot of the attention. And while these kills are fine, they're not the ones that you want on BB team, especially when you understand the threat of this Tiny and its scaling, as we saw in this game. In this other clip here, it's not a smoke that's being tanked, but another Primal Roar being cast on guess who? Yep, it's Ducalis' Hoodwink. And this one is actually very important because, as you can see, BB team have the Aegis here, and they need to get momentum going. And if they're pressing Roar on Hoodwink, what ends up happening is Pvision are like, oh, there's no Roar? Okay, whatever. We don't care about Aegis. We're going to take this fight, so.
And they're so confident that they can take this fight that Hoodwink is not even buybacking. It's like, he has the outpost. He could buyback. You know, this seems like a pretty critical moment of the game, but it shows how deep the understanding of Pvision is, like, of the game and of the state of the game. Like, they take this fight versus Aegis with a buyback ready on the support, and he decides not to click it. You know, no disrespect for supports, but it's pretty cheap at this point, you know, buying back. And yeah, and that really was the turning point of the game, where, like, I wouldn't say that BV were, like, really in the driving seat, but they definitely secured themselves, like, an advantage at this point. And from that point on, it was just downwards.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be up to BB to adjust to this state of the best of 5 series. And maybe they'll do that by picking heroes that are not their comfort, or maybe they'll do it by going for comfort, as we can take a look at some of the comfort heroes for both squads. These are the players' signature heroes here in Paris for EWC. there is a case to be made for a couple to be switched in and out. For example, Satanic, maybe instead of Lone Druid, you put a Shadow Fiend. But other than that, these are heroes that in the hands of these players, they just rise to a next level.
They do, but at the same, with that being said, we just saw the Kaz being defeated and the draw on Heritage, so they are really pushing him,
Next up,
to
Naga Siren.
next up, there are other stops because, in a sense, Naga is like very niche, and it needs to be a good Naga game. I don't think he's an exceptional Naga player, but I don't think he'd dare to pick it if he doesn't see enough. And at this point, I think I don't want to call it like a one-trick pony, but this Naga, he's shown that he's able to do it. I think people have that on their radar because it's the kind of pick, if you don't cover the angle, it's just like it's a go next situation.
Yeah, and if we contrast the offlane hero pool, notice Miro did play as Beastmaster and he did play as Largo and he lost, whereas notice none of his signatures or the heroes he's really succeeded with have even been played so far in these grand finals. His hero pool is very deep and he just busted out a Necro offlane and it looked incredible. So Miro has to kind of maybe go back to some staples like that Centaur, but I don't think that they're gonna get it for free.
To me, I feel like the biggest adjustment I'd like to see BB do is maybe just give GPK like a break from Earth Spirit. I'm not saying he's not a great Earth Spirit, he is, but I don't feel the GPK spirit when he plays it. Like whether it's a team thing or it's a he thing, I don't know, but he doesn't kind of put his team behind his back and let's make these moves, let's force the issue. Like I feel like you think of the Slaughter, for instance, in game one, he was everywhere. He was just like, and he's won the lane twice on Earth Spirit also. It just doesn't have the same taste to it. So I think they need to recenter their strategies around GPK, like make sure that he gets his comfort. He's in like a position to shine really and to set the tempo of the game. They really need that to happen.
Yeah, the thing about Earth Spirit is he does his damage steadily and slowly, and he has a strong laning phase, but when he plays against high durability and high sustain heroes, then the rest of his team has to be able to play those long and drawn out fights too, or the hero is not that good, actually. I feel like some people have a misunderstanding of this hero going into this tournament just because of how good it's looked. But for example, if you're playing against Necrophos, and you're not snowballing in the early game, you're just going to get Reaper Scythe in that late game and not really do that much. Like, Magnetize is a very strong spell, but it requires certain things within its draft to make it work. You can't just pick it because Earth Spirit is good.
You cannot. I think that BB Team has got their work cut out for them. Absolutely. I'm sure everybody's talking about how they should be adjusting. I'm sure, for example, one of our co-streamers, Work, is talking about that right now as well, as he has shown up on the stream here. Of course, he is streaming with the best view in the house from all the way up there. There you go. Direction, very cool. And maybe you've seen him co-stream. You're like, you know what? I would like to co-stream. It's possible. You can sign up over there, use the QR code, and not just that, you can get rewards by co-streaming. You can climb the creative leaderboard too to make sure you get rewards and things like that, as there is a leaderboard already active. But of course, it won't just be for Dota 2. You can choose any of your favorite games, as this is only the beginning still of this year's EWC. So make sure you check that out and maybe go check out what everybody is talking about how this best of 5 grand finals should proceed, because I'm sure a lot of people would like a game 5 potentially, and that will only happen if BB can make the comeback. And that is, I think, what we're going to see them try, but we've not seen them in this position yet during this entire EWC because they haven't been figured out to this degree yet.
No, they haven't, and they're truly being tested now, because again, I go back to the signature that they've run this tournament, what they have gathered their confidence from. Beast Cuddle, it just got broken. They just lost with it. We had Heritage talk, extensively about his Kez. It also just lost the series. They got their hands on most of their key heroes. Like, you think of the Bane on Kataomi, the Draw on Heritage, the Kez. Yeah, it's been broken. So it's like now is the time to really push yourself, reinvent yourselves, figure. I was talking before the series started about how these grand finals, they will put you in these kind of situations where you have to find resources you didn't have to find in the past. Now is the time presented to BB.
Yeah, and during what you were saying, I heard the word key and I heard the word broken, and my head went somewhere else. Because of course we're having a grand finals right here, but there has been another grand finals that has already finished because they had a 3-0. We're going to check in with Chris at the STC stage with League of Legends.
T plus Kia take it away here at the STC Arena. The French heartbreak is palpable, Jenny. Look, we wanted it for the French, we really did, but of course, just the experience coming through this time around.
Absolutely. A little unlucky here for KC. It was a clean 3-0 for D plus Kia. Their fans are going crazy, although not in the majority. But from the KC side of things, this organization and the players should be so proud of what they were able to achieve. Second place, good one as well to be for the club championship.
Yep.
They still got Rocket League coming, for which they are the defending titles. So nothing is lost yet.
Not you lost yet, and of course that is going to be the STC Arena. We're going to have all these fans out again, once again for KC. So no good news for the French, unfortunately, here 3-0 to the opposition, and that will be it for the STC Arena this week. Jenny, thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
Oh man, I just can't believe it. This is like a dream come true. I've dreamt of this my entire childhood. I guess it's happening. I'm going to be a talent at the World Cup.
You know this is the Esports World Cup, right?
What?
It is the Esports World Cup, and we got one more champion to be crowned here today on stage with BB and Pvision. And you know what's up? It's probably for the best that that France didn't make an appearance in their grand finals.
Don't rate my acting, please. Just let's move on.
All right, let's move on. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on how these adjustments should take place. Effie, BB with their backs against the wall, what do you want to see them do?
Honestly, I want them to play through GPK, and I want them to play through his scaling, because I remember watching a lot of TI games where he was the only player on the team that had a good game, would play as Invoker, and just absolutely carry that late game. And I think he is performing at the most stable capacity right now out of all of the BB players, and that's what they should do. He's been getting his Lina banned out, he's been getting his Slardar banned out, but I still think you can try to go for a GPK Invoker, a GPK Storm.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And on top of it, if you think about Save, like he's also been quite vocal in interviews about how much synergy he feels he has, in particular with GPK, because these two go a really long way. I think they've been playing together for as long as I can remember, like as a duo. And obviously, you know, the 2 and the 4, they already have to work together. That's just what the game dictates. But these two in particular, they really enjoy playing together. They see the game the same way, they trust each other, they admire each other. Anyway, so when GPK is not feeling it, I'd say that it also disables Save. And now there are like 2 players that aren't really missing out, but you know, you want to get more from these 2, especially for BB. I think they play such a central role in especially the early to mid game, like how fast they get to play. So that adjustment, I think, could be, it could just, you know, reset the series essentially.
Yeah, that's a great point, because in that game 1, that BV1, Save and GPK were pulling off so many smoke plays together, and they started really early, and it happened because they had 2 heroes that could play off of each other like that, with the Coddle and with the Slardar. But honestly, it's time to scale. It's time to be the damage dealer and go into that late game. Like GPK as a player, it's hard to imagine him as the enabler of his team, that I'm going to stun for my team. That's never been his identity as a mid laner.
Give him gold, give him XP, and
That's right.
he shall give results.
That's right. Bust out the Invoker.
Yeah, great. I mean, you know, I guess we're on the right track, because the adjustment is made already. The GPK Invoker, absolute classic. You know, he's like, yeah, no one, you're good, but I'm not impressed. I can do the exact same, maybe even better.
I will say though, they haven't been playing a lot of Invoker on VB Team this tournament, and a lot of Invoker looking really good has been the draft enabling it. But BB do have some heroes in their pocket that function very well with Invoker. One that comes to mind is Save's Shadow Shaman. Not a lot of players pick it, but you could have this to set up Sunstrikes on the side lane. If you can get away with the Centaur, go for that Centaur as well on BB.
It's funny how how much overlap there is between, you know, the heroes' favor, I guess, from both teams. Because now this could have been, you know, you could switch the logos around and it would be totally fine. So, you know, Invoker this time for BB and Cuddle for Pvision. 9 class, exceptionally good Cuddle player. Looking forward to see the kind of combos that they think are the best with Cuddle. Obviously, there's like a lot of different options, and I was gonna name the Largo, but it's been banned out right away. Beast is out also. We're looking at mid combos. There's also Pango, which some teams seem to think is really good, and some seem to think it has no place in the meta. Cuddle Pango, I think, will always be solid. In that sense, it's something that they could be looking at.
Yeah, I would say that the Pango over the Ember I would prefer here, just because Pvision have played a couple of Cuddle Pangos and completely crushed, especially versus Invoker. Pango's a hero who stomps his hero on lane and then has a very easy means to kill it.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, this is the game for it, honestly. Like it's also a noticed hero. He's very comfortable on it. It could be so they could also keep them guessing with the flex pick. So we have to see what they decide. Anything else notable through the poll? Undying is out. Treant is out. Not really. I guess the draw is through, but it's lost the game, and I don't think Pvision value draw on, you know, first phase. They kind of want to see more before they put their hands on the hero. So
I think the big ones are Hoodwink and Centaur. Those ones have to be very desired by either team.
yeah, indeed, it was first pick last game, so something to not forget. Obviously, I think maybe you think of Centaur a little bit more when you're running it with Invoker. There's just so much synergy between these heroes. Like they scale greatly into the late game. Stampede, also a great spell to help Invoker, you know, reposition himself in case he's jumped on, which obviously is already a hard task, but getting the jump on Invoker twice in the fight, quite unlikely. And the obvious synergy between, you know, Hoof Stomp and Sunstrike.
What do we make of that Axe ban coming out from Pvision? They thought quite hard about that one.
I'm wondering if they're preparing their PL, because that is a hero they like to bust out whenever they can, and Axe has had a pretty decent success rate against PL at this tournament.
I see two reasons for why they would ban the Axe. It's either because they're planning on picking Centaur themselves, and I think Axe Centaur are the two best combos, two best heroes you can pick on offlane right now in this patch with Invoker, or because there's a carry that they want to get through the they want to get like later down the road, and Axe fares really well against it.
Yeah, the two that come to mind for that are Kez, that we saw lose last game, but
it could, yeah,
still not played by Pvision, or the PL that failed in game 1, so maybe they've lost confidence in it.
Yeah, and I feel like PL versus Axe is it kind of goes both ways. Like the lane is very good for Axe, but there's a point where it stops working, in my opinion, where like Axe has this one jump and it's often not enough. Yeah, but the Kaz is definitely a hero they could be looking at. I mean, Satanic is exceptionally good on the hero, and it's not because they beat it that, you know, they start undervaluing the hero, if anything.
For sure. I would be surprised if BB don't get this Centaur here. Like some Centaur Mirana, Centaur Shaman.
It would be very solid. And again, like we said, you know, like the reason why Invoker looked so dominant on first pick for Pvision is because it was enabled by the amount of stuns that they had on side lanes. I'm just hoping that BB team will keep that in mind and make sure this Invoker is set up for success, because he's gonna have a tough lane, no matter what.
A lot of thought going into their following pick, that is for sure. They get to pick 2 heroes in a row.
I like the Rasta option also. I think it's pretty solid. Maybe not the best against Hoodwink in terms of trading. Okay, they do get their hands on the Centaur. Good news for them. Amazing pick. Just one of the best heroes of the patch, honestly. Like probably top 3 offlaner easily. And the Shadow Demon, that is like a save specialty. He loves this hero. Super known for it too. I wonder what triggers the SD. I mean, great pairing with Centaur, so I think that alone can be, you know, like the reason. Also good with Invoker, great setup for Sunstrike. Maybe he's thinking about the shard a little bit versus Cuddle. We'll have to see.
I think they just want a means to protect this Invoker as well, because we know he's going to get counterpicked, and a hero that can TP in and save him and buy him a few extra seconds could be what they're thinking about, because Ringmaster can function in the same way, but he doesn't allow the setup for Sunstrike. So it does work here, albeit being unusual, and the Pango does come out as the Cuddle combo.
Yeah, super solid. This Pango Cuddle, I think, is very underrated and not abused as much as it should be, as far as I'm concerned. Another life stealer, I mean, I'm not going to doubt it again. I learned my lesson. I think it looked very dominant in the earlier game, in the game 2. So we'll see what they're able to do with it. He is laning versus Centaur, so that's a pretty good lane for him, but he's playing versus SD, like one of the decent heroes, I'd say, against Snakes. Like the Purge on the ulti goes through Rage, obviously. There's also the save. And if he ever gets Aghanims, that also can be troublesome for Lifestealer.
Yeah, but it's looking like a scarier Lifestealer game than it was in the other game too, because at least there was a Bane kind of stopping him in his tracks for some portion of the game. This time around, there's no BKB piercing disable.
Yeah.
It's a very strong hero versus Centaur, and it has a free BKB against Invoker. Actually, both cores have a free BKB right now against Invoker. This is a very anti-Invoker lineup from Pvision.
Yeah, and they're going to be running at him. So Stampede is going to play a big part. Like, this is, you can already picture how the fights are going to develop, and it's going to have to be several rounds of spells for BB, because the first round of spells might not favor them. They go for the Kez. Like, I really like this pick. They just lost with it, but again, you know, Kiritich, super comfortable. I personally think that it's one of the best alacrity, like, heroes, like one of the best heroes to receive alacrity. Unlike game 1, I feel like he has a lot of help this time around.
Yeah.
Like, he has Stampede, he has the save from SD, eventually the Shard, the buff from Invoker. So this Kez could just scale like crazy, unlike game 1.
Yeah, he's also got really good targets in the supports of Pvision. Like, this Kez can easily eat this Coddle, can easily eat this Hoodwink, whereas before he couldn't comfortably like burst a target and get out of the fight.
Very good pick.
So there's still most likely an offlaner needed on the side of Pvision. They can swap the Pango there, of course. Is this reason to ban out the Necro again?
I'm not the biggest fan of it, personally. Like, I feel like Necro versus SD Invoker is very scary. These are two of the best heroes, honestly, in Dota against Necro. And I don't know if their lineup really requires a Necro. Like, the synergy is kind of off. If it shuts down the Kaz on the lane, sure, but that's the only purpose I could find. Wyvern being banned, very good hero against Pangolier in particular. Great setup also for the Invoker spells. It is teamfight control at the end of the day.
What do you need out of your position 5 now if you're a BB? As Tidehunter is still banned.
I think you need to secure Kez lane. Like, you need to make sure that he gets off to a better start than he did last game, because he was the bottom net worth of all the cores. He had a really rough lane. He was just struggling under his tower constantly. And honestly, like, maybe Necro just does the job and it's just good enough, because if you slow down this Kez, I feel like, yeah, BB team, they might be in a little bit of trouble, because Pvision's draft, like, it can play very fast. Like, this Coddle Pango, we haven't seen it in a while, but it is terrifying. Like, once they pick up some pace and they start, you know, making plays around the map, it is tough to deal with.
I mean, there's not really much left for the 5 pool for BB that would look really good. It's like maybe Lich, maybe Tusk, but then you're working with a double melee lane. Having a little bit of extra save could be helpful, though, with that snowball.
I personally would like to see an Ench, but I don't know if it's a hero that teams are looking at right now. I think they need some sort of early game presence, maybe a way to invade stacks also, or just mess with them like what Ench does. Okay, they go for Disruptor. It's a good Disruptor game. I mean, we talked about the built-in BKB, right, from Pango and Nakes. Well, that doesn't work against Static Storm.
Yeah, but if Pvision are the ones taking the fight, then they've just countered the Disruptor by existing. Like, I think it goes both ways very easily. Like, if you're the Disruptor on the enemy team, you have to be the one getting like a Blink Dagger and just starting the fights with Static. Because if you don't, you've picked a hero that's already addressed within Pvision's draft. I kind of don't like this pick, to be honest.
Yeah, the reasoning behind is, as you mentioned it, like, they have to be starting the fight like Centaur Blink, Invoker, starting from Ghost Walk, like Invis. Because if they get the Static Storm, all of a sudden they have like a kill condition on the Pango and the Nakes, which they really didn't have before. And honestly, like, Kez Disruptor lane is very strong. Like, now they pick the Slardar, which I assume will go to the Kez lane. Like, it's a pretty decent matchup. And I'm trying to, like, it kind of depends, like, because it could go both ways. Like, I feel like if Kez is, because Disruptor really thrives when his core is stronger than the enemy core. This is how you use glimpse, essentially, because you don't want to glimpse them back to you if they're stronger. So I hope for BB's sake that Slardar is not a problem on that lane.
I think the Slardar pick is going to do a lot. You have 2 infest bombs, you have the vision aspect of the amp, and more means to go in and out of the fight. It's also, even though it's being played from the offlane, it's very good against Invoker as well. And I do feel that GPK has a lot on his shoulders. This was a first pick Invoker, but if BB are going to win this, it's going to be off of him hitting crazy Sunstrikes. It's going to be off of him entering that mid game and just popping off.
Honestly, a lot of weight on Save's shoulders, because I'm looking at the Pvision lineup. They have such an explosive entry to fights, like Slardar, Pango, Nakes. Like, if the first target that gets jumped, whoever it is, no matter the items, will die.
Yeah.
So Save needs to be in position to use that disruption. He needs to clutch it out.
Yeah, it seems also that I know that BB wants Pvision to start running so they can chase and they can get the kills, but it very much seems like Pvision will do the running at BB just as much. So it will be very much a fight around who will initiate on who, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if BB team are playing with a net worth lead, their draft will function very well from ahead, but if the lanes go even, I'm very concerned about them in this game.
A lot of focus on those lanes. Is there any team in particular, Seb, you see coming out on top for that?
I think just from draft, I would maybe say Pvision, but Sunstrike. There's the Sunstrike aspect. Like, if Sunstrike starts hitting, it could really just switch lane matchups completely. So again, you know, we talked about how put Save and GPK in situations where they deliver. Well, that is exactly that.
You got the Shadow Demon, you got the Invoker, potential kills around the corner. This is going to be the 4th game in this best of 5 grand finals, and Pvision is up 2-1. Winning here will grant them the title. Can they do it? We're finding out with Cat and SPG.
Pvision, they have the lead here. BB team backs against the wall for the rest of the series. They slip up one time and they are out of here. They're going to watch that key get crushed, but they have some important things here in this draft, Avery. I know there's a lot of concerns from the panel, but I do think one thing that I like about this, I mean, you said it in that Invoker game earlier, when you pick up the Invoker, you're saying, hey, we got scale, and you're going to have to address that.
Zero always does a lot in that late game. He not only is a big threat himself, helps you play the map, helps you scale your carry better than an opponent's. Alacrity is a big difference maker. And I also like the Shadow Demon. Even more scale on top of that. A hero that's safe, super comfortable on, super confident in the late game. This hero's always a menace. I don't really care how good or bad Shadow Demon is objectively in the meta. Like, who cares, right? You're picking this hero to give you something in this series in particular, and it might just do the trick, especially if Save can execute some clutch spell casting down the stretch. Can really disrupt this single target initiation from the Lifestealer Slardar. Very strong combination when you're just investing notice, running around the map. Could be similar to that Lifestealer game we saw earlier. You have to be able to deal with that jump and the overwhelming physical presence that these heroes are going to bring in the game.
Start out pretty decently, managed to get 2 bounty runes, and then Save with the disruption does manage to deny the other one. So 2-1 advantage on bounty runes. And as you said, a signature hero for him. It's one of the only heroes that he has played over 100 competitive matches alongside his Rubik.
Could it also get some stacks going with it? They don't really have a stack lineup, but that is traditionally what we saw. You can also just play the Centaur Shadow Demon lane straight up, more old school. Disrupt into Hoof Stomp into Sunstrike. Pretty nasty combo. If you ever catch Ducalis sleeping on the side of the map. I do kind of like the Lifestealer plus Pango combo against the Invoker here. Pretty nice idea. Just get a bunch of debuff spell immunity, run it into him. What are you going to do about it? Then you have a Slardar amp on top of it. Not a lot of fun interactions for GPK here. He's going to have to play more of that, defensive Invoker. I counterplay you in the fight. I'm not the first point of contact. You got to be really careful in these initiations.
That being, I can see that, but is an Invoker also good at forcing the use of those abilities in the first place? Right, they throw out some spells, threaten the Tornado Meteor. Okay, I forced you to use your Rage. Now we're going to reset with like a Stampede. Now your Rage is on cooldown.
Oh, if he ever gets that position, sure. I just think it's going to be Pvision running at BB this game. Their 3 cores want to get in there. It's a very fast-paced lineup, not a lot of cooldowns.
Here, 2-man stomp there from Miro helps out a lot. Save almost died.
Seeing the downside of this is Shadow Demon. He is not the strongest laner anymore.
Certainly not.
Kind of got to get through the first few levels. You need a big core to frontline for you. He does have that in the Centaur. Hopefully Miro can weather the storm here.
And a tough matchup against the Lifestealer. Definitely some good things going for the Lifestealer in this game.
They also went back for the Kez for Kiritich, which, you know, we saw it get strong and even managed to kill Satanic one time. Why do you think they have so much faith in this hero? Is it just back to the player comfort?
For sure. I don't think you can lose faith in it. I don't think the Kez was an issue that game. Huh. I think any carry you had wouldn't have necessarily changed how that game was going. There wasn't an issue of like, okay, if you're sitting there saying we need more damage, I mean, Kez is one of the highest damage carries in the game. Like, what are you going to pick that's higher damage? You could say it's a matchup issue, but Kez doesn't really have bad matchups, and he just does his thing. He's going to give you a lot of damage, a lot of follow-up, some good disable, some good timings. Great a hero for the Alacrity here. You have Stampede and a Shadow Demon bailout, so he has a lot more tools to work with this time. He looked pretty good last game. I think it was mainly a map control issue, so I think them going back for it makes a lot of sense here. You should not lose faith in your cores.
Bushwhack lands on the Centaur. Ooh, right as safe. Went for the disruption on Satanic. He got the rage off. Miro, not dead yet.
Keeps him alive. Have to burn through a little extra sustain.
Satanic, right on the edge there. If that had landed. Save might have been able to get the kill. In fact, he's still looking for the kill, and he will manage to get it first blood. Ducalis looks for a double here. Oh, the double edge. He gets him in the end. The Centaur survives long enough, and it's a wipeout in the bottom lane.
Favors Dire, for sure. You get that first blood. Fast boots on this Shadow Demon. That's going to help the lane a lot. That was with the Sunstrike missing. Imagine if it had landed there. That's the power of this duo. Not a great matchup for the Centaur, but you always have that nice little combination to throw in. I mean, they missed the disruption and they missed the Sunstrike, and they still won the exchange. That's kind of wild.
Satanic, I think he was looking at it, he just didn't have any regen. So he said, okay, I'm just going to try and trade as best I can to get a full reset.
Pretty rare you see everybody die in a lane.
Yeah, that is true.
Pretty cool.
And GPK, he really could have used that Sunstrike kill because now he's on the bad side of the laning phase against no one, where the Pango, 20 and 10. Rotation out from 9 class 2. GPK, he's just going to die to the swashbuckle. Katomi arrives a bit too late to stop what 9 class has done.
He is destroying this mid lane. And that's what you want to see when an enemy first picks Invoker. You want to punish this pick. You have your choice of matchup. You can rotate into him. I love that rotation from 9 class. We've seen him do this kind of cheeky wraparound a lot. It doesn't really even really matter what hero he's on. Just give some extra numbers. Throw out the blood grenade if you need it. You can kind of kill anybody.
With so many stacks of poison. Satanic threatened again. This Shadow Demon it's actually a menace. True to his innate.
Another potential pickup from Kataomi. Boots on 9 class should be able to run him down here.
And not much Kataomi could do here.
That is the aggressive roaming Keeper of the Light that we're all used to seeing.
Of course, of course.
A classic 2-0 start for him, and he can even hit the 5-minute stacks here. Beautiful alignment.
I love how there was always that question about 9 class. Can he play these other more traditional heroes? And for a while, it didn't look like he could. Save again. A Shadow Poison. Whew. I mean, save. He knows they gotta power through with some individual plays. Seb identified him as one of the biggest playmakers for this lineup.
Oh, absolutely.
Shadow Demon's gonna have to be on point when it came to the disruption saves. Well, he's on point with the laning phase right now. Satanic is being dove underneath his tower in 5 minutes. They're gonna force rotations out of this Pango. Sunstrike, Satanic, one hit, they managed to get the kill. Miro gonna go for the TP out as Ducalis has already used the Bushwhack. They do hit him with the Rolling Thunder, and Miro will fall. So, no one's rotation does net a double kill.
Very nice turnaround for him, but man, this offlane is putting in the work right now. Just pressuring this Lifestealer on the lane. Satanic not having a fun time against all these poison stacks. You bait out the rage and then he's just done. Does complete his phase boots. Should give him a little more survivability down here, but it's given a little recovery for GBK, a little more freedom on that mid lane. It makes his Pango quite scary. This is going to be a fast diffusal, and he's got the Chakra Magic behind him. You got to be a little careful how out of control no one gets here.
Dude, is Save going to get another kill with this haste rune? Ducalis, where are you going to run to?
Working him.
You can't even run into the trees. The Shadow Poison, the Sunstrike is going to land this time. Tanked up by no one. Save managed to dodge the Bushwhack. Oh, man, this guy's making moves right now.
Absolutely styling on him. This is the save we wanted to see in this series. This is the save that is making a statement as to I'm the best forward position in the world. I'm going to make plays out of nothing, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Watch from the sideline. Absolutely working this bottom lane on a hero that has been out of meta this entire event. maybe that's part of what's working for him. Like, you forgot how to play against Shadow Demon. You forgot how strong this hero can be. Now, getting the disruption on the Lifestealer bottom, another Sunstrike, more pressure into Satanic here. He is not enjoying this bottom lane at all.
It's so funny because the Shadow Poison, it just lingers. So,
yep,
you know, he just pops the Rage. If Save just keeps hitting him with these Shadow Poisons, then...
That was one of those big changes a long time ago. Made this matchup a little more favorable. And of course, you'll always have that Demonic Purge for later on. Great spell against this Lifestealer.
Well, as entertaining as it has been watching Save, it is still Pvision with a at least slight net worth lead, largely off of the mid lane matchup. 3,500 net worth on no one, and the Invoker sitting at 2,500. That is a massive difference. Sure, he got a double kill, but it's also a big part of that CS that happened early on.
He recovered a little bit though. Sunstrike assists help. They are putting a lot of emphasis on looking for the kill in the mid lane. Don't find it, back to the stacks. Never miss a beat here.
Yeah, I guess that is the downside of Save winning the lane so badly. He hasn't really had the chance to stack too much.
This is not really a stack lineup though. Like I mentioned at the start, you can go for it, but who really wants some big early stack in this game?
I mean, Kez does it with his ult, right?
Yeah, I guess. Later on. I prefer to see the early action here.
Heritage is almost a level up on this Slardar, who is the one person who's struggling here on the side of Pvision. Notice has just not had fun with this lane, it seems.
It's a deadly lane that can chase you down and kill you. He did not give up that kill though. So in that sense, I think he's laned pretty well up here. A very easy lane to die to if you ever end up out of position. That was kind of some of the purpose behind this Disruptor pick. See if Kataomi can make it work in other areas, but could be a rough Disruptor game if you're just the one getting run at here. There's two heroes that can ignore your spells in the Lifestealer and the Pango. The Shadow Demon is overperformed here. We'll see if the Disruptor can match that.
They can ignore it if they get off their spells early, but if you see initiation on BB team.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of question of if BB can get the start in these fights.
Right.
So it looks so much different. I just don't know how reliable it's going to be until we get later and later in this game.
Right.
I think for a lot of this game, you're kind of just starting with the Pango, like you're swashing with Diffusal, and you're chockering this hero, and you have another swash very quickly, and the action is being forced. You're not going to have an opportunity to make like some play and just hoof stomp start on one of these heroes. I just don't see that happening for a long time.
I guess I was leading that question to how early does Centaur get Blink Dagger, right? Because you don't have initiation outside of him, really.
Probably earlier than he wants. This is probably Dom Lotus Blink build, then into the heart, and then you're scaling.
Okay.
Very good Lotus Orb game. Any sort of dispels are going to be very nice to pick up, as no one continuing to look for something does get
Swashbuckle, and it's going to set up Disruption Stomp. Bushwhack stops any further damage, and of course no one always has to thread the Rolling Thunder. They can't really commit too heavily to going on him.
All before his Diffusal. So you still have some breathing room here for BB before this Pango really starts to hurt. And the stacks continue to grow. The stacks must flow, says 9 Class. My Emperor, no one demands it.
I guess that's just my only concern here. BB team are, I'm sure, no doubt, fine with like a chill farming situation as long as the Pango isn't getting out of control in these rotations. But you aren't going to get it out farmed if they keep out stacking you. Like,
that's key for the lane. I mean, you just have to expect it.
I mean, the fact that Kez is still hanging out in his lane, he's level 8. At that, I'm sure Kiritich is super happy the way this is going right now.
That's exactly what you want for this hero. You do not want to have this hero get forced in the jungle early before his first item comes online. It will be a Mage Slayer here.
There's a big difference between these two carries and their first item, right? Mage Slayer is usually the go-to for this Kez, while Lifestealer is going to go for a bigger item in the Radiance.
Do you like Mage Slayer this game, though? This is.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Not a Mage Slayer game I've ever seen. Yeah. There's no magic damage dealing core to deal with. It's all physical. I think this is just his like default buildup that he likes Mage Slayer into Deso, but here he's thinking Mage Slayer into Manta. I don't know if I like this. I'm not sure what the other early item buildup would have been unless you're just like rushing a Deso off a Falcon Blade or something, but it is a mana regen item. Needs some mana regen on this hero.
Yeah, certainly.
And it'll be his choice. Definitely not going to be the most impactful Mage Slayer.
Dispels are just going to be so valuable.
Yes.
Slardar, Coddle, so... Do like that Manta's second item choice. Katomi's going to run into Notice here, but Notice is kind of baiting. As the rest of the team from Pvision is going to follow suit, they've got the slowdown on Katomi. They catch him with the bushwhack, sharpshooter, rolling thunder. BB team not going to be too concerned about this. This is a big smoke play. If all they lose is a support, that's not too bad. The bigger prize is definitely Kiritich, who did manage to get away with his life intact.
Absolutely want to make sure he's still on the map. You get the power rune as well. It's more time for the Centaur to farm bottom a little bit. Starting to put some pressure into Satanic with Dom creep as you get the field more gold before he does. And of course, the biggest thing is Invoker. He's just going to start farming up jungle. Hammer done. GPK is going to start his path to recovery here. Yeah, the lane was rough, but you have a decent chance to recover all this net worth in the next 5 minutes if nothing bad happens to you. This is the defusal timing for no one. So you're going to try and get more done with this Pango in the enemy jungle right now. He has Chakra Magic, he has Slaughter Amp, and he has some Bushwhack set up. Like, this is... Anybody going behind no one here is just a nice 1-2 punch in this game.
I think one of the disgusting things about Pango is he can go around the map hunting for these kills, but his farm doesn't actually slow down that much because he just uses these spells on neutral camps as he moves around the map, and you can see he's still top net worth despite not really finding too much so far.
Could be a slower game as well because I think a lot of these tier 1s are going to stand longer. There's not a lot of direct tower pressure between these two lineups. Once more, kind of skirmish heavy.
Brought GPK out of the jungle.
This is a big commitment of a move. You're actually going to force triangle with this? No, you got to take the Slaughter.
Or just purge. They don't even need to set up the disrupt. The faster kill is preferred. Notice he dies. A little damage here on the tier 1 tower. Night Class is already setting up though.
You're going to be careful.
So much damage from no one. Ravens fail, and away he goes. Grappling Claw out. Good for now. They cover him with the Tornado and a Glimpse, pushing these heroes back.
Gotta respect the Pangolier this game. He's got too much firepower with him. But that's a Demonic Purge kill, and I think this Bell is going to be an issue for Pvision in this game. You land Demonic Purge on any of these cores, you're pretty happy all in with all the follow-up damage. Especially as you get more points in Disseminate. You have that disruption to kind of like counteract the Pango roll and then maybe set up a host stomp, stuff like this. The supports can set up a lot in this game. Or as you said, force out some early spell usage from Pvision.
Right.
Like you threaten them slightly, they rage, they use the Rolling Thunder Sign, and you just kite that fight out. You have Stampede to disengage. You're happy in that situation too.
Satanic not even waiting for his Radiance to complete that rotation up the top lane. He's going to take this tower, and we'll likely see Miro do something similar here. Notice has just been had such a rough early game, and he's gonna go a Blink Dagger.
You do have Infest Bomb.
Yes.
So this Blink has a lot more weight behind it. I'm totally fine with this. What else are you really gonna go here?
But if you don't connect on those first rotations, I mean, Slaughter, not the fastest farming hero in the world. And if you run around and you try and make a kill happen, or you die trying to make that kill happen, this hero can fall way, way behind. Whether Centaur, I mean, we know, we've seen this.
Oh, yeah.
On Dom Creep, this hero just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
That is the risk. Gives you more upside, but you're going to have to execute and find those openings. We saw him accomplish this earlier with that axe. It's going to be a similar situation here.
But I do love this just purely because now Pvision are the ones who are going to try and find connections here. See if they can do it better than BB team did in the last game.
If you have a disruption behind Kiritich, you can bail him out here.
Got him on the crush, but immediately the Static Storm laid out, and a dodge on the Bushwhack. That was beautiful. Used the Raptor Dance. It did not get hit as a result. Still, though, the Rolling Thunder is chasing after him, thanks to the Stampede.
And he
the movement speed to stay ahead. A glimpse back on a Notice, who has that Infest inside of him. Sunstrike not going to land. A little bit more heal out from the Coddle. It's enough. Everything keeps Notice up, but Pvision, they do not find the pickoff they were really looking for. Maybe they can get the tower. Notice another missed crush. Bushwhack catching GPK. GPK needs some help here. Lotus put onto him, but they still managed to get the slowdown on him. Now Blood Grenade, every little bit that they have, and they got him off the blast.
He canceled his TP to stay in that fight. He was going top. The call got made. No, we can take this. Kiritich coming back in. Just gets run down. No Stampede available. No way to bail him out.
Yeah, you could see a BB team. They're thinking to themselves, like,
man,
they've used some of these spells. Surely we could do this. Sharpshooter takes out Katomi. They're bleeding out arrow kills despite the fact that they have all the information here. Pvision, they might have gotten that initial jump, but they didn't get a kill off of it. It was the follow-up that allowed them to get kills.
the artillery in this lineup. The swashbuckle, the blast, the sharpshooter, the bushwhack, like everything is a very low committal here. You have good disengage off of the Slardar jumping in, but the rest of this kind of gameplay, it's just a mess for you. People are getting solar bound. You only have the one Lotus Orb. Can't do anything to Satanic, who's just raged up here, and is going to run away. Just a really awkward situation.
And while the Lotus Orb helps get rid of the slows that he puts on heroes, if you've already used that Lotus, it doesn't really matter. Like, Satanic just pops Rage. He doesn't care.
100%.
He puts open wounds on you and puts it on himself. That doesn't matter.
Nice execution around that mid-fight. That was like the Slardar blink move. So that was kind of the move you needed to work to some extent for Notice. He doesn't need to be top net worth in this game, but he has to get a little bit off of all these plays that he's involved in, because like you said, he's going to be the slowest farming hero in this game. You do not want to fall behind.
Yeah, that'll give him enough gold to buy out his shard, and also the experience to have a level 2 Corrosive Haze, which makes these Infest Bombs scarier and scarier.
Shard's going to be really nice, especially against this Invoker. You can just jump crush GPK. That feels like a one fight, unless the turnaround is immediate from the Shadow Demon plus the Centaur. And Tag's already done for the Pango. That's a ridiculous timing here. You're confident in any team fight right now.
Will BB team make the read then that they should dodge these fights? Because they did try and take that mid-tier 1 engagement. It didn't work out for them.
We'll see how well they can execute, trying to stay out of those 5v5s that are a little unfavorable for them. They were searching for it the entirety of last game, and now they kind of have to avoid it. Power of Pvision switching up some of the mentality right now. This is a lineup, like, if they get one kill, they're just going to go into the next, and because you're not relying on any ultimate in this lineup, I mean, your longest cooldown spell is Rolling Thunder in this game. Sure, whatever.
You've got the shard, so that's part of the big part of the rat here for BB team is this Invoker being able to go swap.
How was he right on the edge? What was that? He knew.
And no one pops out from the other side through the gate. Gets the kill on Katomi. Right as GPK was looking to push out this bottom lane. I do think it's harder for him in this Invoker to do these sort of rat plays, just because the Slardar is kind of spooky. He's got the catch to reveal you, right? This AoE crush gives you the reveal off the Corrosive Haze, and he's got a BKB piercing to save.
It's also part of the answer in this Lifestealer. Satanic can continue to push out this bottom wave. He's not afraid of just getting Invokered out of nowhere. And you always have that rage to just escape, you TP out. There's no BKB piercing stun in this lineup.
He's really not going to be afraid if he goes BKB, which is looking to be his third item.
Kind of like it here, honestly. At that point, you're only really worried about the Kez just out man-fighting you, and because your lineup has a triple physical overwhelming core, like, you're designed to take that man-fight against anything.
Sure.
Line up Kiritich.
Ooh, missed him on the crush. He got off the Raven's Veil, but he's surrounded by so many cores, and there's no saves here. Save, he TP'd in, but the TP just takes too long for him to get the disruption save, and no one's going to pounce on him with a swashbuckle. So that'll be a very quick little double there from Pvision, showing the power. You said it. These 3 cores line up on the Kez.
No shot.
Not much he could do about it.
Again, it has to be an instant disruption, so you have to pre-read the move or be counterplaying it at the same time. They do get the blink on Miro, so he's kind of online right now. They're going to look for a play on no one. That is a massive kill for Snag.
Just swashbuckle, but he got a shield crash to get away. The team is already here. The Static Storm holds them back. Really good play from Katomi, as best as they can do right now, but GPK, Solar Bind, Bushwhack, everything. They've got GPK getting picked off. That one's going to hurt, I feel like, the most. That's your hero that's supposed to be ratting out these side lanes, and he dies in mid.
Their death in this game. The reads in this series have been insane from Pvision. It feels like they're impossible to gank. Like, when was the last smoke move or, aggressive play that we saw function for BB? I don't think a single smoke landed last game. I think halfway through that second, it just started to fail every time. Just can't touch him right now.
Raptor Dance, is that going to be enough to kill 9 class? He does have some self here.
Look at the damage.
Holy Locket, yeah, Heritage. He doesn't win that man fight. Holy Locket does keep 9 class alive.
Cores are starting to create a gap right now at the top. It's going to really test just how much defense and turnaround you have in this BB lineup, because you infest one of these 2 other cores and you just start rolling in, sprinting in, jumping on top of this Invoker, jumping on top of the Kez.
You really have to be set up to deal with that.
It just feels like BB Team are just not as comfortable in these situations, right? Pvision have shown that they can play both sides of the coin, right? They're good at being able to play the map and hunting you down, but they're also good at being able to just play the map and dodge the entire time. And BB Team has looked worse at it on both sides this series.
Now here's another catch that's just going to casually land.
Yep. Power of a Pango, that's for sure. This hero's got crazy solo kill potential. Katomi! Nice jukes.
Got some moves out here. Now you got to go back to that Coddle and beg for some mana.
And immediately, Rolling Thunder got used. We should make a move with this. BB Team, Boots and Travels of GPK, they're going to, as a 3-man, go through the gate and see if they can catch this No One Pango. It's got 2,000 HP though, and a great healing Lotus.
Can you catch anything in this game? Again, can you just land a smoke move?
Every single time, these guys.
It's so difficult. They're eyeing up Kiritich around mid. And they're going to set the move. Kiritich, he thinks he's setting up a smoke gank right now, but he's getting gone on.
Bushwhack not going to land. Kiritich backs out at just the right time.
This is another smoke that hits nothing in this series for BB. Just chasing ghosts out here.
And Pvision are going to make a move of their own now.
If this move lands and they get like a Roche off it or something, that's just going to be emblematic of what's going on, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, you can't land anything and they just say, okay, we're going to make a move. Boom, if it lands, this game's going to explode right now.
Sunstrike trying to get some vision of what these heroes are up to. Caught safe. Even
there's the difference.
More Dakalas.
That's enough to do Roche, because this lineup does it so damn fast. And you already have BKB on the Lifestealer, so you're super confident in just manning up for objectives right now.
Oh, the sharpshooter hit him! And here comes Nightblast with the blast!
This series is getting out of hand for BB. You can feel the frustration, their moves all missing, all these little moves connecting for Pvision, leading into the big plays. I wonder if you give this Aegis to the Pango, right? Yeah, he just goes in super aggressive. You have BKB on lifesteal. He's not supposed to die anymore. No One just owning this game. Has the support behind him, and now he's going to pick up an amp damage. Almost already level 18. Super nice for that Rolling Thunder cooldown. Which is a very nice spell to have up against this Invoker, who is trying to get the BKB, but man, it's a slow process out here. Not nearly the same freedom on the earlier Invoker game.
Miro working back to that heart.
He has to. You have to at least propose some sort of scale threat here. If your moves are not going to land, then you can at least put some pressure on Pvision by saying, you know, okay, we're not going to try and make moves. You run into us. Otherwise, we're going to outscale you and deal with that.
Katomi almost has a Blink Dagger. Unfortunately, that's not really going to be effective against Satanic, who picked up the BKB. And the BKB is almost done unnoticed as well. So you're pretty much all in on being able to get that jump on the Pango. Or, I mean, I doubt you're going to get to it, but the backline support duo.
This is where Disruptor becomes a big liability. You can try and push towards some sort of late game Ags or something to swing it back the other way, but until then, your spells are just not effective right now.
Yeah, how is he going to farm when they don't really own many parts of the map and he doesn't want to take anything away from his cores, who desperately still need to scale up.
Instant TP bottom. Glimpse these heroes on the ward, just instantly kick them out of the area. Get a D-ward with the gem on the Aegis Pango as well. You just go straight Basher here? I'd be kind of tempted.
Sure, why not?
Like, it's just a miserable item for the Kez to play into.
Yeah, if your game plan is to BKB TP out on the Invoker, for example, or in team fights, Kiritich takes the man fight through his BKB, why not disrupt that as much as he can?
Yeah, I'd be pretty tempted.
But he may offer a bigger scaling build, like the Octarine buildup. Just a very casual assault on a tier 2 tower. Satanic, he'll take that. That almost gets to him. AC. Ooh. The TP completes. All right.
It's probably the biggest play this Disruptor can make on this map.
yeah. Oh, the plays that BB team are. Oh, he survives. There hasn't been a moment really in this game, but BB team dominantly taking an engagement.
Just to remind you, the last kill they got in this game was unnoticed at the 14-minute mark.
Okay, 13 minutes since we've seen a bonus here for BB team. That art is done though.
It's pretty nice. Gives you some more wiggle room on the front line. You're still going to get chunked down.
Yeah, I was going to say, too bad it's against a life stealer.
For sure.
Hit the stomp, stampede away. This is a Pingo that is largely alone. Sure, the rest of Pvision is going to be here soon, but look how much...
He's just going in.
Yeah, he's able to exercise so much strength here. Chain stunning up Kiritich. Now the rest of the team is almost here. Bushwhack didn't quite land.
It's all just space, though.
Yeah.
You're forcing them into their base at the 27-minute mark. Satanic, he's just laughing the whole time. I get to farm the whole map for free.
It's all me.
AC is done.
Yeah, now Ags is going to be his next item, which is a great item against Kez. Get trapped in that 1v1. He pops a Raptor Dance. You could just invest inside him to dodge.
Yeah, he's going to have such negative armor so quickly. I think you're going to see this Kez completely pop.
God tell me another close call.
There's even medallions on these heroes. Like you have the Pango minus armor, you have the medallion, you have the amp. Now you have an AC on the lifestealer. How do you survive these jumps? Damage is too fast.
Where's the glitz? Get the glitz off. He's not going to get it off fast enough. Mikado might get caught here. Oh, Kiritich spots him. Ravenveil. Get the vision on him. 9 class. Ooh, nice Yolo's dodge. He's really making them work for this one.
He's turning it around.
He really is. Now the notice is here. Miro in some trouble. BKB TP away from Kiritich. And Miro, as tanky as you are with that heart, doesn't matter.
They're just playing the map better. Faster connections. Better turnarounds. More confident to push the lanes with the supports because you have the extra survivability items. It's all adding up here. Satanic gonna hit high ground here. 28 minutes. He's got to threaten it. Force Kiritich to show. He's already sitting there. And it will be a basher for that Pango. You're already done. So your ability to TP out across this map is extremely limited now against both the Slardar and the Pango. Your rad options dwindling.
At this ward, spotting GPK right now.
Such a good ward.
Ghost Walk farming neutrals. Very good gameplay from GPK.
With this basher, you can just roll in on him with that gem.
Yeah.
No way to get out.
Even better if you walk into him, just hit him with a shield crash right away. He BKBs, but now there's a Slardar and a Pango to hunt you down. There's no way you can just nightfall out of it.
Look at the vision game. Like, the vision game is perfect on the map right now. You have the wards scouting all 3 lanes. And then wards on the spots where you think the Invoker is going to try and rat. So you're just saying, like, no matter where you go, we're going to see you. We're going to be able to set up. And that's why these moves are connecting right now. Information wins you games.
And it's put Pvision in the driver's seat with a 14,000 net worth lead, 19-6 at 30 minutes.
Clinical.
Is
very clinical game.
Perhaps the most dominant game of them from them in this series.
That's the weird thing about Dota. Like, often the better you play, the less exciting the game becomes because you just give no openings. There is no entryway into a fight. There's nowhere to farm. There's nowhere to go.
Just pick off after pick off, and the team left less and less farm. Tornado EMP, Satanic doesn't care, there's the rage. They certainly answered this Invoker in a way that BB team weren't able to do the same.
No, you can see it. When you can aggressively push a lane like that as a solo hero against Invoker, it makes a huge difference in the game.
Spots to call us. Trying to kill these supports once again, but they are making it difficult for you.
It's so hard to find anything.
He's going to have to use a BKB to survive against this and still cannot catch Ducalis. You said it, it's about the supports making themselves as tanky as possible, as hard to kill as possible. Well, your Tricore scales on up. Well, there's the perfect example. Both 9 class and Ducalis being jumped by cores from the enemy team and are able to stay alive for so long. There comes the rescue from Pvision.
They infested that Slardar at Outpost, by the way. So in the time it took you to try and kill a Hoodwink that you could not kill, those 2 heroes got you across the entire map. And just walk high ground. Why not? What's the threat right now?
There's There's the Aghanim Scepter, level 21 Satanic, tier 3 already at half health, force the glyph away, and there's no pressure on the map whatsoever. Like, GPK is going to push out this bottom lane. It might eventually run into the tier 2, but there's nobody cutting the top wave. There's no pressure on the mid lane whatsoever. And GPK can't even stay out there because last time he was there, he got caught by a ward sentry. So he doesn't linger for long, doesn't want to repeat.
Another quick smoke. Straight into top ward. Guess what? They have another great ward scouting out these camps up here, trying to catch the rats.
Stampede isn't up for Miro. Half health already. Goodness gracious.
Can't even get the cast animation for disruption off.
Like, save is like, I don't know, man. Like, I blink in, I try and disrupt you. You're a hard centaur, but you die too quickly. That's not supposed to happen. Somehow Katomi did manage to get to his Ags, though.
He skipped the blink, so he just invests all of his gold into an Ags, and they need it. You're going to have to land
One shot,
this.
That's all you got.
This is guaranteed.
Disruption, lead off Static Storm. Can they blow up?
Oh, he got rage.
Got off the rage. There was no Static Storm. It didn't actually go through. They thought it was going to be guaranteed, but it wasn't. Satanic is just going to go for the Action Fest. Kiritich is going to try and pull him into the fountain as best as he can. Demonic Purge on Satanic to do what they can to stop his retreat, but he still has Rage and a BKB to work with.
Well, that's a big problem.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, that was the entire game plan of BB team. Okay, I'm going to disrupt. We'll get the Ag Static Storm, and, well, we'll be able to burst down Satanic. Nah, apparently not.
This is going to be multiple lanes unless you can somehow win a fight with your Kez just going in off the back of an Alacrity. That's the last set of tools you have right here.
Kiritich just trying to jump in. Caught him on the bushwhack there, stalling out. A Raptor Dance where he can. Miro hits a good stomp. They can't seem to kill anybody. Night Class has a BKB and he's walking away. Shield Crash stalling up the Miro as he's trying to get back to the fountain. But he's going to come back and hit by yet another Shield Crash. One after another. Flick backwards from Save, away from the swashbuckle. But it's a second lane of Barracks.
Give another Static Storm in 15. That is something to look for here. You can use the glyph to stall it out, and Pvision, they're just going to respect it. Back up completely, because guess what? There's a Roshan available. Why risk a fight for high ground when you can go do the free objective? You're so far ahead in this game. There's a roar that I don't know if you want to go try and answer. You might not have a choice.
GPK certainly not making his way there.
No interest.
Try for a Sunstrike steal. That's as best as they're going to do.
So you got to finish Butterfly on Kiritich. It's a huge item in this game for the physical survivability. There's nothing that goes through the evasion. It's just getting rolled on the Ancients.
No, it is absolutely fearless. There's nothing to stop him. He may not get the kill, but there's no risk of him dying.
Delays that Butterfly. Still need another 200 gold for it here. Once more, hunting the Invoker bottom. There is no free rat action in this game.
TP's back in time, but Pvision don't really have to worry about the rat too much longer. They've got mid and top lane. They're going to push in automatically. They can just march down the bottom lane.
This Coddle is so fat. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, dude, when he popped the BKB in that last fight, I didn't see him pick up the BKB, and when he was golden, I was like, oh my god, that's...
Yeah, he just finished an entire Octarine on top of that. He's about to be higher net worth than this Centaur. It's a hard Centaur, by the way. Has yet to die. 4-0 and 9, a perfect game from 9 class, and he is going to scale like a beast here. That Octarine gives you permanent Spirit Form.
Dude, they get double Wind Wakers. You've got such a limited time to be able to utilize this Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. It didn't work out the first time. You've got 1 or 2 goes, and then this support duo Pvision's going to have a bit of an answer for it.
Clock is ticking right now. Running out of time, running out of options.
Takali's just pointing right up in their face.
Send Satanic up. 3 minutes on this Aegis.
Got a banner, double Siege Wagon.
Dare them to jump.
They're going to have to win the fight outright. Otherwise, it's going to be Megas. Blast after blast. Siege Wagons will stay up because of the banner. Kiritich, you sure you want to hit that one? Hit by the Rolling Thunder immediately. Doesn't get out the BKB. Disruption will bail him out. He's at half health right now. And Save, he already died trying to get out the Raptor Dance. Does
just managed to get it off. That's a big boost to heal, but he doesn't feel confident. He's going to still try and play for distance here while Miro went in and he died. That is nasty. Static Storm onto 2. That's not too bad.
It's an opportunity.
So maybe with the Meteor, can they finish these heroes off? Oh no, Kirch instead. And all they got was no one. GG, it's all over. Pvision, they dropped that one game. But then, game 2, they make the comeback. And then they just got better and better and better until the most dominant game of all to close things out.
Probably feels like a 3-0 for them. You know, just forget that game 1. We absolutely dominated this series. A very decisive run from them as they will claim the first of a world championship for that man right there. Over 15 years in the making.
That's right. That man has been on so many dominant rosters. Go back to the Virtus Pro days. You know, they were so good. They won so many tournaments, but they only got that 5th, 6th. He joins Pvision. Last year, they get 3rd place at TI. But finally, we see him lift trophy. We go to the Slacks on the stage to talk to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winners of EWC Dota 2. It's Pvision! Boys, before we talk, we have to put our enemies to rest. Please, if you could, who would like to take them out? Who's going to be our final crusher? The last crusher of dreams. Big debating, big debating. You down? Okay, he said me. No one ain't playing around. Please, BBT must go. And the final crushing is upon us. Gather round, gather round. This is your moment. Crush them down, Mr. No One. Here we go. The last defender taken out by Pvision. Woo! There it is, baby! Absolutely. Bye-bye, BB. You have done it. Gentlemen, congratulations on crushing the final key. It is time for you guys to put your key into the trophy. The key master is approaching. Gentlemen, who will take the key? Who will be a part of history? Oh, good choice, Mr. Ducaps. Into the trophy. Gentlemen, this moment is yours. Put it in the trophy. Lift that sucker up. Here we go. Gentlemen, I'm gonna do it. Yeah! The power, oh yeah, oh, the kiss! Woo! All right, gentlemen, a quick word before we continue from each of you. No One, you're an old dog who is still learning new tricks. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. For all those Dota boomers out there who have watched you this entire time, how are you still on the top of your game?
I just have Satanic, Duke, Edgar, and Notice to my team plus Papi Coach. That's all. They kill me.
Oh, well, that sounds pretty easy. All right, there's still hope for us all boomers as long as we have these guys on our team and Puppy coaching us. Give it up for No One, my boys! Satanic, lot of pressure throughout your career to perform. You looked especially stressed in that second game, but this is the proof that no matter how hard it is, no matter how big the stakes, now you know forever that you can live through that pressure and you can win that final, baby! Give it up for Satanic! Any words now that you have that under your belt?
I mean, I just played 4th game like pub, you know?
Playing the 4th game like a pub. Well, I do have to ask you, it is now a big time to ask, Is there anyone out there that can still beat Satanic?
No.
No, baby! You still can't do it. All right. Mr. Team Captain, you brought these guys here. They have brought you. It was the fans that made this possible. Any words for your teammates? Any words for the fans watching from home, supporting all year?
I mean, first of all, I think we don't have a real captain. Like, I would say we have like all 5 equal and Papi. So, and but overall, I wanted to say happy birthday to 9 class. Also, for other teammates, I will say thank you that they believe in our roster and we try our best. And thank you for everyone watching, cheering for us, guys. It's very important for us, and we are trying our best only because of you.
All right, give it up! Beautiful stuff. Well done. Happy birthday, boy. I had no idea. What a gift. We'll have everyone sing you. What? No, I'm just kidding. We won't do that to you. Not here. Nicholas, you have grown from being a memer who picked the stupidest, weirdest supports to now a model citizen. You have the championship under your belt, one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Are you going to be free soon? Will they let you out of the cage? Can we see Crazy 9 class again, or are you just a professional now?
It's just not much heroes now who can break the game, but I'm asking picking Juggernaut and we don't picking.
All right, we'll say it again. Poppy, that's to you. You gotta be careful now. All right. Notice your journey this year on so many teams, you know, so much has happened to you this year, so much adversity, but these guys never stop believing you. They always wanted you from beginning to end, and now is the proof why. What do you have to say to them, the boys who never stop believing?
I want to say them thank you to give me this chance to play on Riyadh, TI, and a lot of tournaments, and you know, that's work. I don't know, I'm just happy.
I'm glad you're happy. I'm sure they are happy too. And Puppy, last but not least. So, after all of this, thank you, of course, thank you. I have but one question for you, Puppy. There it is. I'm not gonna take that away from you. Thank you so much. Puppy, are these guys any good or what?
Who, the crowd? The crowd is awesome, dude. What are you talking about, dude?
I was more referring to these young goats here, yeah? Are they worth your standard now?
They're okay. The crowd's better.
Okay, that crowd is better. I don't believe that for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have another piece that we have to do. We have our Sony MVP, who has been voted by not only talent, but all the fans. Everybody is voting for that MVP. If I could please have that. Take it my way. For that MVP will be going to Mr. Noted! Thank you so much. Congratulations, my friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more order of business, but before I let these guys go, can you give me one more Paris cheer for your winners, Pvision! All right, Pvision, you have won Dota 2 Esports World Cup, but that is not the end of your journey. For now, you must join in on esports history as I welcome you to take a step down from our stage and head over to the totem to join the rest of the winners of the Esports World Cup. Congratulations, boys. Enjoy your journey. It was a hell of a great journey to watch as we will throw it to the panel to discuss that incredible series.
Pvision, your champions here in Paris, Dota 2 EWC, and they're walking to take their place in EWC history. They only dropped 3 games total this entire road, and every step of the way they got better, they got stronger. At some point, Ducala said, you know what, I don't think we've been tested, but maybe we're just good. And I think they are just that good. They lost that first game in this grand finals. They learned from that first game, and we saw BB team falter under the pressure and the dominance coming out from Pvision until at last they get the final GG and they get that championship as we're heading over to Milosh to take them all the way.
My friends, come on in. Join me here. Congratulations. I know it's big shakes, but we still have a couple of things to do before we close things off. Do you know which 3 team keys you'd like to place in your trophy? Have you discussed that yet between you?
Yeah, we are gonna be like very casual with it. We decided to take BB team because we played them in the finals, and there was like really good team, I would say. And the second team is Yandex. I think like these 2 teams was like trying actually to fight us, and they was like trying to push it. And the third one is gonna be for sure Team Spirit, because they are winning of the last EWC, and they kinda fucked us last year, so yeah.
I think those are excellent choices, so please go ahead, our Keymaster. BB team is first. Of course, just been defeated by our current reigning EWC 26 champions. That's BB team first. Next up, Team Yandex is joining them. That's Icy Insanity. That's not the one. Let's go more. Roar it over here. We got Team Yandex. Those will be on there. And our last one, don't worry about it. We got it all figured out. And Team Spirit, the champions of last year, champions no more. They will be joining the pile of 3 destroyed keys in the trophy of our victors of Pvision. Gentlemen, there is your prize, but it's only 1 piece. Your true prize awaits on stage. I'll send you over to it. That's your trophy at the Esports World Cup.
What an incredible road this team has walked here, Effie.
I mean, they were just the best, the undisputed best at this point. The best players, the best draft, the best coach. They just cooked this entire tournament, Sheaves, and going into TI, this is going to be scary for every other team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've heard it from them and from every other team here. They all agreed on one thing: is this is the toughest competition we've ever seen in Dota. This is like the hardest tournament with the strongest contenders, and they're on top of it. So I think it just tells the whole story of like how good they are, and yeah, they just, you know, inscribed their name in Dota history, and now they are the team to take down.
And they've grown so much this season, from starting it off looking rocky to maybe being in the middle of the pack to all of a sudden just being the ridiculous raid bosses that they've become.
They have been the absolute best here in Paris, and you can tell how much it means to these guys, from the biggest veterans to the newest players on the stage. And that's because this is a world championship where you will go down in history, and these players know it. Here they lift the trophy once more. Pvision, from coming third last year at EWC to coming third at TI, but these players, they will not settle for third. They try to get better. They changed up their lineup. They changed their offlaner multiple times. They added Puppy as their coach, and that turned out to be the perfect mix of veteran, of new kid on the block, of Dota knowledge, all with that one goal in mind. And that goal has been achieved, and it feels like, Effie, this is just a start.
This really is. I mean, I can't even imagine that teams watching how Pvision perform this tournament are going to study it and think, okay, we can beat them, because there's more coming, there's more in the pocket, there's more in-depth strategy, and the individual skill on these players, I have to reiterate, is top tier. All of these players are in the top 2, if not the best at their roles in the world. They're not going to slouch, they're going to keep getting better. It's scary for anyone facing Pvision.
I see you also getting a little emotional there, Seb.
I'm just really happy for them. I think it's well deserved. Like the incredible Dota they've been able to show. Like, I'm also grateful that we get to see some of these players still compete. You know, whether it's Puppy coaching or no one playing, and obviously all the younger guys. You know, like it's just awesome to be able to witness this live. And Satanic, I mean, what a great Satanic. All of them really. Satanic 9 class, noticed so much talent in one team. almost too much, if you ask me, you know? You gotta leave some space for others.
Yeah, they got Satanic with 18 years and Puppy with 36 years and everything in between. So definitely a very well-rounded team on all aspects. And I'm sure this is not the last top one spot that we'll see from this squad. That's for sure. We've had a fantastic journey here in Paris for EWC. Thank you so much for joining us in that journey. And should you have missed anything of today's matches, don't worry. We are done for the Dota 2, but we are going to leave you with the SDC recap of the day. Good night.
Thank you.
you.